Chapter 51. Sure enough, it's still that familiar ability. Just after Su-Che and Natasha Romanoff slaughtered the group of bewitched people, Olivia Temple, who was 3 meters tall, held a burning chain, and had devil horns on her head, stood there without moving, but suddenly looked at Su-Che and said, "Long time no see, my enemy in destiny. I never thought that you, who have changed another dimension, are still so stubborn. Why do you need to do these unnecessary resistance? The earth will eventually fall into destruction, no matter how you struggle, no matter how determined you are to resist. However, in front of my great master, who cannot directly call the gods by their names, your resistance will be futile after all." Listening to Olivia Temple's deep voice, the holy voice, like praise, Su-Che lightly waved the blood stains on the frost sword. His gaze was like a torch, and his voice was unshakable like a rock. "I didn't expect you to be so loyal after so long. Don't you think this is still extremely embarrassing? Put away your bewitching words. Your spiritual power has no effect on me." After finishing speaking, Su-Che raised the frost sword and pointed it at Olivia's stand in front of him. "It's you. I can perceive that your strength has become extremely weak now. Why? Without the previous strength, you can only use this method of confusing people?" As Su-Che's words fell, Olivia Temple's eyes suddenly burst into a light called hatred. That look seemed to want to tear Su-Che into pieces. This made Natasha Romanoff on the side see it very clearly, holding 2 guns aimed at the devil-like guy in front of him. Natasha Romanoff is like listening to a conversation between 2 people. Well, although judging from the contents recorded in the diary, she already knew that Su-Che was a superhero from a parallel world. However, for what happened in that world? In other words, the matter related to Su-Che in that parallel world. Natasha Romanoff was quite curious, and she believes that even Nick Fury must be very curious. "If you hadn't stopped me again and again, as an envoy of God, how could I be punished by the great master of God? It even devoured more than 90% of my power." While speaking, Olivia Temple angrily waved the fiercely burning iron chain in her hand and directly knocked off the vehicles beside her. Boom! The blown car hit the opposite wall and exploded violently. And Olivia's stand, whose tone was full of anger and coldness. At this moment, he calmed down instead. "Although you stopped me again and again, preventing me from sacrificing this planet to my master. Even for this, I was punished by the master. But it doesn't matter. When my master, the great God who cannot be named directly, descends, the earth will eventually be reduced to dust. Kneel down, kneel in front of my great master, and declare your surrender to him. In this way, you will evolve from an ant to the master's envoy. Perhaps you will have the same status as me and Silver Shadow, and the great master will also grant you endless power in life." While he was speaking, an invisible energy that seemed to be able to control people's minds began to spread constantly. This is a kind of energy full of holiness and peace, but extremely majestic. It seems that this energy can shake people's reason. Feeling that this energy began to spread, Su-Che turned into an afterimage in an instant, leaped high with the frost sword in his hand, and stabbed Olivia Stan in the head. Following Su-Che's actions, Natasha Romanoff instantly raised his 2 guns and shot at Olivia Temple continuously. Boom! Bang bang! Just with the bullet fired, after hitting Olivia Temple. But it seems that even the armor that flows and surges like magma on his exterior cannot penetrate. He ignored Natasha Romanoff, who was shooting at him with 2 guns. Seeing Su-Che jumping high and stabbing towards his face with a long sword turned from frost, Olivia Temple roared angrily. "Damn it, stubborn ants!" While speaking, the fiercely burning chain, as thick as an adult's arm, directly attacked Su-Che. The moment the iron chain attacked Su-Che, a thick ice wall directly blocked the burning chain. At the same time, Su-Che, who was incapable of hitting a blow, relied on a physique that was twice as strong as the peak physical fitness of ordinary people. A heavy kick on Olivia Temple's body. Immediately, a backflip landed in a very handsome posture, and then supported the ground with 1 hand. Frozen. As Su-Che's indifferent voice sounded without any emotion, the next second the cold air spread rapidly from Su-Che's hand supporting the ground. Almost in the blink of an eye, a layer of chill enveloped Olivia Temple. In an instant, a thick layer of ice rubbed against his legs. Damn ants! Her legs were sealed in ice, and Olivia Temple's eyes were red and her expression was ferocious, struggling constantly, trying to break through the ice. At the same time, he swung the fiercely burning iron chain to attack Su-Che. Frozen lock. Accompanied by Su-Che's changing and crossing fingers, in the next second, countless Jean Blue water chains appeared out of thin air tightly bound his limbs and torso from all directions, and could not move. Dive dragon. There was another cry, and an oriental dragon made of water rose up from behind Su-che, roaring and rushed towards Olivia Temple, who was bound and unable to move. In an instant, it was directly slammed into the air. Before Olivia Temple fell from the sky, this water dragon directly turned into a water prison and trapped it tightly in the middle. At this moment, Olivia Temple is constantly struggling with huge amounts of burning chains. But countless Jean Blue's water bar locks tied it up and couldn't move. It is surrounded by a thick layer of water prison outside, and the cold air is still rising, constantly freezing it. Seeing this scene, a gleam flashed in Natasha Romanoff's eyes. But before she could speak, she saw Su-che stretching out her hands, fingers constantly compressing and compressing. The water droplets in the palms of both hands also started to boil, and then bursts of crackling and crackling sounded like lightning. Although I don't know what Su-che is going to do, but Natasha Romanoff could feel the murderous intent in Su-che's eyes under the mask. It seems that Su-che will never give up until he completely wipes out Olivia's stand in the air. Stand around Su-che with 2 guns in hand to prevent Su-che from being disturbed accidentally. Soon, Natasha Romanoff saw that the palm of Su-che was crackling, and the water droplets that were as transparent as static electricity gradually condensed into a transparent solid like ice. Then it began to dissolve from an ice-like solid, and finally gradually turned into a black substance that solidified as a liquid. Sky curtain. Accompanied by the formation of the black matter, with a sound of esper, the black matter rushed to Olivia Temple, who was trapped in the water prison and tied up. I saw the black substance passing through the water dungeon and through the ice layer. It wraps Olivia Temple layer by layer like a Tarsus talisman. Lift. Raising his hand suddenly, the next second the water prison quickly flew towards the height of 10,000 meters. Seeing this scene take shape, Su-che breathed a sigh of relief, put down his hands, and turned his head to look at Natasha Romanoff. He asked with the utmost clarity, "How long has it been since you saw the splendid fireworks?" At this moment, Su-che's expression seemed very relaxed, but Natasha Romanoff doesn't think so. At least, at this moment, she felt that she seemed to be able to see different meanings in Su-che's eyes. Chapter 52. Su-che's eyes are complicated, at least according to Natasha Romanoff. It reminded her of the mentality she had when she and Hawkeye destroyed the Red House and blew up the Red House headquarters. In an instant, I felt relieved, and in an instant, I fulfilled my long-cherished wish for many years. But compared to himself at that time, Su-che's eyes at this moment are more complicated. Even apart from a trace of joy and expectation, there is also a trace of sadness. I should be happy. After all, I finally solved this enemy who has been entangled for more than 10 years. But what is the hope? As for the regret, it should be that the enemy in fate has been resolved. But he couldn't share this joy with his former close friends, members of the Avengers Alliance who were born and died together in parallel worlds. And as the only surviving Avenger in the parallel world, perhaps from this moment on, Su-che will no longer have familiar people. As someone who has been in contact with Su-che for so long, Natasha Romanoff believes in her own analysis. Well, I have to say that Natasha Romanoff really understood Su-che's complicated eyes. However, Natasha Romanoff's brain supplement direction was wrong. Olivia Temple, the old enemy shaped by Su-che's joy, was killed by herself. At the same time, Natasha Romanoff and Nick Fury saw this guy with their own eyes and believed in this guy and their own story. Even the trust value has increased a lot. What I hope is that after killing Olivia Temple, I will get the advanced version of Superman's body defense. With this reward, I finally don't have to worry about bullets, missiles, mushroom eggs, and the like. As for regret, if I want to get rewards, I'm afraid I have to continue to make up enemies in the future. At the very least, link these to Galactus. TSK. Well, under the condition of unequal cognition, Natasha Romanoff is indeed wrong. But it doesn't matter. Looking up at the sky, he saw Olivia stand flying upside down like a shooting star and still rushing towards the sky at a height of 10,000 meters. Natasha Romanoff asked with a smile, "It's been a long time since we've seen the splendid fireworks. After all, in our line of work, how lucky are we to have our personal time in life?" So, what is the substance that crackled from water droplets and finally turned into black? Looking at turning his head and asking himself, what is the black substance turned from water? Su-che put his arms on Natasha Romanoff's shoulders while looking up at the starry sky. When water is compressed by 100,000 atmospheres, it will become solid. That is high-density ice. This is a polymer of hydrogen and oxygen atoms formed after the hydrogen and oxygen bonds of water molecules are broken. When the pressure of water reaches 1 million atmospheres, warm and dense matter will appear, and nuclear fusion reactions are very likely to occur. The power of the explosion is enough to destroy a city. And that black stuff you just saw is metallic hydrogen that forms when water is compressed to 10 million atmospheres. Metallic hydrogen? Hearing what Suche said, Natasha Romanoff, who was still looking up at the sky and waiting for firework, immediately looked at Suche. Is that the kind of metallic hydrogen whose explosive power is 25 to 40 times that of TNT? Thinking of the crackling drops of water in Suche's palm just now, plus what Suche said just now, when the pressure is 1 million, the water is likely to undergo nuclear fusion, and its explosive force can easily destroy a city. Natasha Romanoff looked at Suche's eyes. Shindu changed. Oh my god, I thought I was fighting alongside Suche just now. Suche is using his ability to subdue Olivia Temple. Unexpectedly, he almost completely razed New York to the ground just now. This is too for a moment. Natasha Romanoff felt that her thoughts were a little messy. Don't worry, although those scientists want to compress the water to this extent, extremely harsh conditions are required. At least I haven't heard of it yet. That scientist and that top laboratory can create it. It's still relatively easy for me to handle, though, so don't worry about me ruining New York in the process. You have to know that for this day, in order to prepare this surprise for Olivia Temple, I have prepared for a very long time. Looking at Natasha Romanoff's complex eyes, Suche smiled and pointed to the sky. Okay, let's watch firework. After speaking, Suche lightly snapped his fingers. In the next second, a rumbling explosion sounded from above the 10,000-meter-high sky. The visual effect brought by the explosion at a height of 10,000 meters is very shocking. At least, when countless people woke up by the explosion and looked up at the night sky, they could all enjoy the same brilliant fireworks. Even Natasha Romanoff, who had complicated eyes on Suche at the moment. They all breathed a sigh of relief, let go of their thoughts, and raised their heads to look at the gorgeous fireworks. Although Natasha Romanoff didn't know. In fact, Suche told Natasha Romanoff what he just said on purpose. Always deal with SHILD gradually. Suche knew that Natasha Romanoff would definitely report this matter to Nick Fury after returning home. So, go ahead and increase your status in Nick Fury's heart. Maybe it can also squeeze Nick Fury's wool and increase his trust in the diary. To be honest, Suche really wants to know, after Nick Fury's trust value reaches over 90%, what new ability will I get? Inside SHILD. Did you hear their conversation? Watching the video coming back from the SHILD satellite. And Natasha Romanoff's wrist widow's bite. The real-time recording of task content and calls. Watching the violent explosion at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Maria Hill said softly. Suche should have done it on purpose. Maybe as he said, this metal hydrogen formed by the compression of water was specially prepared for Olivia Temple. After all, the nuclear fusion caused by compressing water into warm and thick matter is too powerful. Maybe the whole New York will be blown up. He also knows this, so Sue will continue to compress. Forming it into metallic hydrogen is a powerful substance that won't easily destroy a city. Hearing Hill's words, Nick Fury said in a deep voice, "You mean, SHILD must be dispatched. Suche is too dangerous. Is it already a humanoid destruction weapon?" "No, I mean, he can use water compression to create metallic hydrogen." Looking at Nick Fury, Maria Hill said seriously, "Metallic hydrogen, a room-temperature superconductor, as far as I know, requires extremely high conditions to create. At least, none of the top scientific laboratories have overcome this problem. So, what a good condition. We can spend 10 million or even 20 to 30 million to buy 1 gram of metal hydrogen from Suche. Then turn around and declare the purchase funds to the World Security Council. Even if you apply for more than 100 million funds at that time, isn't that what we say? After all, this kind of thing has no market and price, and the value is set by us. This is much better than the damage of those Quinjet fighter jets and the reason for the maintenance of aerospace carriers." Listening to Hill's words, Nick Fury's only remaining eye lit up. "Yes, I was so preoccupied with thinking about how terrifying Suche's current strength is that I forgot that I could use this matter to pluck the wool of the World Security Council. TSK, now the moon base still needs a lot of money. It would be a pity if such a good opportunity was missed." Chapter 53. Question: what is the first thing to do after getting the perfect version of Superman's body? Answer: it is very novel and I want to test whether it is as powerful as the system said. I'm alright. Looking at the fruit knife stabbing hard, the tip of the knife collapsed, and the blade was a little tired. But it didn't leave any scars, not even white spots. Satisfied, Che threw the fruit knife into the trash can. Finally, there is a skill that can save lives. Although I really want to buy a gun and shoot myself in the head. But this idea is only an idea after all. Sitting on the sofa, watching the pictures reported on TV. Although the incident happened after 10 o'clock in the evening, and it is almost 12 o'clock now, the whole process was recorded by many people with their mobile phones. Looking at the broadcast on the news, and even the popularity of this matter on the internet, it once surpassed the kidnapping of Tony Stark. Well, counting the time since he was kidnapped, he should be back soon. Turned off the TV, and then opened the editing page of the system. At this moment, the system compilation page is displayed. After what happened tonight, Natasha Romanoff's trust value has reached 81%. Even Nick Fury's trust value has reached 70%. It's not easy. You know, that's Nick Fury. But it's good. At least the Widow Sister's trust value will increase by 9%. You can get 10 times the peak physical fitness of ordinary people. Although I got the perfect version of the defensive version of Superman's body. But the reward brought by the Widow Sister can improve myself in various aspects such as speed, strength, and agility. This is exactly what I need. As for Nick Fury, I don't know what kind of reward this product can bring me. By the way, the system, I killed the Olivia Stan I created, and there is another reward that can increase the number of diary holders, right? Suddenly remembered, except for the reward of the perfect version of Superman's body. You can also add a quota reward for diary holders. Che asked the system directly, should I choose a black gold diary holder at random, or can I designate a person to choose? The system defaults to the random selection of the number of black gold diary holders. Choose immediately. Seeing the answer given by the system, Che nodded. In other words, whether it's an Avengers Alliance superhero like Widow Sister and Wanda, or someone related to the Avengers Alliance like Nick Fury. They are all randomly selected by the system. What about the supervillains in the Marvel world? Are these villains among the places? System, randomly select one of the requirements for the holder of the Black Gold Diary, who has participated in or recorded major events in the Marvel movie universe. That is to say, as long as it is a major event that appears in a Marvel movie, whether it is a decent or a supervillain, it is possible to become the next holder of the Black Gold Diary, right? Facing the system's answer, Che nodded. That range is huge. The next holder of the Black Gold Diary may be Captain Marvel Carol, or Strange who has not yet become the Supreme Mage. It may be the frozen Captain America, or Tony Stark who has not yet escaped, Thor with the hammer, etc. Definitely, it may also be Thanos, the goddess of death Hela. There's even the possibility of Dark Lord Dormammu, Malekith, chief of the Dark Elves. System, may I ask if the host has enabled the increase of the number of Black Gold Diary holders? Not open yet. Facing the system inquiry, Che has not been opened yet. Instead, he chose to increase the Widow Sister's trust value to more than 90%. Before the next quota of Black Gold Diary holders is determined, the trust value of the Widow Sister must be fully filled. In this way, I can concentrate on brushing the trust value of Nick Fury and the next Black Gold Diary holder. Open the diary compilation page. Che recalled the way the Widow Sister looked at her just after the war ended. Immediately began to compile up. 3 streets away, Natasha Romanoff came out of the bathroom and changed into pajamas. While wiping his hair, he came to the sofa and opened a can of beer, and at the same time took out the Black Gold Diary. After the battle tonight, I stayed up all the time, waiting for my Wanda and Pietro to rest. Another briefing with Nick Fury before a chance to unwind with a beer after a shower. According to Che's identity, he finally solved his old enemy Olivia Temple in this parallel world. Then there will definitely be some emotions in my heart. It's like how I couldn't calm down for a long time after my mission in Budapest was over. Although, the update frequency of Che's diary is not high, and only 5 diaries have been updated in 4 months. But Natasha Romanoff knows that Che's 6th diary will definitely be updated tonight. Well, I'm afraid Nick Fury has absolutely no rest now, and is also waiting for the update of the diary. Really, flipping through the diary, Natasha Romanoff soon discovered that there was a blank page after the end of the 5th diary. The 6th diary has been updated. 1. Knock back again and again, knocking it back to another dimension again and again. Finally today, in another parallel world more than 10 years later, Olivia Temple, the old enemy of fate, was truly resolved. It's just, except for a little bit of relief, I'm not as excited and happy as I imagined. In the past, we defeated the villains who threatened the Earth, and in the past, we won victory after victory. Everyone always gets together to throw a party. Tony provides the venue, and Thor holds the wine he stole from his daddy Curry. Steve claims to drink 1 cup after another. Because of the serum, he claims not to be drunk, and Natasha Romanoff will also be a guest bartender. Barton talks about arranging a farm for his wife and children with the help of Nick Fury, and Dr. Banner will look at him enviously. Sometimes when the atmosphere is up, Thor will deliberately break a cup, saying that this is Asgard's highest appreciation for fine wine. At this time, everyone will boo and generally dislike Thor. Everything is so happy, the whole party is full of laughter. But tonight, I can only hold a glass of wine, looking at the night alone and remembering everything. Actually, it's okay, nothing is unacceptable, after all, things have already happened. I just miss them a little bit. Chapter 54. Calculating the time, Tony Stark should be back soon after being kidnapped. The curtain of this world will also be slowly opened. After coming back this time, his whole body will undergo earth-shaking changes. Although he still has that seemingly cynical character, he already knows the fragility of life. It doesn't matter if it shuts down the Stark industry afterwards, or carries mushroom eggs into outer space to blow up the Chitauri battleship. After all this time, he has truly integrated into the big family of the Avengers Alliance. The birth of a superhero cannot escape suffering and experience. Although I don't believe it, I also hate this sentence. Praise suffering, praising suffering, thinking that suffering can make people grow up. I totally disagree with it. Although, whether it is a member of the first-generation Avengers Alliance or a member of the second-generation Avengers Alliance, it seems to be the case. Well, perhaps Suing should promote Selena as store manager. After all, in tonight's battle, although Selena was very scared, she still knew how to perform her duties and pull customers into the counter. Sitting on the couch with a can of beer, looking at the writing in the black gold diary, the corners of Natasha Romanoff's mouth raised unconsciously. From missing those partners who lived and died together in the past, I miss the time when those people were together. Then shift to the kidnapped Tony. Stark is about to return. Then the topic mentioned the matter of promoting Selena to the store manager. Well, this kind of leaping thinking is very consistent with an entanglement that has lasted for more than 10 years. The end result is the mentality after this fight. It was like after he blew up the Red House by himself. The first thought was not to be finally relieved and to relax. It's like asking Barton to take himself to a good meal and then complain about SHILD's food at the table. Typical symptoms after a long period of psychological depression ends. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. looking at the contents of Sue Che's diary. Nick Fury picked up a cup of coffee and took a sip with a smile. Just looking at what was written in the diary. When Sue Che missed the Avengers of his world, Nick Fury was still a little worried. But soon looking at the jumping thinking in the diary, he let go of his worries. Nick Fury attaches great importance to Sue Che. It's just that soon, Nick Fury can't laugh anymore. Speaking of promoting Selena to store manager, I suddenly thought of one thing. During the battle tonight, all the glass in Teowalan Cafe was broken, and I don't know if SHIELD will pay compensation. I think Nick Fury should be compensated. After all, if he is not willing to pay the money, then I will tell them what happened to Nick Fury's broken eye under the blindfold after the establishment of the Avengers Alliance in this world. And then through them, spread the news in S.H.I.E.L.D. Maybe in this way, everyone will understand why SHIELD has no explicit regulations, but it prohibits keeping cats. After all, the words exuded by a superhero team like Avengers are quite trustworthy. Puff. Nick Fury, who is leisurely drinking coffee, after seeing the contents of the diary. The coffee spurted out of his mouth. Fortunately, the reaction was very quick, and the black gold diary was removed immediately after the coffee was sprayed out. Otherwise, the spit-out coffee will stain the pages of the black gold diary. Ahem. While coughing, he wiped away the spouted coffee. Nick Fury looked at the contents recorded in the diary. Damn, it's unbelievable. How did he know such a very secret thing? You know, I kept talking about this broken eye when I was talking to the outside world. It was destroyed because of a dangerous mission or because of being betrayed by the most trusted person. How did he know that this eye was blinded by a cat? Ba ba ba. And is that a cat? That's the Yuan Devourer. The Yuan Devourer that even Tesseract can devour. How could I have been scratched by a common cat? In addition, the holder of the black gold diary is not only myself, but also Natasha Romanoff and Wanda. Damn it, after these two people read this diary again. Don't you think that your eyes were scratched by a common cat? Looking at the sentence in the diary, the reason why SHIELD does not allow cats. Nick Fury's state of mind suddenly broke down in a rare way. Damn it, if Natasha Romanoff and Wanda got it wrong, especially Natasha Romanoff, then the image I had created in the past collapsed in an instant. You know, my image has always been the king of agents, ruthless and ruthless, and I maintain absolute confidence in everything. There are countless cards in the hole, and they are scheming. But thinking of Natasha Romanoff and the rest of the Avengers Alliance, including all the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. Everyone knew that the director in their hearts had been blinded by a cat. The scene where I couldn't help but hide behind my back at the end. Nick Fury couldn't help but patted his head. Damn it, who told Su-Che this news? Why does he know this kind of thing? Who exactly told him? You can't be yourself in the parallel world. Thinking about it this way, Nick Fury inexplicably felt that it made sense. After all, apart from this reason, there seems to be no other reason why Sue knew about this matter. Thinking of this, Nick Fury leaned on the chair and couldn't calm down for a long time. No, is the self in the parallel world an idiot? To recruit Avengers Alliance members to form a superhero team. Do you really dare to say anything? Don't even let this kind of lethal thing go? Bah, how can people do this? How can a person be like this? One cannot, at least not should. Really, I don't even want my face. Thinking about it, Nick Fury sighed. Now, it's too late to say anything. This secret has already been known. You can't kill Su-Che Natasha Romanoff Wanda just because of this shameful secret. Merfolk thought that this secret was well protected. Forget it, let's pay more compensation. Thinking about it, Nick Fury immediately picked up the phone and dialed out. The call had just been connected, and before the people over there could respond, Nick Fury said directly, 3 hours. I only give you 3 hours. Within 3 hours, the glass of the Peach Blossom Forest Cafe opposite Stark Industry must be installed. It is absolutely not allowed to disturb their normal opening tomorrow. Without waiting for a reply, Nick Fury hung up the phone directly. Well, how do you tell Natasha Romanoff about this, so that she can't believe that she was blinded by a cat? Pooh, that's not a common cat at all. Duh. Chapter 55. Next morning. Selena, please bring me a cup of coffee. Thank you. When I came to the counter, I asked Selena for a cup of coffee. Pepper Potts came to Su-Che with coffee. Good morning, Mr. Superman who likes to bask in the sun. Good morning, Miss Pepper in a good mood. Seeing Pablo greet him happily, Su-Che replied with a smile. It's getting better today. Did something happy happen? There's news from Tony. He's heading here on Colonel Rhodes' plane, and he'll arrive in New York in 2 hours. While talking, Pablo sat opposite Su-Che. Thank God, Tony finally returned safely. By the way, Sue, you saw the news about what happened last night, right? Putting down his coffee, Pablo said to Su-Che with great vigor. Am I? At around 10 o'clock last night, a demon more than 3 meters high sprang out from the ground, with magma and horns all over his body. Holy shit, this is so bad. It's like the end of the world as mentioned in the Bible. At that time, the whole street was cracked, and then the pedestrians on the street ran away screaming, and the passing vehicles were easily smashed by the demon holding the burning chain. Seeing Pablo's excited expression, he danced and talked about what happened last night. Su-Che picked up his coffee and said with a smile, I was also on the internet this morning and saw something about what happened last night. But I always feel a little fake. It seems to be made by special effects. I came here to take a look this morning and found that the collapsed ground was intact, and the broken glass in my coffee shop in the video is also intact. If it wasn't for Selena's night shift here last night, I doubt all this is true. Speaking of this, Su-Che spread his hands. After all this is simply too unbelievable, isn't it? Who says it's not? Hearing Su-Che's words, Pablo nodded in agreement. Yes, it feels like a story in a myth has been moved into reality. Fortunately, when everyone was panicking last night, 2 superheroes fell from the sky. One is wearing a silver-white battle suit, like a knight coming out of the moon. The other one is a woman with long red hair. Speaking of this, Pablo said with some regret, unfortunately, I didn't see the faces of these 2 people clearly. Someone took a picture of it online, but it seems that just after it was posted online, the woman's face was covered by a mosaic. I tried to use computer technology to remove the covered mosaic, and found that it was impossible. Picking up the coffee and taking a sip, Pablo said seriously to Su-Che, I never thought that in our world, there really is that kind of superhuman being silently guarding the earth. Man, this reminds me of Steve Rogers back in the day. However, these 2 people are obviously more powerful than that demon from hell, especially the Silver Moon Knight. He directly used his ability to throw the demon to a height of 10,000 meters, and then directly blew it up. Silver Moon Knight? Listen to Peepo's nickname. Su-Che was slightly taken aback. When did I have an extra nickname of Silver Moon Knight? But before I traveled here, I had heard about the Moonlight Knight. That's right, Silver Moon Knight. That's the nickname those people on the internet gave to that superhero. Don't you think that superhero, who fell from the sky and wore a silver-white battlesuit cloak, is very suitable for the handsome nickname of Silver Moon Knight? Looking at Su-Che, Peepo explained with a smile. In the counter not far away, Selena is in a great mood at this moment. Although I was a little scared last night. But because he performed very well last night, the boss upgraded himself to be the manager of this coffee shop this morning. Haha, finally got what I wanted. My old lady finally became the manager of this coffee shop, looking at everything in the store with admiration. Needless to say, after becoming a store manager and when I was a waiter, my field of vision is different. But listen to the discussions of these customers in the coffee shop. There was even a discussion between the boss and that Pepper Potts lady. Others don't know, but Selena knows it very well. The woman with the wine and red hair that fell from the sky last night was definitely Natasha Romanoff. I can see it clearly. As for the Silver Moon Knight rumored on the internet, the more you look at your figure, the more you feel like your boss. Although there is no evidence, it feels like the Silver Moon Knight is definitely his boss. Believe in a woman's sixth sense. Well, even if she knew, Selena would never reveal it. Even if the newspaper office has already issued a price of 1,000 yuan for a message. Selena also decided that she would never disclose the news of her boss and Natasha Romanoff. After all, after becoming the store manager, his weekly salary became $500. And there are some extra commissions every month. Which one is more and which one is less? Selena is very clear about it. With a weekly salary of 500 knives, plus a monthly commission. In this way, I can afford my sister's college expenses in the near future. Sheng's younger sister will go to school in debt like other college students, and she will be burdened with huge debts just after she came out of the university campus. TSK, this kind of life is simply beautiful sizzle. Ah, the time is almost up. After chatting with Su Che for a while, Pablo glanced at his watch. Then he got up and smiled at Su Che. I have to go to the airport early to pick up Tony. So Su, let's talk next time. Good. He smiled and nodded at Peepo, watching her get up and prepare to leave. Su Che suddenly said, Peepo, what's wrong? Hearing Su Che calling himself, Pablo turned to Su Che and asked with a smile. I remember bringing 2 cheeseburgers on the road. I was kidnapped for 3 months, and I think Mr. Tony Stark will miss it very much. Hearing what Su Che said, Pablo thought for a while, and then the corner of his mouth raised. I'd almost forget if you didn't tell me. Thank you, Mr. Superman. You're welcome, Miss Pepper. Watching Pablo turn and leave, he went to the nearby burger shop to buy a cheeseburger to take with him. Su Che sat on the chair and then looked at the TV hanging in the coffee shop, which was broadcasting at the moment. The news about the appearance of the demon last night. The superhero defeated the demon and successfully protected the Earth. Silver Moon Knight. This nickname feels pretty good. Duh. Chapter 56. Inside the private airport blocked by the military. Carrying the handbag containing the cheeseburger, Peepo stood there emotionally at the moment. It has been 3 months. It has been 3 months since he was attacked and kidnapped in the Middle East desert. During this period, various emotions such as anxiety, sadness, and disappointment enveloped me constantly. Although I used to be Tony's assistant, not only to help him deal with all kinds of garbage in life, even some extremely trivial things need to be kept in mind by yourself. Even if it is a birthday, it must be dominated by Tony's daily life in advance. However, I still hope that Tony can come back safely. Although the outside world always thinks that Tony Stark is a selfish, arrogant D. But as his life assistant, Peepo knew very well. Compared with those comments, Tony is more like a child who can't grow up. Thank God for Tony's safe return. I can't even imagine what kind of pain and torture Tony has suffered during these 3 months. Actually, you can sit in the car and wait. After all, it will take some time for Tony to come back. Happy looked at Peepo, who was standing there with a hamburger handbag, and persuaded him. Besides, it's very windy today. It does not matter. Hearing Happy's persuasion, Peepo's eyes were slightly red, but he smiled and shook his head. I was attacked and kidnapped for 3 months. Maybe he will miss us so much during this time. So I think, when Tony comes back, he must be the first to see us. Hearing what Peepo said, Happy nodded slightly. If there is anyone in this world who knows Tony best, then it must be Miss Pepper Potts in front of me. As time went by, a plane landed slowly. As the cabin door opened, Peepo saw Tony wearing a black suit jacket and a bandage on his left hand. Tony, who was supported by Colonel Rhodes, walked down. Seeing Tony approaching, Peepo had a smile on his face. During this time, Tony really lost a lot of weight. When he got off the plane, he saw Peepo standing there to greet him. Tony noticed right away that her eyes were red. Just as he got off the plane and was about to go in front of Pablo, he saw a group of people pushing a stretcher rescue vehicle over. Are you kidding, Rhodes? Tell them to go away quickly. After finishing speaking, he ignored Rhodes' support. Step by step, he walked directly to Peepo, who couldn't hide his smile because he saw him at this moment. Your eyes are red. Are you crying for the long-lost boss? Tears of joy. Glad I don't have to look for another job. I hate looking for a job. It's still the familiar Tony's personality, and it's still the words he can say when they meet. Very good. Although I was kidnapped for more than 3 months and suffered all kinds of torture and pain. But Tony is still Tony. Yes, but your vacation is over. Back to the car. Looking at his boss, Ms. Pepper, through the rearview mirror, Happy asked, "Where are we going, sir?" Happy, "Go to the hospital first. Let's check Tony first." No. Before Peepo finished speaking, Tony directly denied this choice. Why no? Tony, you should have your doctor examine you now. If you don't go, you don't go. I don't have to do something. Tony, your current physical condition is the most important thing to pay attention to, so you need to go to the hospital. I've been stuck for 3 months, Peepo. I just want to do 2 things right now. Interrupting Pepper, Tony Stark looked into her eyes and said very seriously, "The first thing is, I really want to eat 2 cheeseburgers right now." Cheeseburger. Seeing Tony's serious expression, Peepo handed him the tote bag containing the cheeseburgers. Cheeseburgers, too. Wow. Looking at the handbag that Peepo handed over, Tony was silent for a few seconds. Peepo, what did I say? I knew you understood your boss. Some couldn't wait to pick up a cheeseburger. Tony took a bite hard, and then said contentedly while eating, "You know, during the 3 months in the cave, I miss it all the time. Thanks to Mr. Superman for reminding me." Seeing Tony's satisfied expression, Peepo shrugged his shoulders and said, "I was so overwhelmed by the news that you can come back today, I even forgot how much you have suffered in these 3 months. It was Mr. Superman who reminded me that maybe I should bring 2 cheeseburgers." Mr. Superman? Tony, who was eating a cheeseburger, couldn't help but pause when he heard Peepo's words. Who was Mr. Superman? Your new friend? How did I not know you had a friend named Mr. Superman before? Tony, who was chomping on the cheeseburger day and night, suddenly felt that the cheeseburger in his hand was not delicious. Pepper, actually have a friend named Mr. Superman? Damn it. It's like my best friend has another better friend behind my back. It's like coming back from a business trip to find that my house has been stolen. Oh, such a poor analogy. Can't I have my social life? Looking at Tony's expression, Pabe smiled and said, "Although I am your personal assistant, Tony, I also have the right to make friends, don't I?" Definitely. No one said you couldn't have the right to be friends. Shrugging his shoulders pretending to be relaxed, Tony Stark ate the cold cheeseburger, which didn't feel so sweet, and said, "It's just that there are so many liars out there. Who knows what kind of guy that so-called Mr. Superman is?" Tony, okay, I won't talk about it. Listening to Pepper calling his name in a long voice, Tony Stark swallowed the first hamburger. There is one more thing that I have been thinking about during the time I was locked in the cave. That is, I want to... It's impossible. Can you stop thinking about it when you just came back? It's not what you think. Seeing that Peepo misunderstood himself, Tony said, "I want you to hold a press conference immediately." A reporter's press conference? Yes. The expression was gone from the sour expression just now, and Tony Stark put on a very serious look. "Don't ask why. You will know in a while. Now do as I say, Pepper." After finishing speaking, Tony Stark said to Happy, the driver and bodyguard, "Happy, drive, Stark Industries. Well, wait until you announce your decision in front of all the media. Learn more about Mr. Superman." Chapter 57. 2 floor-to-ceiling windows worth 200,000 yuan. My God. This may be the most expensive compensation for glass in the history of SHILD. Sitting opposite Su Che, throwing snacks into her mouth, Natasha Romanoff smiled and said, "The money has already been deposited into your account. But I don't know why. I always feel that Nick Fury's compensation is so fast. It's still willing to do so, as if the compensation for the 2 windows in your coffee shop is not given to you, but to him." Hearing what Natasha Romanoff said, Su Che picked up the phone and took a look. "Well, there is an extra 200,000 in the account balance. The video of our fight with Olivia Stan last night was filmed, but my face was manipulated so that no one could spot me." After swallowing the snacks in her mouth, Natasha Romanoff smiled at Su Che. "As you said, before the number of superheroes increased. It's best not to show your face for a while, lest you lose your own life. In addition, there are 2 things to find you this time." Picking up the coffee and taking a sip, Natasha Romanoff frowned and asked, "Did I just add sugar or real sugar?" "I didn't notice. They're all put together anyway." Listening to Natasha Romanoff's inquiry, Su Che smiled and shook his head. "Okay. I originally wanted to quit sugar for a while. After all, I haven't trained much during this period, and I still want to keep fit." Without dwelling too much on this question, Natasha Romanoff looked at Su Che and said, 2 things. The first thing is that Nick Fury wants to meet with you." The main purpose is to buy for SHIELD, the kind of metal hydrogen that only you can compress with water. After all, in the words of the researchers in SHIELD, metallic hydrogen is equivalent to the holy grail of the physics world, something that is full of hope but cannot be realized for the time being. So the price is negotiable. You can just report the amount as you like. Having said that, Natasha Romanoff raised her eyebrows. If you really want to sell, then don't lower the price. When physicists all over the world want to make it, but only you have it privately, then don't save money for S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, although SHIELD purchased it, the World Security Council paid for it. Hearing what Natasha Romanoff said, Suche nodded. I'm not an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Why should I save money for SHIELD? Although, I don't care about money. After all, it is quite simple for us people to get money. Hearing what Suche said, Natasha Romanoff nodded noncommittally. When I escaped from the Red House, I was worried about everything. But the only thing I didn't worry about was not having money. For those with super abilities, the morality and kindness in their hearts often drive them not to abuse this ability, the most basic constraint. Like Superman in the comics. If it weren't for being bound by moral values and good intentions, Superman would have been the king of the earth. The other thing is that a man is back. Looking at Suche, Natasha Romanoff said very seriously. Perhaps his return will make countless people feel joyful and even excited. Who's back? Seeing Natasha Romanoff's expression, Suche was a little confused. What Natasha Romanoff said was that Tony Stark was kidnapped and returned. Probably not. Even if Tony Stark returns, it will not make countless people happy. Not to mention exciting. A superhero who has been abandoned by the times, has been sleeping for nearly 70 years, and has been commemorated for 70 years. His return will definitely affect and inspire many people, including the agents in SHIELD. After the words fell, Natasha Romanoff looked into Suche's eyes and smiled while holding a cup of coffee. Don't look at me like that. The sour words were said by Nick Fury. I'm just responsible for paraphrasing them. Steve Rogers, the legendary who exists in the Memorial Hall. Hear from Natasha Romanoff on the return of Steve Rogers. Suche was indeed slightly surprised. Although the name was mentioned in the Black Gold Diary, Suche already knew that Nick Fury would definitely send someone to the North Pole to find him. But they didn't expect that they were found in advance. Not only that, listen to what Natasha Romanoff means. Steve Rogers has come to his senses? And Natasha Romanoff just relayed Nick Fury's sentence. The return of the legendary hero will definitely inspire the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Ah, that's where it gets interesting. Does it mean that through the contents of the Black Gold Diary recorded by oneself, already let Nick Fury notice in advance that SHIELD has Hydra forces? Well, follow Nick Fury's character. It would be fun to find out about Hydra ahead of time. Well, have to keep prodding Nick Fury in the diary. After all, the more Nick Fury discovers the depth and power of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., then the more important you are to yourself. This is very helpful to increase the trust value. No, the press conference after Tony Stark's return has begun. Looking at the TV hanging on the wall, at the moment it is showing a press conference about Tony Stark after he returned from the kidnapping attack. Natasha Romanoff smiled at Suche. I didn't expect that the first thing he did after he came back was not to check his physical condition, but to hold a press conference. Sue, what do you think this playboy wants to announce to the media? Seeing that Natasha Romanoff seemed to be very interested, Suche pointed to the opposite side and said, Stark Industry is just opposite, and the press conference was held on the first floor. If you are interested, you can go to the scene to observe. Let's forget it. Anyway, is he crazy? Looking at the live TV screen, Tony Stark was sitting on the ground announcing directly to the media in front of him. The Stark Industries weapons manufacturing division will be permanently closed. Looking at the pictures of the media flocking to interview, Natasha Romanoff looked at Suche and asked curiously, doesn't he know what the Stark Industry is supported by? Just like what Natasha Romanoff thought, many people heard Tony Stark suddenly announce that they would close the Stark Industrial Weapons Manufacturing Department. Everyone thought Tony Stark was crazy. Even Obadiah Stine, who managed to appease the reporters, thought Tony was out of his mind. Pulled him aside, but before Obadiah Stine asked, Tony Stark asked him first, Oba, do you know who Mr. Superman is? Walter. Originally, he wanted to question Tony why he suddenly announced the closure of the Stark Industrial Weapons Manufacturing Department. Why not Obadiah Stine, who consulted with him in advance? After hearing Tony Stark's question suddenly feel a little confused. Who is Mr. Superman? Clark Kent, Kal-El? Chapter 58. Tony is back. Yes, Tony Stark, who was kidnapped for 3 months, is back. The first thing I did when I came back was not to see a doctor, but to hold a press conference to announce permanently close the Stark Industries weapons manufacturing department. He doesn't know, because of his decision, will the stock of Stark Industries plummet and property evaporate? No. As a genius who can make circuit boards at the age of 4 and an engine at the age of 6, he knows this very well. But he is still like this, making a decision without hesitation. Although, everyone does not understand his thoughts, including Pipo, who he trusts the most at the moment. But I know, this is the beginning of his change. Inside SHILD. In fact, from Phil Coulson's been watching over there, and word came back that Tony Stark had built a crude armor. Then after escaping wearing armor, Nick Fury has been waiting for the update of Su Che's 7th diary. Although the 6th diary was just updated last night, and he almost killed himself. However, Nick Fury knew that Su Che would definitely update this diary. After all, Tony Stark is also recorded in the Black Gold Diary, one of the members of the future Avengers Alliance family. So he came back. How could Su Che be indifferent? Sure enough, I didn't wait in vain tonight. At least I saw the 7th diary I was thinking about. Actually, I once asked Tony over a drink why he shut down the Stark Industries weapons manufacturing division. That was already in his heart after he reconciled with his father, Howard Starr. Facing my inquiry, he smiled and said that Stark Industries' weapon manufacturing department has gone against his and his father's original intention. Not only failed to protect common people and maintain world peace, but created one disaster after another, causing many people to lose their homes, and even their lives. So, before he escaped from the cave, he made up his mind. When he said these words, I could see a trace of shame on his face. It was like when he faced the accountability of the mother who lost her child after his speech at the university. He couldn't even say a word. Obviously, we saved more people during the battle in Sokovia. But facing the mother who lost her child, Tony, who has always been very eloquent, became speechless. Look at the things written in the diary. Nick Fury didn't care at all. He wanted to see Tony Stark, Mr. Howard Stark's son, get better. However, as to whether the weapons manufactured by Stark Industries saved more people or killed more people, Nick Fury didn't give a damn about it. Not that he despises life. It is that countless people die every day in this world because of weapons. If it really cared so much, then SHILD wouldn't have to do anything else. The most important point is that small sacrifices under the big goal are inevitable. At least, Nick Fury thinks so. But looking at the things recorded in the Black Gold Diary, Nick Fury was very relieved in his heart. I can have such a character and have such thoughts. But the Avengers to be formed in the future, the superhero in this team cannot be the same as myself. Otherwise, it will be a bigger disaster. Nick Fury knows. You can't be a superhero yourself. I'll never be Steve Rogers myself. Like Steve Rogers will never be himself. What kind of person, what kind of identity does what kind of thing? This is all doomed. In the apartment. Look at the content recorded in the diary. Wanda pouted subconsciously. Although he knew that the real murderer who caused the death of his parents was Obadiah Stane. But to this Tony Stark guy, Wanda still has a bit of grudge in her heart. After all, he created the weapon. But looking at what his future husband Su Che said in the diary, Tony Stark's mentality has changed. Wanda just snorted lightly, but didn't express much. On the other hand, Natasha Romanoff thought about what she saw in the coffee shop with Su Che during the day, regarding Tony Stark's announcement of the closure of the arms manufacturing department. Well, although I was like many people on the internet at the time, I couldn't understand it. But now it is clear. It turned out that these 3 months were what prompted Tony Stark's mentality to change, then slowly become the beginning of one of the superheroes. It seems that I can no longer use my previous understanding of Tony Stark to see him. If it weren't for a superhero with a parallel world like Su Che, he knew very well, if not knowing, what was going to happen in the future. So neither Nick Fury nor Natasha Romanoff would easily think that Tony Stark's mentality has changed. The country is easy to change, but the nature is hard to change. Although Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff do not know the meaning of this idiom, but it's about the same. Chapter 59. Perhaps, as Pepper said, Tony Stark has a warm heart. This change of mentality, coupled with the reprimand of the mother who lost her child, is also the reason why when the Sokovia Agreement came out, Tony, a cynical superhero, will become a staunch supporter of the agreement, thinking that superheroes should be under supervision and obey orders. But Steve, who has always followed orders, thinks that Avengers should not sign this agreement and should not be a supervisor of an organization. He said that this will slowly degrade Avengers and eventually become a weapon of an organization. Then, with no one able to convince anyone, a civil war broke out among the Avengers. Actually, almost, just a little bit, Steve signed that name. It was only later that the Avengers fell apart, fighting on their own, being wanted and arrested. The harmonious and warm family will never be the same again. Until we paid a heavy price later, the Earth, and even half of the life in the entire universe, were reduced to ashes under the snap of our fingers. Sokovia deal, Avengers falling apart? Look at the content recorded in the diary. Nick Fury sat up straight, and his expression suddenly became serious. Although in the first few diaries, Nick Fury knew there was a civil war ahead for the Avengers. For this reason, he also thought about how SHIELD should prevent the outbreak of this battle, or blunt the civil strife among the Avengers. After all, this is the superhero team he formed himself. The purpose is to prevent someone from trying to destroy the Earth. So he will definitely not see civil strife in the future of the Avengers Alliance with his own eyes. But now, look at the content recorded in the diary. Nick Fury also had to get serious. After all, the consequences of civil unrest in the Avengers are horrific. Earth, universe. Half of life was reduced to ashes. Don't mention these. Just looking at the Sokovia Agreement recorded in the diary. Obviously, this should be the fuse that broke out among members of the Avengers Alliance. Although I don't know exactly what happened in Sokovia. But read between the lines. Judging from the sentence, Tony thinks Avengers should be subject to regulatory supervision. Obviously, this must be a certain department's excuse that, for the safety of the public, the Avengers' ability is too strong to make the public panic. Want to turn the Avengers into a pawn in their hands. After all, according to the records in the diary, Avengers had saved the world more than once at that time. Then they should have a very high voice and support in the hearts of all common people. Supporters must be all over the world. In this case, anyone who uses integrity, not a typo, to prevent harmony, or wants to control integrity, will not miss such a good opportunity. The department that established the Sokovia Agreement should have seen this. In order to gain the support of the people, they want to hold the Avengers Alliance in their hands. After all, mastering the Avengers Alliance means mastering the support of the people, and even mastering the right to speak. This, Nick Fury is very sure. Because although he is the king of agents, he is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., but he was originally also one of the uprights. Good guy. I managed to get together these superheroes who are kind, firm, and able to save the world. In the end, this group of goddamn coincidences just wanted to reach out to pick peaches? Who? A group of damned reptiles for profit and for the superior. No wonder everyone would say that those upright families were full of filth and filth. But what were you doing at that time? Why would something like the Sokovia Accords be allowed to happen? Could it be that he was already dead at that time, or lost his position as the controller of SHIELD? After all, if I was still there, I would never watch this kind of thing happen. After all, what kind of thing would make him ignore this happening? With doubts in his heart, Nick Fury decided to continue watching. Perhaps there will be a key point of my own doubts next. Actually, at the very beginning, the scale of civil strife in Avengers was not large, but the opinions were different. No one is willing to kill his teammates who once fought side by side with him. No one is willing to use the most powerful force on their family members. It was only later that the guy who lost his daughter succeeded in his scheme. He let Tony see with his own eyes that the real cause of his parents' death was not a car accident, but Winter Warrior, Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes. When Tony asked Steve in disbelief if he knew about it, but kept it secret, Steve's answer hurt Tony deeply. That's when the Avengers, the real ones, began to break up. Chapter 60. Winter Soldier. Seeing this name, Natasha Romanoff subconsciously frowned and pronounced the name. Natasha Romanoff. Do you know the Winter Soldier that Sue wrote in his diary? Hearing Natasha Romanoff mention the name Winter Soldier, Wanda turned her head and asked curiously, "Meet Winter Warrior in Legendary." He raised his hand and lifted his clothes to reveal a scar on his abdomen. This scar is a bullet pierced by the Winter Soldier, so I will never be able to wear a bikini again. Looking at Natasha Romanoff's stomach where the bullet had pierced through it, Wanda touched it with some distress. At that time, it must have hurt. Although Wanda and Pietro never called Natasha Romanoff a sister, but he experienced the tragic experience of losing his parents, wandering and joining the Hydra base, etc. Wanda, who always wanted to have a family, met Natasha Romanoff. Whether it was the distrust at the beginning, or because of the joint ownership of the Black Gold Diary. In addition, during this period of time, Natasha Romanoff, whether it is daily life or any file size matter, she cared for them like a big sister. How can this make Wanda, who has always longed to have a family, resist? To put it bluntly, Wanda is only 14 years old, and there are still 10 days before her 15th birthday. And even if it is a stone, it will be warmed up slowly, right? So, after looking at Wanda with distressed eyes, Natasha Romanoff, this cold-blooded Black Widow who also longed for a family very much. He also stretched out his hand to embrace the younger sister Wanda in his arms. It's okay, it's already over. In all these years, my sister and I haven't experienced any big storms. This little injury is nothing. Facing the two people who hugged each other again at night, Pietro thinks, well, Pietro didn't come out to use the bathroom tonight, so I didn't see this scene. Pietro didn't see it, but Nick Fury saw this sentence in the Black Gold Diary. As the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury naturally knew how Howard Stark and Ms. Maria died. The reason why I didn't tell Tony Stark, it was because he was worried that Tony Stark would be impulsive and want to avenge his parents regardless. This will kill him for sure. I just didn't expect that this concealment would eventually become the real reason for the civil war between the Avengers. Gotta find a way to let Tony Stark know the news in advance. Solve the hidden dangers of things and not leave an ambush for the future. This is what I, the holder of the Black Gold Diary, should do. Thinking of this, Nick Fury revisited the Black Gold Diary. The reason why I am writing here today is because during the day, Natasha Romanoff told me that the man is back. Seriously, when I heard Natasha Romanoff say that SHIELD found Steve sleeping in the frozen Arctic, I'm really surprised. I didn't expect SHIELD to find him nearly 2 years in advance and wake him up. The future has changed? Or because of my appearance, many things started to advance? I just don't know if the hammer will fall from the sky ahead of time. But it doesn't matter, whether it's good or bad, it doesn't matter. Perhaps I am very similar to Steve at this moment, a person who was abandoned by the original world. The only difference is that Steve will work hard to adapt to this new world in the future. And I am still in hesitation whether to integrate into this world. I don't know. I should integrate into this world, become a member of the Avengers Alliance again, and continue to be a superhero. You should still stand by and act as a qualified spectator in the parallel universe. Forget it, don't wanna, let's just leave it at that. See if there is a chance in the future to visit other worlds. After all, the Parallel Universe channel will open in the future, and it will be interesting for the 3 Spider-Men to appear together. Perhaps, I can use this opportunity to go to other worlds for a while. The diary writing stops here. Nick Fury's brows were always furrowed. Especially when he saw the last sentence. Nick Fury's heart skipped a beat. Go to another parallel world for a while. What a joke. You need to know in Nick Fury's plan for the future Avengers Alliance. Suche can be said to play an extremely important role. There are even many spiritual mentors who will become superheroes for the first time in the future. As a result, now, Suche is not sure whether to continue playing. Depend on. Using Suche's previous diaries, he knew in advance that Tony Stark was kidnapped. Know in advance what will happen in the future. Even successfully found the frozen Steve Rogers legendary hero. A superhero like this who has a lot of strength, is determined, and knows what's going to happen in the future. Now he actually said that he was not sure whether he wanted to integrate into this world and continue to be a superhero to save the world. Do you even want to go to other parallel worlds? What a joke. Absolutely not. I absolutely cannot accept the best gift that fate bestows on this world. In the end, I went to other parallel worlds because I couldn't integrate into this world. I can let him have the life rights of common people, and I can give him the right to be himself. It can even allow him to have rights and status far beyond the common people. However, I absolutely cannot accept that he was abducted by other parallel worlds. Thinking of this, Nick Fury immediately picked up the phone and dialed out. As the phone was connected, Nick Fury said in a deep voice, "Hill, I have a very important task for you. It's time for the two of them to meet." Chapter 61. Will Sue will leave this world? Looking at Natasha Romanoff, Wanda had a slight worry on her expression. Facing Wanda's question, Natasha Romanoff was silent for a moment, then put his arms around Wanda and said softly, "I'm not too sure. After all, Sue is not originally from our world. Although the world he was in has been destroyed, there are still countless parallel universes. If he doesn't feel nostalgia in this world, then maybe in the future, he will choose to leave this world if he has the opportunity." Hearing Natasha Romanoff's answer, Wanda blinked, then nodded and said, "I understand. As long as Sue has a sense of belonging to this world, then he will stay here, right?" "That's right." Gently rubbing Wanda's head, Natasha Romanoff smiled. "Wanda, what you mean is that you treat Sue, it's nothing." Leaning on Natasha Romanoff's shoulder, Wanda said as it should, "In the Black Gold Diary, Sue is my future husband in a parallel world, right?" Then the Black Gold Diary also said that after Sue came to this world, he searched for traces of himself in the parallel world and found that this world does not have him, right? "That's right." So, looking at Natasha Romanoff, Wanda spread her hands very seriously and said, Since there is no 590 in this world and the original him, it means that he is my future husband. It's all an arrangement of fate, since the former knows who my future husband is. Then you can't let go easily. Otherwise, how will I start a family and have 2 lovely babies in the future? You can't find someone casually or create a robot like Sue. Looking at Wanda's swearing look, Natasha Romanoff suddenly felt that this awakening was right. If Sue is Wanda's husband in the future, then there is no him in this world. That's like what Wanda said. What will she do in a few years? There are more than 10 days until your and Pietro's birthdays. Gently embracing Wanda, Natasha Romanoff smiled and said, I'll invite Sue over then. Good. Hearing what Natasha Romanoff said, Wanda gave a sweet smile. There's a word I didn't say to Natasha Romanoff. That is, Sue is really attractive. Especially under the handsome and resolute appearance, the vicissitudes of the stories between the brows are really mysterious and charming. Inside Suche's apartment. Finally, Natasha Romanoff's trust value has finally reached 90%. Looking at the prompt on the system, Natasha Romanoff's trust value has reached 90%. Suche breathed a sigh of relief. Receiving the reward without any hesitation, a stream of heat began to circulate in Suche's body in the next second. A moment later, nothing else happened. The imagined filth being expelled from the pore did not happen. Clenching his fist lightly, a strong sense of strength came from his body. At the same time, Suche found that his vision, hearing, acuity, etc. had all been improved by huge amounts of. He held the coffee table in front of the sofa and tried it. With one hand, he easily lifted the coffee table, which weighed more than 100 kilograms. Even Suche didn't feel much effort during the whole process. Tisk, 10 times the peak physical fitness of ordinary people. Host, Suche. Age, 19 years old. Identity, writer of Black Gold Diary, member of Parallel World Avengers, pseudo. Ability, Superman Body Defense Perfect Advanced Version. 10 times the peak physical fitness of ordinary people. Extremely water control ability Perfect Version. Current list of Black Gold Diary holders. Wanda Django Maximoff. Trust value, 97%. Natasha Romanoff. Trust value, 90%. Nick Fury. Trust value, 73%. The number of Black Gold Diary holders that can be added, 1 person. Look at the system page. Suche saw that the widow's trust value had reached 90%. Just let the system open a quota for new Black Gold Diary holders. Looking for new places for Black Gold Diary holders. As the system started to look for new quotas, Suche also watched the name list and profile picture flashing constantly. Suche is also very curious about who the next holder of the Black Gold Diary will be. To be honest, the specific owner of the next Black Gold Diary does not have much influence on Susan. But if it is a member of the Avengers Alliance, it will be very convenient for Suche to refresh their trust. If it's Dormammu the Dark Lord, Kong the Conqueror of the Time Administration, or Kong the Exile in Ant-Man 2. Even some inconspicuous little characters. After all, it's not easy to increase their trust value, isn't it? Just as Suche was thinking, the number of new Black Gold Diary holders gradually stopped. Looking at the finally randomly selected name, Indy didn't know whether to laugh or say something for a while. To be honest, she is definitely not as bad as Dark Lord Dormammu or other small villains. To put it bluntly, it's really far away in the sky. That's right. The new addition to the Black Gold Diary is the Queen of Asgard, the wife of the god King Odin, Frigga. Well, it's Thor's mother. So how do you brush her trust value? Hey, no. Look at the name of Queen Frigg of Asgard. Suche thought for a moment. Although Frigga was raised by a witch, but who said that her trust value cannot be broken. Most importantly, the frozen Steve Rogers was retrieved and unfrozen in advance through the Black Gold Diary shield. Then Wanda and Pietro were brought back from Sokovia to be raised by Natasha Romanoff. Since these things are ahead of schedule, the fate trajectory of these people has been changed because of his appearance. So, can Frigga, who is worrying about Thor and Loki, also let Odin exile Thor to the earth in advance? After all, one is struggling with how to teach her child to be a mother worthy of the throne of Asgard. Seeing that reckless, arrogant, and belligerent son again, after going to the earth in the future, he will become a superhero, become a qualified king. Then maybe, she will take the initiative to design and let Thor be exiled to the earth in advance. The Queen of Asgard has never been a noob. Design a little bit for my son, so that he can become better, understand what is the real king, and become more responsible and responsible. This is definitely true. Thinking of this, Suche knew how to increase her trust value. Asgard, Crystal Asgard within. Go down first. Looking at the maids serving her, Queen Frigga smiled softly and asked them to go to rest first. After the maids left, Frigga poured herself a cup of tea. The movements are still so elegant and gentle, but there seems to be a touch of sadness between the brows. Already more than 1,500 years old, Thor is still so impulsive and reckless. He successfully inherited his warlike husband Odin and inherited Asgard's martial arts character. But he didn't inherit his own thoughts. This is not allowed. A qualified general can be aggressive and impulsive, but a qualified king is absolutely not allowed to let emotions influence reason. The current Thor is not yet a qualified heir to the crown prince. However, I was reluctant to let him hang under the tree of life like my husband Odin back then and experience those pains and tribulations. Thinking of this, Queen Frigg picked up the teacup, smelled the unique fragrance of tea, and then blew a little. Well, the unique tea taste of the earth is really good. This made Frigga, who was a little sad in her heart, show a gentle smile. This was a gift that Loki brought back for himself when he thought he would like it when he went to Earth. I heard that this is the best drink from the east of the earth, and I will definitely like it. Facts have proved that I really like it very much. But Loki is too naughty. I heard that when he went to the Earth, he turned into a man named D.B. Cooper and left an unsolved case for the Earth. Fortunately, the Earth's supreme mage didn't make a move, otherwise Loki might not be able to come back. But when it comes to Loki, Frigga also has some headaches. Compared to him, Thor, Loki doesn't care about anything on the surface. But as a mother, adoptive mother, how could Frigga not know about the past 1,500 years? Loki has always been jealous of Thor. He is jealous that Thor has acquired Mjolnir. Jealous of Thor being favored by his own husband, Odin. He is like a child who lacks love. I want to work hard to prove that I am not worse than Thor. He is also worthy of being loved by his own husband, worthy of the status of Prince of Asgard, and worthy of the love of Asgard's people. Well, thinking of this, Frigga smiled helplessly. The husband has all eyes on Thor. This throws Loki off balance. Even if I want to make up for the lack of father's love and attention, I can't do it as a mother. After all, my family is the royal family of Asgard after all, not the common family. So, putting down the teacup, I saw a black gold diary on the table inadvertently from the corner of my eye. Looking at this black gold book that suddenly appeared. Although Queen Frigg didn't know what it was, why did it appear on her desk? However, his expression didn't change. Not even a hint of surprise. A long-time pampered life, coupled with the experience of being raised by witches in the past, let Frigga have long been calm about any sudden events. So, faced this black gold diary that suddenly appeared. Frigga didn't get nervous immediately or call anyone. After a careful perception, I didn't find any danger in the bedroom. He picked up the teapot and poured himself another cup of clear tea. Since there is no danger, I didn't notice any invading enemy in front of me. Then Frigga thought it might not be a big deal. After all, some past experiences are far more treacherous than a black gold diary suddenly appearing on my desk. So it's nothing. So, this is suffering for Suche. Duh. Chapter 62. Here comes the classic scene. Holding a cup of coffee in his hand, he looked at the two people sitting opposite him. Natasha Romanoff looked at Steve Rogers for a while, and Suche for a while. There was an emotion in her eyes that didn't fit her identity, and it was spreading constantly at this moment. It has to be said that the auras of these two people are very similar, even very similar. They are all so tall, slender, handsome and tough. Moreover, there was a trace of melancholy in the eyes of these two people. The other eyebrow reveals indescribable vicissitudes. A child who seems to be full of confusion about the future and seems to be abandoned by the world, working hard but not knowing how to integrate into this world. One eye is full of stories, and it seems to see through all the vicissitudes of life and the mystery. God. Sitting together, these two people are simply human-shaped eye-catching machines, okay? He was tall and handsome, coupled with the charming and deep eyes full of stories. This is enough to make women involuntarily arouse their desire to explore. Heart is there. Suddenly two came. I'm afraid that from today on 17, there will be an endless stream of customers in this Teowalan cafe, and the main guests will definitely be women from the age of 16 to 40. You can't go wrong. That is, Natasha Romanoff did not come across from Dacia. Otherwise, you will definitely feel emotional. In this small coffee shop, there are actually two crouching dragons and phoenix chicks hidden. How can he duh? It's not just Natasha Romanoff who thinks so. Even Selena at the counter, her eyes are shining at this moment. Especially looking at the coffee shop, many female customers are secretly looking at the boss and his friends. Selena couldn't stop being excited. Oh my God, two handsome guys with melancholy temperament gathered in the coffee shop. After this, do you still have to worry about the business of the coffee shop? Just because of the appearance and temperament, I am afraid that many girls will come to line up every day. It's all money. How much money does this daily turnover make? As for your relationship with yourself? Harm, you can't say that. I am the store manager of Teowalan Cafe. Definitely have to care about the quality of the coffee shop business. And as a store manager, in addition to the fixed weekly salary, I also have a commission every month. Therefore, I naturally hope that the business of this coffee shop will be booming. The more the boss earns, the more he can earn. Well, regret it. It's just that the boss doesn't agree to put his picture up. Otherwise, relying on the good looks of the boss and the mysterious temperament that has gone through many vicissitudes and is full of stories, the turnover of the coffee shop can be doubled. If the boss and his equally melancholy friend can be seen, they are willing to post photos in a conspicuous place outside the coffee shop. Then Selena feels that the turnover of the coffee shop is confident that it will triple. It is a pity that such a good resource cannot be used. Well, another girl came over to strike up a conversation. He wanted to take one of Suche and Steve back to his bedroom and treasure it. Only Selena wanted to conscientiously post photos of the two of them outside to solicit business. Did you see? This is what a qualified store manager should do, instead of coveting the beauty of the boss. In the coffee shop, the location is close to the sun. By the way, don't both of you keep silent. Hold the coffee cup and look left and right. Eventually, Natasha Romanoff somewhat capitulated. Okay, my job is done. To be honest, I think Nick Fury's idea is really good, because the two of you are very similar in temperament and aura. I believe that the two of you will have a lot of common language. So, I won't bother you two. After speaking, Natasha Romanoff put down the coffee cup, then got up and left with a smile. Watch Natasha Romanoff leave. Steve Rogers, who had always been silent, laughed at himself, looking at the dazzling but gentle sunlight outside the window, turning to Suche and smiling. Sorry, I don't know why Nick Fury asked her to send me to you. I asked her before I came here. You are not the so-called shield. So, I seem to be causing you trouble. It won't. Hearing Steve's polite words, Suche picked up the coffee and took a sip. I think you should also try this unsweetened hand-ground black coffee. Although the first drink is slightly sour and bitter, the aftertaste is very good after careful tasting. I'll just forget it. Facing Suche's invitation, Steve Rogers shook his head with a smile. Looking at the coffee in his hand, a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. In the past, I once saw a person. In the name of a test, she fired a few shots at the shield in my hand. Just when I thought the matter was over, but before the task was approaching, she brought me a cup of coffee. That's right, it's the unsweetened black coffee you mentioned. Then, amidst the smothered smile on my other friend's face, I drank it with my breath held. I still remember that feeling, so I don't want to try it again. Having said that, Steve Rogers raised his head, gently flicking the spoon in the coffee cup. You should know who I am. I think Natasha Romanoff should at least tell you who I am. Steve Rogers, who exists in the Memorial Hall and is known as a legendary hero who lives up to his reputation. Listening to Captain America's question, Suche smiled with an unchanged expression. Yeah, an old antique that exists in the Memorial Hall, or suing should always exist in the Memorial Hall, instead of opening his eyes and facing this strange world again. He turned his head and looked at the bustling and gorgeous city outside the window. In Steve Rogers' eyes, there was an undisguised sense of strangeness. Actually, I've been awake for days. It seemed as if he was confiding to Suche, and also seemed to be talking to himself. Steve Rogers spoke very slowly. It's more like a bystander telling someone else's story. This world is very nice. There are more types of food, for 170 cars and high-rise buildings everywhere. There are many types of coffee, and mobile phones and computers are also very common. Even many diseases that were very difficult in our era are easy to solve in this era. Only. Frowning slightly, Steve was silent for a moment, but didn't know what to say. Finally, he turned his head to look at Suche and asked seriously, "Are you a psychiatrist?" Nick Fury said I needed a psychiatrist, and then asked that Ms. Natasha Romanoff to send me to you. But I feel that you are not a psychiatrist. My intuition has always been very accurate. I can always feel that kind of feeling in you. That is, that feeling just like me. It's like wandering outside this world, not belonging to the people who should appear in this era. Sorry, I don't know how to describe this feeling. As the immortal legendary among the legendaries, Steve Rogers is very observant. Therefore, he could easily get the very young-looking Suche in front of him. I noticed that kind of aura that was not similar to my own at the moment, even very consistent. It was as if he was of the same kind as himself and did not belong to this world. But he wasn't sure either. After all, his own experience is already bizarre enough. How could there be someone like me who doesn't belong to this era? Although, I also hope to have a similar kind, so that I don't seem so lonely. But this is ridiculous. Chapter 63. 3 days later, by the river in the suburbs of New York. For fishing, you have to make a nest first. Suche has the perfect version of water controllability. Facing the calm river in front of you, you can easily feel the number of fish in the water. However, if you use ability for things like fishing, you will lose a lot of fun. After all, if you just want to catch fish, even Suche doesn't need a fishing rod. Harvesting can get more than detonator frying fish. But you didn't seem to say that the day before yesterday. Sitting next to Suche with a fishing rod, Steve Rogers looked at the empty fishing baskets of the two and said with a smile, I always feel that fishing, as an activity, really has the novice protection period you mentioned. Look, you and I came fishing for the first time the day before yesterday. I caught 7 in one afternoon, and you also caught Pong. Each of us caught 3 fish yesterday. But today, it has been more than 2 hours, and now I haven't caught a single fish. Listening to Steve's words, Suche shrugged his shoulders. Didn't take advantage of ability to use the current to push the school of fish to his side. Instead, he quietly held the fishing rod and waited for the fish to take the bait. That's what fishing is like. Only by calming down can you feel the joy of fishing. Turning to look at Steve, Suche smiled and said, Anyway, what people like us need most is time. Hearing what Suche said, Steve nodded. Indeed, for people like us, the most important thing is time. But it's hard to imagine that there are freaks like the two of us in the same world. Honestly, I'm grateful. Sue. Looking at Suche, Steve took a deep breath, but the melancholy in his eyes was slowly dissipating. After knowing that you are not from this world, I felt a lot more at ease. At least, that feeling is like losing your way in this strange world. You can only be alone, and when you walk down the fog, you suddenly find an organization. That sense of security at least allows me to sleep very peacefully every night. It's really not easy. But then again, the reason Nick Fury asked Natasha Romanoff to send me to you. It is estimated that although he does not know that you are from a parallel world, I think he should be very similar to you in the confused and out-of-place look he saw from me. That's why I think that I will calm down slowly by your side, and then gradually integrate into this new world. Speaking of this, Steve looked at Suche with a serious and sincere expression. But don't worry, I promise I won't tell this secret to anyone else. Listening to Steve's tone of gratitude and sincerity, Suche was silent for a moment, then said with a hearty smile, Actually, a secret that has been kept in my heart for a long time will become a burden instead. Steve, as you said, after you woke up from the freeze, you couldn't accept the world for a while. The former lovers are gone, and the former teammates are all gone. There is not even a familiar person. I feel confused and unable to integrate into this world. 17, but who isn't? My world was destroyed, and I changed from a person who once had everything to a wanderer who had nothing and was abandoned by the world. He raised his eyes and looked at the sparkling but unusually calm lake in front of him. Steve, you said that my appearance made you feel that you are not alone in this world. In fact, everyone is the same. Also, I'm very happy. Well, it's really nasty and embarrassing to say this. I always feel P*********** D off. But in fact, what Suche said was all sincerity. If not alone, who would like to sit in a coffee shop for a whole morning? And when Nick Fury arranged for Natasha Romanoff, with Steve Rogers, to come, Suche knew that he absolutely couldn't refuse. Whether it's because Steve Rogers just woke up from the ice at this moment, feeling abandoned by the world. My teammate, in this parallel world, can't just watch him confused. Or what I wrote in my diary. If you push Steve Rogers out at this time, then this is contrary to the character set that I maintain. And Nick Fury is also out of this consideration, worried that he will leave this world in the future. That's why Steve Rogers was sent over. On the one hand, it allows Steve to quickly integrate into this world, at least to quickly adapt to life in this world. On the other hand, I also want to deepen my bond with this world. One day in the future, I will suddenly leave this world. But speaking of it, in fact, the appearance of Steve Rogers, it really relieved a certain part of Suche's psychological pressure. Let yourself save a lot of lonely situations. It was written in the diary that the parallel world he was in was destroyed. It's just to deceive the holder of the black gold diary, and then get the ability truth. But actually, that's right, I crossed over by myself. Traveled into this familiar and strange world. When I dream back to midnight, why don't I miss the world I am in? Wanderers who have been away from home for a long time will miss their hometown. So what about yourself who can't go back? Nick Fury thinks he's Steve Rogers' medicine. But Steve, this guy who has been abandoned by the world for nearly 70 years. It may not be your own good medicine. Salvation is often mutual. At least that's how Suche sees it. However, Nick Fury doesn't think so. At this moment, Nick Fury feels a bit of a headache. especially after hearing Hill report that Steve Rogers turned down joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury's already dark face is even darker now. As for Steve Rogers being able to recover from the ice, Nick Fury is still having fun. At least, Nick Fury was of great use to Steve's arrangements. Can result take a look at what Steve and Suche have done during these 3 days. Early in the morning, Steve would knock on Suche's door and invite him to go for a run together. Then the two of them ran around the lakeside of the monument, running more than 10 miles almost every morning. After the run, the two went home to take showers and then went out for breakfast together. TSK. It is said that the apartment for Steve is arranged next to Suche's single-family apartment. Is it for the convenience of the two of you to drop by? Even if it's for the convenience of visiting, we can't do everything together from morning to night. It's okay to spend the morning at Teowalan Cafe after breakfast. In the afternoon, we simply went fishing together. Or the two of you could just sleep together at night, Nuo Wang Zhao, so I can get back the apartment I bought for Steve and save a lot of money. Okay, the two people have been in contact for a long time, and they can gradually eliminate each other's strangeness about this world. This is a good thing. But when he thought that Suche didn't trust S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury felt that he had made a mistake. After all, not even he thought of it. It's only been 3 days, and Steve flatly refused to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Only 3 days. Do you want it so fast? You must know when he was revived from the ice. I had high hopes for him and asked him to join S.H.I.E.L.D. to lead the S.H.I.E.L.D. action group. I can also relax myself and secretly investigate the internal affairs of S.H.I.E.L.D. The result is good now, and I haven't waited for myself to take action. In the end, I was very optimistic about Steve, whom I trusted, so I was completely stolen by Suche. Depend on. Chapter 64. It's been almost a week. Look at the display on the system. Asgard's queen, Frigga, still has 0 trust at the moment. What does this mean? This means that it has been a week, and the queen is still flipping through the black gold diary that suddenly appeared in her field of vision. It really is. Shook his head. Forget it, people didn't see it, and I couldn't do anything about it. I can't fly to Asgard and force Frigga to read this black gold diary. Open the system compilation page and continue to write the next diary. S.H.I.E.L.D., morning run, breakfast, coffee, fishing. Looking at the records over and over again, Nick Fury put down the messages that the agents reported to him. Forget it. Think of it as a temporary vacation for Steve Rogers, the legendary hero. After all, it hasn't been long since he just recovered from the ice. Let Suche lead him into this world first. Just in time, two people can slowly deepen their bond. Suche, who is also provincial, has no emotion for this world, and will choose to leave in the future. Bang bang bang. Hearing the knock on the door, Nick Fury raised his head and took a look at 873. He found that Alexander Pierce was standing at the door at the moment, looking at himself with a smile on his face. Why are you so free to come to my office today? Putting down the report in his hand, Nick Fury looked at Pierce, who came over and sat opposite him, and asked. Although, because of that black gold diary, Nick Fury already had some doubts about Alexander the dummy. Alexander Pierce. However, on the surface, it is necessary to remain calm. Well, Alex the fool was right. If he is Hydra, he is a fool for sticking with that stupid goal. If he wasn't Hydra, then during his time as S.H.I.E.L.D. director, let Hydra infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. This alone is enough to prove that he is Alex's idiot. It's nothing, just move your legs up and down the stairs. Looking at Nick Fury, Alexander Pierce sat across his desk and laughed. After all, being active at my age is good. Maybe it will last a few more years because of this. Then you have to take good care of your body. Hearing what Pierce said, Nick Fury joked. If you are in poor health, and step down as S.H.I.E.L.D. Secretary General, how can I apply for funding from the World Security Council? Come on, Nick. Smiling and waving his hands, Alexander Pierce said, Can't Hill help you apply? That's not the same. And who cares if the application for funding is more? After exchanging greetings with a smile, Alexander Pierce pretended to inadvertently ask, By the way, what happened to our legendary hero, Steve Rogers, who came back from the ice? You know, if he can join our S.H.I.E.L.D., then the cohesion and strength of our S.H.I.E.L.D. will be greatly improved. After all, the undead, legendary hero is no joke. Listening to Pierce pretending to ask casually, Nick Fury handed him the report on the table. You can read it yourself. Anyway, the more I read it, the more helpless I become. Yep, Steve Rogers coming back from the ice. It is impossible to hide Alexander Pierce, the Secretary General of S.H.I.E.L.D. If such a big matter can be hidden from him, then S.H.I.E.L.D. will not be infiltrated by Hydra forces. So from the beginning, Nick Fury didn't want to hide him. After receiving the report from Nick Fury, Alexander Pierce glanced at it. Drinking coffee, Fishing? It's quite leisurely. Who said it wasn't? Spreading his hands, pretending to be helpless. Pierce, you must know that I valued Steve Rogers very much back then. I thought he could join our SHILD and become the leader of the SHILD action group. In the end, he rejected my proposal. According to him, he has devoted 70 years to this world. Right now, he just wants to live the life of the common people. Then what do you think? Putting down the report, Pierce laughed and said, "And that Suche who was with him? Why haven't I heard of such a character? What else can I think?" Seeing Pierce looking at himself with a smile, Nick Fury said softly, "Forget it. Anyway, for the sake of this world, he has been asleep for more than 70 years, and he has missed too much of his life. Then now, since he has made a choice, it's good that we respect his personal wishes." As for Suche looking at Pierce, Nick Fury said casually, "It's a psychiatrist. You know, Steve Rogers, the captain of Legendary, was unwilling to cooperate with the psychiatrist we photographed for him. Or he has always had a deep resistance to SHILD, thinking that SHILD will interfere with his new life when he comes back to life. So, I used a small method to let him find this psychologist named Suche by himself. It's his own choice to find a psychiatrist he's willing to associate with. And it's his personal choice, so it has nothing to do with us SHIELD anyway. How can you do it without seeing a psychiatrist?" Well, the information on Suche? When Nick Fury sent Steve Rogers to him, even if Suche's personal information is changed, at least, when interested people want to investigate Suche's profile, you will find that he is a psychiatrist from Dongfang Longhua and the owner of Teowalan Cafe. The information shows that he is 19 years old. Doesn't that make him a genius? Why didn't you work in a professional psychological clinic, but opened a coffee shop by yourself? Blind, it doesn't matter. Those who investigate him will make up their own minds. If you don't want to make up your mind, if you want to dig deeper, you will see a very reasonable resume with details about discrimination. After hearing Nick Fury say that Suche is just a psychiatrist and that Steve Rogers was unwilling, even resisting, to join SHIELD, Alexander Pierce laughed. It's a shame. After all, he's Steve Rogers. Well, what Nick Fury said about Suche is similar to what he asked Hydra to investigate. And Alexander Pierce didn't believe Nick Fury would lie to himself. After all, he is just a one-eyed joker who is full of trust in himself and can be fooled by himself at any time. After chatting for a while, Pierce smiled and got up to leave. Watching him leave his office, Merfoxia, who was still smiling, became serious. This guy, Pierce, is getting more and more suspicious. Put your eyes on the black gold diary on the table. Anyway, Pierce can't see it. This is something he has tried. So Nick Fury didn't pay much attention, habitually flipping through the diary. I found out that this black gold diary has started to be updated again. Chapter 65. Inertia closed the door of the office and pressed the button of the shield under the desk. Nick Fury picked up the diary and read it. For a week, Steve's apparent mood has stabilized. Although there was still a trace of melancholy in the eyes, it dissipated a lot compared to the beginning. During these 7 days, the two of us went for a morning jog in the morning, and after taking a shower, we went to have breakfast together. The morning time is spent in the coffee shop, and in the afternoon I go fishing by the river. The pace of life this week is very slow, and it may not be long before Steve can accept all the current realities. At least in his words, in the last week, I was able to fall asleep at night. Well, actually, the real reason why he can accept the reality and feel at ease. Because I told him that I am actually not a person from this world. Many things are like this, not suffering from few, but suffering from inequality. So when a person who is abandoned by the world meets another person who is abandoned by the world, there will always be comfort in his heart. He is me too. Don't worry about scarcity but inequality? What does this sentence mean? Looking at the contents recorded in the diary, Wanda raised her head and asked Natasha Romanoff. This is a very famous saying in Dongfang Huagua. Facing Wanda's question, Natasha Romanoff explained with a smile. The original text of this sentence should be, I heard that those who have a country and a family do not suffer from poverty, but from inequality, and do not suffer from poverty, but from anxiety. Gai Jun Wu poor harmonious without widows, safe without leaning. Well, to give the simplest example, it's like distributing candy to a few children. If everyone had the same amount, then everyone would be very happy. But if you give one kid 3 candies and the other kid 5, then the kid who gets 3 pieces of candy will have unbalanced emotions in his heart. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's explanation, Wanda nodded lightly. I see. But Natasha Romanoff, how do you know this knowledge? Looking at Wanda with a very sincere questioning look. Natasha Romanoff was silent for a while, then put her arms around Wanda and said, when I received special training in the Red House. In those years, we not only had to learn a lot of chemistry, firearms, makeup, concealment, and other necessary skills for an agent. It is even more important to learn some knowledge about various countries, because only in this way can we better integrate into some local environments and complete some tasks more smoothly. Obviously, Natasha Romanoff doesn't want to say anything more when it comes to the Red House organization. So he changed the subject and said with a smile, "However, it seems that Sue should write the diary in Huxia, but what we see should be the literal translation of the Black Gold Diary." I didn't expect the Black Gold Diary to have the function of literal translation. At the beginning, I thought Sue wrote the diary in English. Hearing that Natasha Romanoff obviously changed the subject, she didn't want to continue talking about the Red House. Wanda smiled sweetly at her, then continued to read the diary. It's just that the white and delicate hand gently held Natasha Romanoff's hand. Everyone has a past that they don't want to talk about. Wanda knew this very early on. Feeling the warmth of Wanda's hand, Natasha Romanoff smiled silently. She knew that this was Wanda silently trying to comfort herself. Steve's mood is getting more and more stable, and it seems to have formed a habit. Almost every morning, I come running to knock on the door of my apartment, but that's okay. At least, I have forgotten how long I haven't gotten up early. When I used to live with my wife Wanda, we always hugged each other and stayed in bed until 7:30 in the morning. What? Seeing that he was mentioned, he still talked about how he hugged each other in bed in the morning. Wanda suddenly felt as if her cheeks were burned. I glanced at Natasha Romanoff quietly and found that Natasha Romanoff looked as usual, not even half a sneer. Wanda breathed a sigh of relief. 14 or 15 is the time to save face. This kind of thing is too embarrassing. Well, not myself. It's me in a parallel world. Constantly comforted myself in my heart. Just looking at the words below, Wang Momo's mouth still rose. It's Wanda's birthday in a few days. Natasha Romanoff has already invited me. Maybe I should prepare birthday gifts in advance. Pietro's birthday gift is a good choice. Just buy him a large game console and a wearable basketball. As for flowers, Wanda's birthday present should be carefully prepared. Look at preparing to prepare gifts for yourself with your heart. The corners of Wanda's mouth rose slightly. Like, ever since my parents passed away, it's been a long time since I received a birthday present. When I mentioned Natasha Romanoff, I suddenly thought of something. In my parallel universe, after Tony Stark was kidnapped and returned, Nick Fury sent Phil Coulson to ask Tony what happened and what happened to the armor. Using the time when Pepper Potts became the CEO of Stark Industries, Natasha Romanoff became Tony's assistant. It is for this reason that Nick Fury knew that Tony Stark was about to die from palladium poisoning. 0. But now, Tony Stark is back, and Pepper has also met Natasha Romanoff more than once at the Teowalan Cafe. So what's next? Nick Fury will send someone to be Tony Stark's assistant to investigate this matter. But since Tony Stark held a press conference and announced the closure of the weapons manufacturing department, according to Peepo, it seems that no one from SHIELD came to ask about Tony's kidnapping. Nick Fury is not curious about how Tony escaped. If he wasn't curious, then Tony might be dead. Seeing this in the diary, Nick Fury's expression suddenly became serious. Looking at what was written in the front of the diary, I thought I was just expressing my recent mood. Unexpectedly, I actually saw the Black Gold Diary saying that Tony Stark was about to die. This can't help but make Nick Fury pay attention. Forget it. Anyway, Tony hasn't investigated it yet. The person who instigated the kidnapping of him is Obadiah Stan, whom he trusts the most and even treats as an uncle. Wait until he investigates, and then after the battle with Obadiah Stan's Iron Overlord wearing the Mark armor is over. If Nick Fury doesn't make a move again, then I can only pretend to accidentally find out about Tony Stark and tell Natasha Romanoff. Anyway, according to Peepo, Tony has been looking for someone to inquire about what Peepo said about me, Mr. Superman. 1. Chapter 66. For Tony Stark, Peepo is always the best breakthrough. Although, the two of them are not together at the moment. But Tony Stark could be trusted at the moment, especially after the kidnapping thing. Only Peepo was left. Therefore, he absolutely does not allow anyone to approach Peepo with his sorry attitude. Definitely, let alone allow Peepo to be snatched away by others. Either that damn Mr. Superman or Batman. Not even Joker. So, when Tony Stark found the coffee shop here, Suche was not surprised at all. On the other hand, Steve on the side looked at Tony with something wrong. Hey man, even though I'm the greatest genius of this century, I don't like men, and men can't get a penny from me based on their looks. So don't look at me like that. Thank you. Facing Steve's gaze, Tony Stark subconsciously leaned aside. Although the guy in front of him, Tony Stark, always felt very familiar. It seems like I've seen it somewhere. But the look in his eyes made me feel a little uncomfortable. Please, what's the matter with a man looking at himself with that kind of burning eyes? Could it be that my charm has become bigger again, 313, and I can even attract men? Forget it, never mind. I'm here to do business today. I've taken a fancy to your coffee shop. Tell me, how much money are you willing to transfer to me? Looking at Suche, Tony Stark said with a wealthy and powerful face. He didn't say a word about Peepo, and he didn't tell Suche to stay away from Peepo. Based on this alone, Suche sensed something was wrong. Since obtaining the Constitution, which is 10 times the peak physical fitness of ordinary people, Suche found that even his own thinking became faster. A hand quietly dialed a number under the table, then pretending to be inadvertently picked up the coffee and took a sip. Then he turned his head to Steve and asked with a smile, Like it? Listening to Suche asking himself, Steve knew that what he was asking was whether the Tony Stark in front of him looked like his father, Howard Stark, back then. But although he looks very similar, he wasn't like that back then. Disgusting. That's pretty much what it means. I think arrogant is a better word, though. Hey, I said there is still a living person here. Can you two respect me? I'm Tony Stark. Speaking of this, Tony Stark sneered. There have been many people who have said that I am arrogant over the years. Who cares about you two guys? Let's talk about how much money you are willing to transfer this coffee shop. Looking at Suche, Tony Stark said proudly, after thinking about it, this may be money that you will never earn in your life, so I allow you to say a little more. Are you recording and videoing right? Seeing Tony deliberately pretending to be particularly arrogant, he looks like a nouveau riche. Suche glanced at Tony, and then said softly, You deliberately put on such a gesture to provoke me, and then deliberately set a trap to make me speak out an astronomical figure. In this way, you can save this recording and video recording. Although this cannot be used as evidence, after all, according to the law here, as long as the buyer and seller reach an agreement, and it is completely voluntary, it is not considered extortion. However, the evidence you have preserved is not intended to sue me, but to show it to other people, so that other people will think that I am a greedy guy, right? Seeing Tony Stark's expression paused because of his words, then put away the arrogant, and disgusting expression that he deliberately put on just now. Suche nodded. It seems that I am right. Then let me guess, who do you want to give this audio and video recording to? And who do you want to let me see clearly my real face? Well, there aren't many people you Tony Stark would care about, but it's obviously a woman. There are very few women I have contacted who are related to you and who can make you care deeply. If there is no accident, it should be that Ms. Pay Potts. Here's Suche's analysis. Tony Stark's expression also returned to normal. Obviously, the guy in front of him who was called Mr. Superman by Pepper is not easy to deal with. That's right, the Mr. Superman that Pepper said was right. I really think so. Even audio and video recordings are ready. As long as this guy dares to open his mouth like a lion, then I dare to fulfill him. Anyway, spend some money to let Payboy get to know him again. The real appearance of Mr. Superman, who she said is very caring and can understand and comfort others, is also quite good. In the end, he didn't expect to be guessed by him. TSK, if only they were as stupid as the guys who flew to the Middle East in their armor a few days ago to blow up the weapons produced by the Stark industry. He took a sip of the coffee in front of him. Tony Stark nodded approvingly. The coffee is really good, but I don't like you guy. So let's say, what exactly do you want to stay away from Peepo? I don't believe that you have no other purpose in contacting Peepo. Are you so sure that I approached Ms. Pepper Potts with ill intentions? Seeing Tony's serious look, Ian deliberately teased him. Definitely. Looking at Suche with certainty, Tony Stark smiled confidently. I don't believe that you have no other purpose in contacting Peepo. After all, Pepper called you Mr. Superman, and you called Pepper Pepper. Damn it, the age gap between the two of you is here. Although I admit that you are as handsome as the big fool next to you, and you have a temperament that is extremely attractive to women, but I don't believe that you touch pay. Before Tony Stark finished speaking, Suche picked up the phone and said with a smile, Peepo, did you hear what Mr. Tony Stark said? Water. The moment Suche took out his phone, Tony Stark stared at Suche with wide eyes. A bad premonition suddenly rose in my heart. Sure enough, when he heard him call Payboy on the other end of the phone, Tony's heart skipped a beat. Depend on. When I came here, I didn't P*** guess him off, but I was P*** D off by him. Sorry, Sue, I didn't expect this to happen. On the other end of the phone, Pepper Potts was always listening with his mobile phone. He apologized to Suche with a very sincere tone. I don't know. Tony left the laboratory early in the morning, and he actually went to find you. I'm really sorry for the inconvenience this has caused you. For Tony Stark investigating his friends and wanting to use money to get his friends to leave. Pepper thinks. This fits Tony Stark. Although, He was annoyed at privately denying himself the right to make friends. But she knew that she shouldn't. At least she couldn't let Tony lose face outside. So Pipo just expressed his apology to Suche, but he didn't lose his temper with Tony or anything like that. I have to say, this is a very nice, caring way of dealing with it. However, Tony's eyes froze at this moment, even a little flustered. But it reflects Tony's extremely real psychological activities at the moment. It's okay, I can understand. After all, this is also a kind of concern that Mr. Stark has for you. Although, this kind of concern has surpassed the concern of the boss for the assistant. But it also shows that the relationship between the two of you is really good. Well, very green tea after a few words. Suche smiled and hung up the phone. Damn it, you actually bully me. Looking at Suche, Tony Stark didn't know whether to express anger or regret. In the end, he leaned on the chair and looked at Suche speechlessly. The quality of coffee is so good. Can't your character be like coffee? Mr. Stark, don't you think I'm just using your methods against you? Hearing Suche's ridicule, Tony Stark was silent for a while. He didn't know what to say. After all, the guy in front of him just used his own method and then returned it to himself. If you say that he is shameless and has a bad character, wouldn't you be scolding yourself? After a short silence, Tony Stark suddenly picked up the coffee on the table and drank it down. Immediately, he glanced at Suche angrily and then left directly. Thinking about going back, maybe Pipo would pretend to be doing nothing again and then act businesslike. Tony had a headache, because that's the sign Pipo is really angry. However, it is really sad to leave like this. Gotta find some places to go. Walking to the door, this imposing billionaire, known as the greatest genius of this century, Tony Stark, the owner of Stark Industries, made a decision that did not conform to his status. That is, I will never pay for the cup of coffee I just drank. No way. That's childish enough. Watching Tony leave angrily, Steve smiled at Suche. But this 5.7 point is really similar to Howard. But what's the matter with him and Pipo? Are they boyfriend and girlfriend? Listening to Steve's inquiry, Suche smiled while holding his coffee. There are two of them. One is emotionally slow, and the other is worried about being together because of status issues. Others will think that she is going for Tony's money and status. So it's all hiding their emotions from each other. For two people like this, there must be some external catalyst. So I understand, just like me and Peggy back then. Picking up the coffee and taking a sip, Steve looked at Suche and said with a smile, "Actually, there are people from SHIELD who are monitoring me all the time. I know they mean well. So yesterday, I found the person who watched me and asked him to help me get some good nesting fish feed. Calculate the time. They have already put the fish material in the place where we often fish. Walk. Well, let's go." Chapter 67. 3 days later. The more I look at you, the more familiar you feel. He folded his arms and looked at Steve Rogers sitting opposite him. Holding the coffee, Tony Stark looked cynical. It's not good for you to say that you look like someone. You have to be like that annoying guy. I don't know who you're talking about. He looked at himself with Tony Stark's playful eyes. Steve Rogers laughed. Then he turned his head and looked at Suche. You know, who is he talking about? I don't know. Maybe the brain circuit of a genius is different from that of us common people. Otherwise, after being trapped on the first day, one after another would come here almost every day. And he chose to sit across from us. Facing Steve's smile, Suche said who knew that the brain circuit of this genius was different from that of common people. Come on, man, you think I can't find out who you are? Taking off his sunglasses and putting them on the table, Tony Stark looked at the two of them and said, Steve Rogers, a guy who has disappeared and been frozen for nearly 70 years. How about it? The old record player, can it continue to play records now? Do you feel that the new world is full of computers and mobile phone speakers that can play music at any time, so your record player can't continue to work? I heard from 17 that the two of you have been fishing together every day recently. Wow, this kind of comfortable life may make you feel calm. After all, this world no longer needs an antique to be placed anywhere. Maybe in addition to fishing, you should also put on your status symbol blue uniform and do aerobics for exercise. After all, fish have great strength in the water. I am worried that your old body will not be able to pull the fish out of the water. Listening to Tony Stark speak very unflattering words in a very fast tone, Steve Rogers was silent for a while with his cup of coffee. So, is this the evil fruit you so-called planted by yourself? Looking at Suche, Steve Rogers laughed at himself. Although this matter has nothing to do with me directly, but I think it must have hurt him deeply when Howard indirectly used my deeds for comparison. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a big negative energy towards me. Depend on. Hearing Steve's words, Tony Stark shook his hands. Come on. You think too much of yourself? Who am I? I'm Tony Stark. I can make circuit boards at the age of 4, and I can make circuit boards at the age of 6. Get the engine out. I'm the greatest genius and billionaire of this century. Will I be hurt because of you? That seems to be true. Seeing Steve mentioning Howard, Tony was obviously a bit defensive, but he still pretended to be indifferent. Suche nodded, agreeing with Steve Rogers' words. Okay, let's not talk about this antique record player. How about you? Looking at Suche, Tony Stark put down his coffee cup and asked, "What ability do you have? I can't believe that this old record player will stay with a common person every day. I've had both of you analyzed by JRVS, and I've determined that neither of you are common." Confront Tony Stark's curiosity. Suche gestured towards the outside. Instead of caring about me, you might as well care about your Stark Industry. No, your Stark Industries CEO, Obadiah Stine, is being taken away. Water. Hearing Suche's words, Tony Stark subconsciously turned his head and looked out the window. Opposite the Teowalan Cafe, under the Stark Industrial Building, some people who obviously look like the FBI are dragging Obadiah Stine, who is obviously struggling, into the car. Damn it. Seeing this scene, Tony Stark frowned, then got up and walked out of the coffee shop. Obviously, he just asked Peepo and wanted her to help confirm it in Obadiah Stine's office. Regarding his being attacked and kidnapped, was it planned by Obadiah Stine? Or to reveal the news of his actions? Why haven't we waited for Peepo to send the news of starting the investigation? Obadiah Stine was taken by this group? Know why you came to this coffee shop. One of its purposes is, in case Peepo is discovered while investigating the news, or when there is some danger to press the button in your hand. Then Tony Stark felt that he was sure, and asked Steve Rogers, who had just been complained about by himself, to help. After all, according to what the old man said about Steve Rogers' character, and combined with JRVS's analysis based on his past deeds, no matter what kind of complaints he suffered from himself, but when it was time for him to help, he would never choose to ignore it. In addition, although Suche doesn't know what ability he has, he is obviously not from common. And he and Pepper are still friends. Damn, Mr. Superman. Then just Pepper pushes the dangerous button. I can immediately take the two of them to rush over to support as soon as possible. As a result, before Peepo pressed the button symbolizing start, there was no warning about danger. This guy Obadiah Stine was actually taken away by this group of people? What happened? Could it be that my guess is true, that Obadiah Stine is really the mastermind who kidnapped him? Go outside and watch the guy stuff Obadiah Stine into the car. Tony Stark stepped forward immediately. Hey, which department are you from? Why are you arresting the CEO of Stark Industries? Well, often pretending to be ignorant is the only way to get the information you want. As for danger? Come on, didn't you see the two guys sitting by the window in the opposite Teowalan Cafe looking at you? If this group of people were attackers, and they could take themselves away in the hands of these two annoying guys, then Tony Stark will definitely accept his fate. Damn, which kidnapper broke into Stark Industry in the 370th day of Dubai and kidnapped the CEO of Stark Industry? Clearly this is the official one. Mr. Tony Stark, we are the FBI. He took out his ID and showed it to Tony. Then the leading man in the black suit said, after our investigation, we found that the mastermind behind the kidnapping of you, Mr. Stark, 3 months ago, was this Obadiah Stine who was arrested by us. Mr. Stark, a copy of the results of our interrogation will be sent to you for your records later. But for now, please don't get in the way of our work. Listen to this FBI agent. Although Tony Stark was already prepared in his heart, he looked at Obadiah Stine who had been pushed into the car. For a while, it still felt a little unacceptable. Although I asked Pabwa to help investigate, it was because I had doubts in my heart. But why doesn't Tony Stark hope that his guess is wrong? After all, Obadiah Stine has been helping take care of his business with Stark Industries since the death of his father and his own mother. He even regarded him as an uncle himself. But now, get out of the way and watch Obadiah Stine being taken away by the FBI. All of a sudden, Tony Stark felt that his emotions were very complicated. Chapter 68. Regarding the early arrest of Obadiah Stine, if there is no shadow of Nick Fury in it, then even if you kill Suche, you won't believe it. I wrote in my diary that Obadiah Stine was the mastermind who planned to attack Tony Stark. I also wrote about Tony Stark dying from palladium poisoning. If Nick Fury doesn't do anything after seeing it, then Suche will definitely go to SHIELD to open his head and see if there is any water in it. However, Suche didn't pay much attention to the matter of Obadiah Stine's arrest. What really caught Suche's attention was that the trust value of the Queen of Asgard, Frigga, finally fluctuated. Although, the trust value is only a simple 10% now. But this shows that after waiting for half a month, that Queen Frigg is finally willing to open this black gold diary. It's really not easy. If the system randomly selects Steve, then maybe I have already maxed out my trust value. Looking at the display on the system, Queen Frigga's trust value fluctuated. Suche opened the diary writing page and started to brush her trust value. Well, Nick Fury can't be missed either. It's already 73%. Strive to pull Nick Fury's trust value to over 90 within 5 diaries. Looks like it's a bit difficult. It is estimated that if Frigga's trust value reaches 90%, Nick Fury's trust value will not reach 90%. Bah, old B asterisk 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 D. Asgard, within Asgard. Just put the vase there. Looking at the flowers picked by the maid from the garden, Queen Frigg smiled and motioned for the maids to put flowers on the balcony. Wait until all the maids have retreated. Then Queen Frigg walked to the window and gently sniffed the fragrance from the flowers. Then he picked up the black gold diary and read it. When she first saw this black gold diary, Queen Frigg didn't pay much attention to it. Even if only he can see this black gold diary. But for Frigga, who has already seen more treacherous things, not a big deal. And I have never felt a trace of energy fluctuations in this black gold diary. Since it is not an artifact, there is no danger. Then show up and show up. Until the last few days, Thor took Asgard's to Karen waxing to judgment, and not after the rebellion. Frigga, who had nothing to do, was now in the mood, and picked up the black gold diary to read. Although his son is reckless, impulsive, and warlike, he has Sif and Loki. It shouldn't be a big problem. When I first opened the diary, Frigga discovered that the text on the black gold diary actually came from the Warner Protoss, not the Acer Protoss. This made Frigga a little interested. After all, this journal appears in Asgard, then it should be the text of the Acer Protoss. Perhaps because he is a member of the Vanir Protoss, not a member of the Acer Protoss. And this black gold diary is related to the Warner Protoss? Frigga didn't find out until she opened the diary. It turned out that the owner of this black gold diary was an Earthling from a parallel world, not a member of the Warner Protoss that I guessed. The first entry in the diary mainly records the story of the destruction of his parallel universe. Definitely, Kong the Conqueror in the diary didn't know it himself. But the God group, I know it myself. This exists in the legendary, like sleeping among the planets. After waking up, the planet will be destroyed. After reading the first diary, the words full of despair are vividly displayed in front of Frigg. But gradually, through the following diaries, Frigg discovered the things described in the diary. Seems like it's all about the Earth. There are very few things about Asgard. The only thing relevant are the names of Thor and Loki. Then, if it happened on the Earth, why did this black gold diary appear in front of him? Although Odin had an agreement with the venerable Ancient One Mage on Earth back then, Asgard will never invade Earth. But other than that, Asgard doesn't seem to have much to do with Earth. Although it is one of the 9 realms, although Asgard's responsibility is to protect the safety of the 9 realms. However, this should not be the reason why the black gold diary appeared in front of him. If the owner of this diary is Jotunheim's Frost Titan, then I can still understand. After all, neither is the friction between Jotunheim and Asgard, or Loki, the son of Lauf, king of the Ice Titan. However, the owner of the black gold diary is Earth. Although I don't know why this black gold diary would choose me, and no one else including Odin can see it except yourself. But Frigga's mood didn't fluctuate in any way, even accepted it very calmly, assuming that the reason is that I am the mother of Thor and Loki recorded in the diary. As for why not Odin, who knows? It's a pity that if the owner of the black gold diary came from another parallel universe, he didn't appear in front of him. Then I, who was raised by a witch, will definitely be able to see more things. Definitely, having a black gold diary that can see the future is already the luckiest thing. If you ask for too much, I am afraid that even the Tree of Life will not pay attention. But see the end of the first diary, after seeing the names of Thor and Loki. Only then did Frigg know. It turns out that in the parallel world of the owner of the black gold diary, Thor and Loki are the superheroes of the Earth, saved the opponent countless times, and finally joined the superheroes of the Earth to fight against the conqueror Kong and the gods. Only later, they failed, finally fought to the death. Well, the first diary accounted for Loki and Hill, but it didn't write that he was a villain at first. It is only stated that they fought against Kong the Conqueror and the Celestial group together. So Frigga comes naturally. It is considered that Loki in the parallel world is also a member of superhero. Although it's hard to imagine, this youngest son of mine will become a superhero. But when he thought of his 2 sons, they were all killed in battle. Frigga will inevitably feel a little heartache. Then I continued to look at the last few diaries, only to find that they were inside the last few diaries. Not much more is written about Thor and Loki. Through Hildam's eyes, Queen Frigg can indeed be sure that the Black Gold Diary named Su-che is the person, right now on Earth, but she didn't send anyone to bother her. On the one hand, although things in parallel universes are likely to happen in their universe as well, but I can't make more changes by myself. On the other hand, I don't want to cause the misunderstanding of the Earth's supreme mage Ancient One. After all, Su-che from the parallel universe came to Earth in this universe. The supreme mage Ancient One didn't even show up, and even knew it through Heldam's eyes. That supreme mage was only at the moment when Su-che came to Earth. I just glanced at him from time to time, but I didn't continue to pay attention. Then Frigga would naturally not send someone to bring that Su-che back through Bifrost. I have nothing to do. Let the maid back down. Frigga stood by the window and picked up the Black Gold Diary, ready to see if there was any update. She really wants to know what will happen to her two children in the parallel universe in the future. Perhaps this is also the future fate of the two children of this universe. Therefore, through the description in the Black Gold Diary, maybe I can change the future of my two sons. It may even indirectly change the fate of this universe. Open the Black Gold Diary. Frigga found that the 9th diary was finally updated. I hope, this time, I can write something about my two sons. Obadiah Stine was captured, although it was captured by a group of FBI, but I guess it should be related to S.H.I.E.L.D. Although, in the original world, Tony and Obadiah Stine would have a fierce battle. But yes, this is a parallel world after all, and it is normal for small things to have some deviations. Even Steve came back from thawing ahead of time, so it shouldn't be a surprise that Obadiah Stan was caught. Since I came to this world, I have met Natasha Romanoff, Steve, Tony, the members of the first-generation Avengers Alliance, and I have also met Wanda and Pietro. Excluding these two young people who are about to turn 15, just short of meeting Dr. Banner, Barton, and Thor. Dr. Banner should still be on the run, and then under the surveillance of SHIELD, he lived in seclusion in that small village. Hawkeye, Natasha Romanoff, said he was on a mission. As for Thor, I don't know how long Thor's hammer will fall from the sky. After all, when the hammer fell from the sky, it symbolized that Thor was deprived of his divine power by Odin, the king of Asgard, and exiled to the earth. I saw that Thor was finally written in the diary. Queen Frigg's expression became slightly serious. It's just after seeing the hammer falling from the sky and Thor being banished to Earth. Queen Frigg was stunned for a few seconds. His son is highly valued by his husband, and even regarded as Li Qianzhao, Thor trained by Asgard's next god king. How could he be deprived of his divine power by himself, and then exiled to the earth? Thinking of this result, Queen Frigg, well, in fact, Frigga felt that if such a thing really happened, then it seems that there is no fuss. After all, according to Thor's aggressive and reckless character at the moment, her husband deprived him of his divine power and exiled him to the earth to live the life of some common people. It is also very possible. Maybe it's like what I saw in the beginning of the diary. Thor became a common man on Earth precisely because he was deprived of his divine power. That's why I will gradually grow up later and become a superhero full of responsibility and patience. A person's character can never be changed without experiencing something personally. This point, Frigg is very clear. So, she was going to keep reading. See if there is any mention in the diary why Thor was deprived of his divine power by his husband and exiled to the earth. It's not that I want to stop, but I want to see if there is anything I can do to help with the exile of Thor. Even design it yourself. Although this will make Thor suffer some hardships, if Thor can really grow up at this moment. In the future, he is qualified to become the qualified king of Asgard and provoke the burden of Asgard. Then Frigga doesn't mind personally planning the exile of Thor. So, really only Loki picked it up. Chapter 69. For us, Thor has always been a trustworthy friend. For the Earth, Thor is a trustworthy superhero. Although many things happened in the middle, he is still our partner. However, I still hope that the Mjolnir will fall from the sky as soon as possible, and Thor will be deprived of his divine power and become a common man and exiled to the earth. It's not that I can't wait to see the old man, who used to live and die together, and fight against the teammates who want to destroy the world and destroy the enemies of the universe. Instead, I hope that Thor, who is over 1,500 years old, can mature as soon as possible. The faster his character matures, the higher our chances of winning will be when this parallel world is in crisis of destruction in the future. Also, I don't want to see Thor's sad but helpless eyes when Asgard is destroyed and half of its people are slaughtered. I don't even want to see the picture of him dying in endless despair when the universe is destroyed. S.H.I.E.L.D. taking a deep breath. Nick Fury had an extremely complicated expression at the moment. I don't know why. When I saw this sentence, I hope this Thor who is over 1,500 years old can mature as soon as possible. Nick Fury always felt a little awkward. 1,500 years old. Lived for more than 1,500 years. Nope. Just like this. There are still people who are still immature at the age of more than 1,563. In Nick Fury's opinion, this is unimaginable, even unreasonable, okay? Just let a person on Earth live for more than 1,500 years. Then he will far exceed the common people in terms of character and experience. You know, the maximum lifespan of people on Earth is only over 100 years. But what about this big guy? According to Su Che, the guy who has lived for more than 1,500 years is still immature. So what has Thor been doing for more than 1,500 years? It is because he is too well protected and has not experienced the baptism and beating of wind and rain, so his character is immature. Or is it because of character originally? No matter because of the above problems. Nick Fury feels that living more than 1,500 years old is immature. Then no matter how strong his ability is, he cannot be trusted at all. Not to mention, as Su Che said, when faced with life and death, you are willing to surrender your back and entrust your life. Only, now that Su Che is writing inside the diary, Thor will eventually become fully worthy of their trust. So does it mean that Thor was deprived of God's magic by the so-called God King Odin? After being exiled to the earth, it slowly began to mature? If a person wants to become mature, he must go through some things. It's just about the fact that Thor matured after he came to Earth. Is there any intervention by SHIELD? Regardless of which parallel world Su is in, Thor matures with or without SHIELD's intervention. Anyway, Nick Fury decided, in order to let the Earth have one more helper, let the Avengers Alliance have one more superhero. Just like Su said, when that iconic hammer fell from the sky, the Thor of this universe was exiled to the Earth and became the common people. Then I must arrange several sets of plans for Thor. Don't dare to say anything else. Design a few stories. Let a guy who loses his divine power and becomes a common man grow up and mature as soon as possible. On its own, this should be perfectly fine. Start with emotion first. Then there is life and death. Finally woke up. In the middle, there are some love and hatred, life and death, etc. A series of packages. After these few sets, even people with childish personalities will grow up. Although the process will be a little bit intense and hard. But, for the sake of the planet, Nick Fury doesn't mind turning himself into a little composition expert. Now, Thor, who is judging on behalf of Asgard and launching a happy campaign against the disobedient rebels, didn't know he was being watched. Even the next thing after being exiled to the Earth. It's all been arranged by someone. Definitely. Thor doesn't even know the man who designed him. Looks like it's not bad, just Nick Fury. Even his most beloved mother, the gentle and kind Queen Frigg. They are all ready to personally design. Let their husband Odin deprive Thor of his divine power and banish him to the earth. No way. When I saw the Black Gold Diary, it said that Asgard would be destroyed and half of the people would be slaughtered. In the end, after Thor died in endless unwillingness, the Queen of Asgard seems to have appeared before her eyes when she was not married to Odin. One after another, the fearless warriors of the Warner Protoss charged forward. But the final result is a tragic and desperate scene of death. As the only Protoss in the 9 realms, the Warner Protoss experienced several life and death battles between Bor and Kjor. There are not many left now. So, at this moment, myself as Queen of Asgard. The tragedy of the Warner Protoss is absolutely not allowed to happen to the people of Asgard. Perhaps it is really like what that Su Che said. The sooner Thor matures, the future of Asgard and Earth, and even the 9 realms, it will be more stable. What's more, Thor is the next king of Asgard. It is his responsibility to protect the 9 realms and Asgard. As long as Thor can mature as soon as possible, he can become the qualified crown prince of Asgard as soon as possible. So even if the final result is that Asgard is still not immune. But at that time, Frigga was willing to believe and waited for the day when he entered the Soul Castle. Surely no one will blame him. Thinking of this, Frigga continued to read the diary. After reading this diary, I plan to go to my husband Odin to discuss it. Odin, the God King of Asgard. You also don't want to see our future King of Asgard, an arrogant, immature, and warlike person. Wanda and Pietro's birthday presents are ready. My Scarlet Witch will love this birthday gift. But these days, when fishing with Steve, he always mentions things 70 years ago intentionally or unintentionally. Every time I mention it, my eyes are filled with disappointment. However, I know that he is not sad because he feels that he cannot integrate into this brand new world. Instead, he misses the girl who once belonged to him. Okay, maybe I'm going to give Nick Fury a call. As a friend, there are some things that you can never pretend you didn't see. Definitely, the premise is that he has made up his mind. Otherwise, I can't imagine how he should face it. And oh, the girl who was 70 years late for the dance. Okay, as I write this, I'm also a little homesick. Unfortunately, Steve still has a chance to find her, but I am in this world. Only a house, no home. Duh. Chapter 70. Welcome to Wanda and Pietro's birthday party. Opening the door, he looked at Suche and Steve, who had been invited and were already standing at the door. Natasha Romanoff smiled and invited the two people in and said, "Thank you for coming. But I guessed that the two of you would come together. After all, you two are inseparable these days." When Nick Fury talked about this matter, it was obvious it's a bit sour. Especially Steve, after you rejected Nick Fury's offers again and again. He always said you were kidnapped by Sue. But to be honest, as Wanda and Pietro's guardian, I don't have many friends because of work. After much deliberation, I can only invite the two of you. After all, Barton has not returned from his mission. Thank you for inviting X2. Hearing what Natasha Romanoff said, Suche and Steve laughed at the same time. Go into the apartment. Although the apartment that SHILD arranged for Wanda and Pietro is not small, it is very warmly furnished. The layout of 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 2 bathrooms is enough for Wanda, Natasha Romanoff, and Pietro. There are many garlands arranged in the living room, and there is a big cake on the table in the middle. There's even a birthday banner for Wanda and Pietro. It can be seen that Natasha Romanoff really cares about Wanda and Pietro, especially when Wanda and Pietro came over and greeted Suche and Steve very politely. You can tell by watching Wanda holding Natasha Romanoff's arm with undisguised affection. After all, for Wanda and Pietro, looking at the experience of losing parents and joining HYDRA, to be so close to Natasha Romanoff now, this is enough to prove that Natasha Romanoff really raised the Wanda siblings as her own younger siblings. Wanda, Pietro, be happy. Suche and Steve smiled and handed over the birthday present. Steve gave Wanda a very ladylike dress for her birthday and a very handsome suit for Pietro. This is the first time he has received an invitation to a birthday party since he recovered from the ice. So in order to prepare the gift, Steve dragged Su Dequang to take office. Well, when the shopping guide lady looked at the two of them, that knocked look in her eyes. Forget it, Suche doesn't want to talk about this topic. And Suche prepared a wear-resistant basketball and a latest model palm-shaped game console for Pietro. The gift prepared for Wanda is a necklace of pure crystal and diamonds. Thanks for the gift from Suche and Steve. Both Wanda and Pietro looked very happy. This is the first time they have received a gift since their parents passed away. Especially Wanda. Looking at the pure crystal and diamond-encrusted necklace in his hand, his eyes were almost bent into a crescent shape, and they were obviously brighter. Girls, they all like this kind of gift that can bling-bling in the sun. What's more, this is a gift from my future husband. As for Pietro, while looking at the handsome suit and laughing, he happily held the basketball and the game console. If it wasn't because today is my and Wanda's birthday, it would be a small party. Then Pietro can't wait to put on a suit immediately, pretend to be an adult, and then play a game console with a basketball in his arms. In any case, no matter how mature his mentality is compared to his peers, he is only 15 years old. On the table, seeing that Wanda did not sit with Natasha Romanoff, but sat next to Suche with ease. Even when cutting the cake, after handing the first piece of cake to Natasha Romanoff. Then she handed Suche the part of the fruit cake that she liked the most. Although immersed in the joy of celebrating his birthday, Pietro clearly felt that something was wrong with his sister Wanda. The way she looked at Suche, her eyes were undisguised. It's like looking at a lover. It's over. As the person who is most familiar with Wanda, Pietro is very sure. Wanda absolutely loves this young man named Suche in front of her. That kind of look can never be misunderstood. After liking Natasha Romanoff, my younger sister will start liking Suche, who was only seen once in the coffee shop before. Moreover, sometimes when I go out to the bathroom at night. In the living room, Wanda and Natasha Romanoff can always be heard discussing about Suche. People, Natasha Romanoff and Wanda like each other, and Wanda is a young man named Suche. Sister Natasha Romanoff not only didn't stop her, but smiled and watched the incident happen. Is there even a hint of encouragement? And Suche and Steve came together. Just now Natasha Romanoff also said that Suche is almost inseparable from Steve these days. Two big men are inseparable? My God, why do I feel that the relationship between these 4 people is so chaotic? So, I should be happy after all. Wanda's orientation is finally normal, and she finally likes men. Or should we be confused, the mess of these 4 people? For a while, Pietro felt that his head seemed to be a little insufficient. As for flowers, the small world view seems to be gradually collapsing. Steve, let's Sue drink. Watching myself hand a beer to Steve, who then handed it to Soo-chae. Natasha Romanoff smiled and said, Sue is only 19 years old this year. According to the laws here, Sue is not yet old enough to drink alcohol. After saying this, Natasha Romanoff laughed herself. After all, even she didn't treat Soo-chae as a 19-year-old youth. And Steve even subconsciously looked at Soo-chae in a daze. These days, when two people get along almost day and night, whether it is from chatting or other aspects, Steve felt that Soo-chae and him were people from the same world, and they should be about the same age. So they all subconsciously ignored that Soo-chae is only 19 years old this year, not yet old enough to drink. 0 etc. Soo-chae is 19 years old, not yet old enough to drink. So what's up with the two of them always carrying a bucket of cold beer when the two of them are fishing? No wonder every time. Sue let himself deliver the beer through the SHIELD agent monitoring him. The co-author is because he is not old enough, so the store will not sell him alcohol. Okay, don't worry about it. Picking up another beer and handing it to Soo-chae, Natasha Romanoff smiled and said, although Sue is not old enough, today is Wanda and Pietro's birthday party after all, so it's a family affair. So don't worry about these little things. No one will report anyway, right? What's more, who among us regards Sue as a young man who is only 19 years old? Listening to Natasha Romanoff's words, Steve nodded slightly. He still felt unable to treat Soo-chae as a 19-year-old young man. On the contrary, Wanda, who always sat next to Soo-chae and behaved like a very well-behaved lady, was very happy. Well, he was 19. I will be 15 years old after today. For years apart. No matter how old he is in the parallel world. But his parallel world has been destroyed, and in his parallel world, he is definitely an adult. Otherwise, he would not be his wife. Therefore, the time in his world is several years faster than the time in this world. Calculated in this way, in this world, the age difference between myself and Sue is only 4 years old, just right. Several people sat at the dining table talking and laughing very happily. But Asgard at the same time. At this moment, Loki looked at the scene in front of him and was already a little dazed. Chapter 71. Loki admits that he has always been very jealous of Thor. It was okay when I was a child, and my father would hold the hand of myself and Thor at that time. Tell yourself and Thor that both of them are born kings. Available over time. He was obviously neglected by his father. Thor has his father's obvious favorites. As for himself, he always lives in his shadow. Obviously, it was himself and Thor who led the warriors of Asgard to fight against the rebellion in the 9 realms. But after the victory, he was appreciated by his father and supported by the people of Asgard. There is always only Thor alone. Obviously, it is myself and Thor who are qualified to pick up the Mjolnir, which symbolizes Asgard's next god king. However, his father gave Thor the godhood of the thunder god, and I just got the godhood of Vulcan. I don't know why, but I seem to be born to reject the godhood of Vulcan. That is a kind of resistance and rejection from the subconscious. So back then, I even prayed to my father, even if I couldn't get the godhood of the god of thunder. Then it can be exchanged with Sif's earth and harvest godhood. But in the end, his father severely rejected himself. It seems to have started from that time. The gap between himself and Thor in terms of force is getting bigger and bigger. Seriously, Luke doesn't hate his father. After all, the godhood of Vulcan and the godhood of thunder are the same. Both are advanced godhoods. And like Thor, he is the heir of his father, the god king Odin. They all have the supreme bloodline of the Aesir Protoss. The force is not as good as Thor. It must be because of his innate. Mother should have discovered this too, so she taught herself magic. Let yourself become the #1 magic mage in the 9 realms. Only, in Asgard with a tongue. Mage is not respected by the people of Asgard like Thor. Maybe that's why. So even though I am the #1 demon in the 9 realms, mage, I still like to hold 2 daggers and choose close combat. I want to tell everyone that I am also a qualified Asgard commander. It's just that the father is more and more partial to Thor. Since there is no way to surpass Thor in terms of force, let's start with strategy. But when I rely on tricks again and again, relying on wisdom to lead the warrior of Asgard to defeat the enemy. However, it seems that I still haven't gained the kind of respect I imagined, being respected like Thor. Instead, he gained the title of God of Lies and Tricks. Oh, who doesn't know that in Asgard, the title of God of Lies and Tricks is more of a mockery? The majestic second prince of Asgard actually became the god of trickery in Asgard, a country of the 9 realms Asgardians, who is very martial. What a mocking title. Looking at Thor who successfully brought Asgard judgment again and returned with Asgard warrior triumphantly. The trace of jealousy in Loki's heart can't be suppressed no matter what, especially when his father praised Thor as a fool in front of everyone. Loki felt that his jealous flame seemed to be able to melt all matter in the 9 realms. Why? Why is this arrogant guy able to gain the worship of the people of Asgard? Why did this reckless, stupid, and belligerent guy gain such favor from his father? Obviously, I'm no worse than him. Obviously, I am smarter than him. But why my father's eyes are always unwilling to look at me? Jealousy blazed in Loki's heart, especially when he heard that his father was preparing to hand over the position of Asgard's next god king to Thor. Loki's jealous flames reached a peak. Looking up at Thor, Loki is expressionless. But he was thinking in his heart that he must find a suitable opportunity to frame Thor, and then let his father realize that Thor is a stupid fool. This is not for anything else, let alone for the high throne. I just want to prove it to my father. I am no worse than Thor. I am also worthy of my father's love. Perhaps, waiting for Thor's coronation after a while is a good opportunity. After all, Heimdall's eyes claimed to be able to see every slight change within the 9 realms. But he couldn't see the passage leading to Jotunheim, the frosty Titan country. Well, it must be well designed, after all, with Thor's reckless and arrogant character. Once the coronation ceremony is destroyed by the Frost Titan, just need to insinuate yourself. Then he will definitely be hooked. At that time, all you need to do is to force yourself to be the king at the critical moment. Then the father will definitely see that he is more reliable than Thor. Everything was planned perfectly. Now it's time to go back and design the details. It's just that he hasn't finished planning silently in his heart. The next moment, Lu Ji became emotional. What's the situation? Why did the father and Thor have a violent dispute? Wasn't it still a very harmonious compliment just now? Why did the two of them quarrel after I lost my mind for a while? And the tone is still so intense. Even in angry, Thor began to accuse his father of being a fatuous king? No, who can tell himself what happened? Aren't you just distracted for a while? And usually at this time, shouldn't the mother come forward to stop the two people's anger? Why this time, not only did mother not help Thor speak, but also did not comfort father. Instead, he stood beside his father without saying a word, even when he heard his father say that Thor is not a qualified crown prince, to deprive him of his divine power and banish him to earth. Mother didn't intercede for Thor? What's the situation? Is this still the gentle and kind mother I know? The mother who acts as the glue between father and Thor? And just banish Thor? Seeing his father's anger, he actually stretched out his hand and used divine power to deprive Thor of his power. And when the Rainbow Channel is opened to exile Thor and throw Mjolnir down. He also said that anyone who is qualified to lift the hammer can gain divine power. Loki is really stupid. This time, that actually played for real. He literally stripped Thor of his powers and exiled him. And until Thor disappeared under the light of Bifrost, the mother did not intercede. This made Loki even more confused. This wish come true. But I haven't designed Thor yet. Father, father. Seeing this scene, Loki stepped forward in a daze and called his father. But in the next second, he saw his father staring at him angrily. Shut up, don't ask Thor for mercy. After finishing speaking, Odin seemed to be out of breath, holding the gun of eternity and going over. Father. Seeing his father fainted, Loki didn't care about being a little dazed and hurried forward to help him. But he saw that his mother seemed to have been prepared and directly supported the fainted father. 2.7. Loki, your father was really D off by Thor this time, and I'm afraid he will have to enter the Eye of Eternity to recuperate for a while. During the time Thor was exiled, you temporarily exercised the right of King of Asgard to manage Asgard for your father. After speaking, he hurriedly supported the fainted Odin and headed to the Asgard recovery room. Only Loki was left standing alone, a little dazed and stupidly standing here. I don't know how long it has been. When Loki came outside Asgard, he sat alone on the steps of Asgard and looked into the distance. Until now, Loki hadn't reacted. For the first time, Loki, the so-called god of trickery in Asgard. There are times when I feel like my brain is not enough. Chapter 72. Loki, what happened? Looking at Loki sitting on the steps, he seems to be in deep thought at the moment. Sif hurried over with the 3 warriors of Asgard and Asgard. I just heard the news that Thor was deprived of his divine power and exiled by the God King. What's going on here? Yeah, Loki, what the hell just happened? We obviously won the battle. Why would Thor be exiled by the deprivation power of the God King? Looking at the 4 Sifs who hurried over, their faces full of anxiety. Loki, who was gradually in a good mood, felt a little uncomfortable at this moment, especially listening to Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard questioning themselves. Loki frowned even more. Although they are all playmates who grew up together. But is Thor so important in your heart? As soon as you heard the news that Thor was exiled by his father, you rushed over to question yourselves. What if it wasn't Thor who was exiled, but himself. Will you still be in such a hurry like you are now? Although there is such a slight discomfort in my heart. But Loki didn't show it. Instead, he looked at the 4 people in front of him and said calmly, I don't know exactly what happened, although I have been in the Hall of Asgard just now. But the father and Thor started to quarrel fiercely while talking. Even Thor angrily accused his father, saying that he is a fatuous and incompetent king, and that Asgard will come to an end sooner or later under his leadership. It was because of such words that the father was completely disappointed in Thor, and then deprived him of his divine power and exiled him. Hearing what Loki said, Nozomi and the 3 warriors of Shieni all took a breath. Blame His Majesty the God King? How dare Thor do that? How could he do that? Now what? Hearing what Loki said, he glanced at the 3 warriors who were anxiously spinning around. Sif frowned and said to Loki, We can't just watch Thor be exiled like this. No, I'm going to see the God King and ask him to forgive Thor's impulsive, reckless remarks. Yes, let's find His Majesty the God King together. You must have said that on impulse. Hearing Sif's words, the Fandral 3 warriors seemed to have found their backbone. Immediately wanted to enter the Asgard Hall to ask Odin. It's useless. Seeing that the 4 were about to go to Asgard behind him, Loki sighed helplessly. Do you think I didn't persuade the king? In fact, when Thor contradicted his father again, I tried to persuade him, but he was scolded by him to shut up. And now, the father has been stunned by Thor's anger. Otherwise, my mother would not let me perform the duties of the Prince of Asgard during this time, and take charge of Asgard for my father. With that said, Loki lightly activated the eternal spear in his hand. Watching the movements in Loki's hands, the 4 of Sif realized it. What Loki held in his hand was actually holding His Majesty's eternal spear. After just hearing the news that Thor was exiled, the 4 were too anxious. So much so that they ignored the eternal gun in Loki's hand, which symbolized His Majesty the God King. But now, when you see the gun of eternity, only then did the 4 of Sif believe that His Majesty the God King was really fainted by Thor's anger. And Queen Frigg, let Loki take charge of Asgard during this time. Otherwise, how could the eternal gun be in Loki's court? This is going to be bad. Looking at the eternal gun in Loki's hand, the 4 of Sif were completely helpless. Thor was exiled, and His Majesty, the only God King who could pardon him, fainted from anger. Etc. Looking at Loki holding the eternal gun, Fandral's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. Loki, you are now in charge of Asgard for His Majesty the God King. So that means you now have the same status as the King of Asgard. Then you can use this status to pardon Thor and let the exiled Thor return to Asgard. Hearing Fandral's words, the other 2 nodded their heads immediately. On the contrary, Loki sneered inwardly after hearing Fandral's words. Although not planned by myself. But I finally waited until Thor was exiled, and I could manage Asgard, and prove to my father that I am no worse than Thor. I am also worthy of his attention and love. Turns out it's such a good chance that you let me pardon the exiled Thor, not to mention whether you want to or not. Just say that the father exiled Thor for a second, and then passed out with anger. Will he pardon Thor directly in the next second? This is really worried that the father will not be P************ off, so I also joined Thor's ranks. Come on, and try to P******* off my father? When you co-authored it, you only thought about Thor, and you didn't think on my side at all, did you? Don't come up with random ideas. Listening to Fandral's words, Sif glared at him. His Majesty the God King just exiled Thor. If Loki pardons Thor at this moment with the identity of acting king, then isn't that intentional, and that His Majesty's decision is wrong? Listening to Sif's words, Van Wall scratched his head. He also knew what he just said was inappropriate. But now he really has nothing to do. Loki, you are the smartest one among the playmates we grew up with. You have to find a way to do this. Listening to Sif's words, Loki nodded slightly. Oh, now you know that I am the smartest person? I'm afraid what you just wanted to say is that I am the one among you who has the most scheming tricks. Although he thought so in his heart, Loki still said softly, although I don't think of a way to pardon Thor now, I still need you to help me deal with the matter of Asgard while my father fainted. Don't worry about Thor here. He is my 150 big brother. How could I just watch him being exiled? When the father wakes up, when the time is right, I will persuade the father, let him calm down, and then pardon Thor. After all, Thor is his father's most beloved son. As for this period of time, Sif, you pass my order to ask your big brother Heimdall to pay more attention to Thor, at least not to put his life in danger when he is exiled. Hearing what Loki said, Fandral and the 3 Asgard warriors felt a little relieved. Now that Loki has said so, as a conspiracy, which one is the smartest? Then Thor will definitely come back. As for Sif, although she always felt that there seemed to be something wrong with Loki's words, but still nodded. That's right. The most important thing right now is to let your big brother Heimdall pay more attention to Thor's movements. In case of danger, people like myself should go to the exiled land to protect Thor as soon as possible. Watching Sif and the three warriors of Asgard leave, the original expression was calm, even Loki, who was annoyed by Thor's encounter. At this moment, the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously. What a great opportunity. Thor was exiled, and his father passed out. As long as I am managing Asgard, I can help Asgard deal with the big trouble of Jotunheim. Then, Father Wong must be very pleased when he wakes up. All because of Asgard. Duh. Chapter 73. State. Hearing a knock on the door, Steve Rogers put down his toothbrush and rinsed his mouth. Then he went to the door and opened the door. Sue. He looked at the person standing outside the door, who was wearing a silver and white cloak battle suit at the moment, and he couldn't see his face clearly under the simple visor. Steve Rogers asked tentatively, "Take off the visor, except for the vision function layer on the face." Suche folded his arms and looked at Steve with a smile. "Do you have time to watch a show? Watching a play?" Hearing what Suche said, Steve invited Suche in and asked curiously, "What show are you watching so late? Are you talking about a movie? But judging by your outfit, it shouldn't be just watching a movie." 3 streets away, Tony Stark, wearing the Mark armor, is fighting Obadiah Stein's Iron Lord at Stark Industries. But I heard that Tony seemed to be abused very badly. Natasha Romanoff got a call from Nick Fury. Then I was worried that Tony would not be able to beat the Iron King, or that something might happen, so I hoped I could help out. As he spoke, Ian picked up the unopened soda water on the table and opened it to take a sip. Then he smiled and asked Steve, who became serious because of the news. "So, Man Chong-Yi has nothing to do anyway. Are you going?" "Definitely go. Wait for me for 2 minutes." Hearing about Tony Stark's accident and listening to Suche's tone, it seems that Tony is not the opponent of Obadiah Stan's Iron King. Steve Rogers definitely can't ignore it. After all, Tony is the son of his old friend Howard Stark. How could I just watch Tony being crushed and beaten? When Uncle? Ahem. Even for Howard's sake, you have to help Tony, right? Watching Steve walk into the room immediately, not even asking if Obadiah Stein was arrested. Why is it now in Stark Industries? Then there was no question about fighting Tony. Suche took a sip of the soda water, and then looked at the brand of the soda water. TSK. As expected, food, clothing, housing, and transportation all belong to SHILD agent. And even if you don't join SHILD, you can get a salary every week. Sure enough, even the soda that SHILD prepared for Steve was the best. In less than a minute, Steve Rogers came out of the room in his classic battle suit and shield. "Sue, let's go now, W." "Okay. Anyway, I'm also worried that the glass in my coffee shop will suffer again. The last one was spoiled by the presence of Olivia Temple. But that time there was compensation from S.H.I.E.L.D. This time Tony Stark versus Obadiah Stan is going to break my coffee shop. I don't know if that fellow Tony Stark is willing to pay compensation. He should compensate. After all, he is not short of money. Who knows? Anyway, since the last time I cheated him with Peepo, this guy has been full of defenses against me, as if I would cheat him again." While talking, the two quickly rushed to the Stark Industry 3 streets away. It's not that Suche can't use the water in the air to fly over. But, back then Natasha Romanoff put her arms around her and let it go. I really can't imagine what kind of picture it is to be photographed with Steve hugging himself and then falling from the sky. And just 3 streets, according to the physical fitness of 2 people, you can rush over with ease. He even thought about rushing there while chatting. As for Tony Stark, will he be tortured by the Iron King because of this period of time? Well, this worry is a bit unnecessary. After all, even if the Iron Overlord wants to smash the Mark armor, it will take time, right? What's more, although Tony was more thrilling this time, he still won in the end. On the street where Stark Industries is located. Boom. Controlling the Mark armor that was knocked out, Tony Stark landed smoothly. Before he could react, he saw Obadiah Stan wearing Iron Overlord directly lift up a car and threw it at him. After quickly scanning the car, it was discovered that there were actually passengers in the car. Tony Stark ignored Obadiah Stein's small missile. Instead, he caught the car directly and steadily, then turned around and used the back of the battle armor to resist the small bomb. The strong explosion pushed Tony, who was fighting hard, several meters away. And the car that was caught and protected by Tony Stark was stepping on the accelerator fiercely at this moment. "Hey ma'am, calm down," listening to screaming while stepping on the accelerator. I even rolled myself under the car. Tony Stark tried his best to control the armor to climb out, while calming down the lady. However, when a normal person encounters such a fright, who can easily calm down? Not to mention that I was driving the car to get off work properly, but in the middle of the drive, a huge iron shell suddenly jumped from the sky. Holding the car is like another Red's iron shell smashed over. Before he could react, the car was thrown into the air, and there was a whirl of heaven and earth. Even the tall iron box was frantically firing missiles towards this side. Depend on. Under such extreme stimulation, how could the car owner calm down? Well, this is hard for Tony Stark. Wounded underground by the car kept stepping on the accelerator, and he was pressed on his body by the car. Even the battle armor was scratched by sparks on the road. Just here, not far away, Obadiah Stane is still staring at this side, and a small missile has been activated on the arm of the Iron Bully. Seeing this scene, Tony Stark controlled the battle armor and raised his hand, intending to use the energy of his palm, Li Zhaohao, to attack the Iron Overlord. It's good to delay yourself for a few seconds. It only takes a few seconds to delay, and I can get out from under the car in a state of embarrassment. But before the palm energy cannon was activated, the missile from the Iron Overlord attacked in an instant. At the critical moment, a guy wearing a blue star-striped battle suit blocked the missile with a shield, and another guy wearing a silver and white cloak battle suit pressed his hand on the front of the car, preventing the bottom of the car from supporting him to continue rubbing on the road. Wow, isn't this the dignified Tony Stark? TSK, you are in such a mess. I don't know if Pepper will feel sad for you when he sees the picture of being caught under the car, but I think, when she sees this scene, she will definitely forgive you for cheating on her. Lifting the car, dragging Tony Stark with one hand, Suche let Tony Stark climb out from under the car, while laughing and joking. Chapter 74. Silver Moon Knight? My god, that's the Silver Moon Knight that was uploaded on the internet last time. Oh my god, it's really Silver Moon Knight. Look, he lifted the car with one hand, and then rescued that red Iron Man. Oh god, who's that guy with the shield? Looks like Captain Magnesium in Legendary. Hell, didn't Captain Rogers die 70 years ago? How come he's still alive? As God bears witness, I must be crazy to see Captain Rogers and Silver Moon Knight teaming up in Legendary. OMG. Originally, he ran around to avoid, for fear that the battle between the two Iron Men would affect their citizens. After seeing Silver Moon Knight and Magnesium Country Captain suddenly, he immediately exclaimed again and again. Even some people hiding in the corner took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures. On sight. Damn it, I knew it was you. Climbing out from under the car, he pulled Suche's hand and stood up, watching the driver screaming and hitting the gas and rushing out of the car. Tony Stark complained to Suche, I knew the person with that old popsicle and antique record player must not be a common man. But having said that, what's the matter with your visor? Why can't even JRVS analyze your appearance even though it looks so simple? While looking at the stumbling, only less than 30% of the energy is left on the 287 armor. Tony Stark complained to Suche's mask. You can't be like Batman, wearing a helmet with cat ears so that others can't recognize it. You're talking about Catwoman. Before Suche could answer, he took the shield and kicked it into Iron Bully. In the end, Steve Rogers, who bounced back and landed smoothly, corrected Tony. At the same time, he stood up and continued to Tony Stark. Also, Tony, we are here to support you. Are you sure you want to say that about your supporters? Well, Tony Stark just complained about himself. Steve Rogers said he heard it very clearly. Old antique records are fine. Why add an old popsicle? I didn't ask you two guys to come over to help. Please, you don't think you can beat me with just this stupid big guy in front of you? Listen to Tony Stark. Steve and Suche, who were originally staring at the Iron King, turned their heads to look at him almost at the same time. Stared at by two people. Tony Stark was silent for a few seconds. Then he controlled the armor and spread his hands. Okay, my fault. Not far away. Seeing that he was able to use missiles just now, he could get rid of Tony Stark. But suddenly a family, guy who had been dead for more than 70 years appeared and blocked the missile with a shield. Not only that, but another Inuichi who was particularly popular on the internet a few days ago. They also came out to join in the fun and rescued Tony Stark from under the car. This makes Obadiah Stane rage. Damn it. Obviously, these two guys are here to help Tony Stark. If it wasn't for the two of them, I would have already blown up Tony Stark to ashes. Obadiah Stane, under rage, raised the arm of the Iron Overlord without any hesitation. In an instant, bullets poured out towards the three people standing together like a dense network of fire and rain. Careful. Watching Obadiah Stane's movements, the next second Steve Rogers picked up the shield to block in front of Suche. And Tony Stark is wearing armor directly. Subconsciously, and without any hesitation, he stood in front of the two of them. Jingling. Bullet attack on Tony Stark's mark armor. There was a constant crispy sound of ping-pong-pong as the bullet casings landed. Before Tony Stark raised his palm energy cannon to fight back, there was a slight sound of running water behind him. I didn't see how fast it was. Then I saw Su-Che wearing a silver and white cloak and battle armor, stepping on the water and soaring into the air in an extremely handsome posture. Then he rushed towards Obadiah Stan's Iron Overlord in the air. Its speed was so fast that even the cloak behind him rustled, and by landing huge amounts of inertia from the air. With just one kick, the Iron Bully, who was shooting at the three of them, flew out. Boom. There was a violent sound like a hammer hitting a lead block. The entire Iron Overlord flew upside down like a kite with a broken string, uncontrollably smashed tens of meters away. But as soon as the Iron Overlord landed, he fired a missile directly at Su-Che. Hello, careful. Seeing the missile rush towards Su-Che at a high speed, Steve and Tony ran towards Su-Che almost at the same time. Boom. The distance of more than 10 meters has not waited for the two people to arrive. The missile directly hit Su-Che, and then a violent explosion occurred. The flames and strong airwave shockwave caused by the explosion even lifted the manhole cover on the ground. The glass of the surrounding shops was crackled and shattered directly. After the violent explosion, Su-Che, who was in the middle of the explosion, did not move. At this moment, he stood there unharmed. Not even the slightest trace was left on the silver-white cloak battlesuit. That's it. Looking at the Iron Bully who fell on the ground and was flying up. With an extremely contemptuous attitude, Su-Che raised his hand and swept the dust left on the shoulders of the battlesuit. Mr. Tony Stark, please allow me to say something. The weapons manufactured by Stark Industries seem to be really not working. The real reason why you shut down the Stark Industries weapons manufacturing department is not because of this. Seeing Su-Che standing there intact, he even thoughtfully patted the dust on his shoulders. Tony Stark breathed a sigh of relief. But if Su-Che, who rushed over to support him, really had an accident, then Tony Stark felt that he would be guilty for the rest of his life. But the idea just popped up and was thrown away by Tony Stark. Dude, I now know why Pepper called you Mr. Superman. Also, damn B********************. You are the first to say that the weapons made by our Stark Industries are not good. Do you know that if your words are spread, it will make Rhodes and the group of guys behind him sad? It's money. As for the reason why I shut down the weapons manufacturing department, it's because, forget it. Even if I explain it to you, you won't listen. Do not know why. Every time I see Su-Che, I am the mouth that claims to be able to complain about others to the point of going crazy, but always deflated in front of him. He is like his nemesis. Every time I can say very accurately that I am speechless. Unfortunately, I still can't let myself feel disgusted. This is no one else. It made me feel a little stupid. Hey, that stupid iron shell has been lifted into the air. How much energy do you have in your battle armor? Do you need me to help you get rid of it? Don't worry, the shooting fee is very cheap. No, I can solve them myself. Watching the Iron King fly into the air, Tony Stark controlled the Mark armor and started to take off. Do not know why. The stupid iron shell that Su-Che just said. Does Tony Stark always feel like he's alluding to himself? Forget it, never mind. Damn, Obadiah Stane just made himself embarrassing in front of Su-Che and Steve. This face must be found by oneself. Take the shield and come to Su-Che. Steve raised his head and looked at the Iron King and Mark armor flying higher and higher into the night sky. He couldn't help saying to Su-Che with a little envy, I can fly. It's really enviable. Thank you, brother 13955, for the reminder ticket. I'm sorry, I can't see your name in the backstage. You can only see this string of numbers. I don't know if it's because of the backstage news or something. Sorry. Duh. Chapter 75. Looking at Steve with envy, Su-Che, who was wearing a battle suit, said, Yes, it is really enviable to be able to fly. But then again, I seem to know that the military has an auxiliary flight device. According to your relationship with them and your influence among them, it shouldn't be difficult to come up with a set. Hearing what Su-Che said, Steve thought for a while, then shook his head. Let's forget it. I don't want to have anything to do with them now. You know, in the eyes of common soldiers, maybe I'm a so-called legendary. But in the eyes of those high-level executives, maybe I'm still the one who got the serum injected and then only performed on the stage to help them sell bonds. Also, I hate this kind of thing that is more symbolic than practical. Maybe they'll give me a huge comeback ceremony. But speaking of this, Steve Rogers spread his hands without any entanglement. Instead of helping them stand on the platform, it's better for us to drink coffee and go fishing every day. People have to have their own lives, right? Hearing Steve's very thorough words, Su-Che leaned on a car and laughed. I agree with this point. After all, people are not machines. But are you really determined to reject Nick Fury's repeated invitation to join SHIELD? I don't know either. Taking a deep breath, Steve looked up at the night sky. At this moment, the Iron Overlord and the Mark armor are still flying into the sky like shooting stars. The only thing I am grateful for is that when I woke up from the ice, I found that I am not alone in this world. While it's to say it, I really feel lucky. Otherwise, I am the only one in this world who has been sleeping for more than 70 years, and when I wake up, I find that I cannot integrate into this strange world. I've had enough of that feeling. You know, in the first few days when I woke up, I couldn't sleep almost every night. Fortunately, you are with me. Turning his head to look at Suche, Steve looked sincerely and said angrily, "Come on, man." Hearing what Steve said, Suche spread out his hands. "It's like I'm your sleep aid, and I like women. I'm not interested in men. My orientation is also normal." Facing Suche's ridicule, Steve looked at the shield in his hand with a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. "I also have Peggy. It's just, well, actually even though Nick Fury is now the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. But at the end of the day, Howard and Paige built S.H.I.E.L.D. Even for the sake of these two people, if SHIELD needs it, I may not be able to refuse. In this case, it can be regarded as having a legitimate job." Looking at Suche, Steve raised the shield in his hand. "After all, SHIELD pays me a salary every month. I can't just take their salary and not work." Although, Baitong's salary is indeed quite happy. Hearing what Steve said, Suche nodded. "All right, help SHIELD when you have tasks, drink coffee and go fishing when you don't have tasks, and live the life of common people. That's pretty good. How about you?" Hearing what Suche said, Steve smiled seriously. "I know that Nick Fury attaches great importance to you. Usually when he calls me, he mentions you almost every few sentences. If you're going to join SHIELD, then I think Nick Fury will be crazy about it." Faced with Steve's very sincere invitation, Siping really wanted to join SHIELD with him. But Suche shook his head and refused. "It's fine for me to be like this now. Let's forget about joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Besides, I don't trust SHIELD either." "Don't trust?" Hearing what Suche said, Steve Rogers' expression remained unchanged, but his eyes instantly became serious. "You mean S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Boom. Before Steve Rogers could ask the question, an icy iron bully fell from the night sky in the next second. The huge amounts of sound even shook the cars parked around to the sound of alarms. On the ground, a small hole was also smashed out. If it wasn't for the shockproof design, I'm afraid Obadiah Stan would have been thrown to his death. Haha, what did I say? The Mark armor wearing classic color schemes fell from the sky and landed in front of the two of them. Tony Stark opened the visor and proudly said to Suche and Steve, "I just said, a stupid iron shell wants to compare with my Mark armor? Ask for flowers. I'm enough to clean him up alone." Looking at Tony Stark's triumphant look, Suche and Steve glanced at each other. "Then why don't you continue?" Pointing to the Iron King who had stood up from the ground at this moment, Suche smiled at Tony. "Water." Turning his head, he watched Obadiah Stan standing up from the ground while controlling the damaged armor. Iron Bully's arm also turned into a round of Gatling-like weapons. Tony Stark listened to the report from JRVS. The armor had less than 12% of its energy left. Then he directly took a step back. "Let's forget it. After all, you two have worked so hard to come to support me. If you don't let the two of you finish, maybe people will think that I, Tony Stark, are not polite." 000 Well, with 12% of energy left, Tony thought it would be better for him to keep it and fly back to his villa. Damn it, if it wasn't for the arc reactor being snatched by Obadiah Stein, I have already dealt with him. Fortunately, I have support now. Anyway, there is Suche, my own nemesis, and old Popsicle Steve. There is absolutely no problem dealing with a mere Obadiah Stan. Tisk, nice and polite Stark, this is the best joke I've heard this year. The best joke of the year. Hearing Tony's blunt words, Suche laughed and teased. Then he got up and walked in the direction of Obadiah Stan's Iron Overlord. Regarding Suche's ridicule, Tony Stark decided to ignore it. He has gotten used to himself not being able to tell his truth at all. Damn bastards, if it weren't for you, I would have killed Tony Stark, that fool who only knows how to have fun. Go to hell. It seemed as if he lost his mind when he watched Suche walking towards him in the Silver Moon Knight suit. Obadiah Stein raised his arm transformed into Gatling's weapon with a grim face, fiercely shooting bullets at Suche like a rain of fire. Countless bullets are densely packed like a net, which seems to be able to illuminate the entire night sky. However, that powerful bullet couldn't affect Suche at all. Just kidding. The owner of the Superman body is an advanced and perfect version of himself. If you are injured by bullets, or even killed, that is a big joke. Duh. Chapter 76. Wow. It would be shocking enough to see a person resisting missiles and using his own defense to face Gatling's thousands of bullets without being injured. Then when I saw Su Che condense water droplets from the air and then drilled into the gap of the Iron King's armor. After that, it was very easy to directly use the power of water, and the Iron Overlord was torn apart and turned into a pile of scrap iron. Tony Stark's expression was a little ugly at the moment. Maybe after going back, I should design a battle armor with no gaps to prevent water from entering through the gaps. Well, even if you can only enter the first layer of the armor, the inside of the armor is not waterproof. Perhaps, the anti-Silver Moon Knight armor should also appear on your own design drawings. Depend on. You must know that the materials used in my Mark armor and Obadiah Stan's armor are all materials used in the aerospace industry. The armor made of this material is not to mention the 957 bombs. Even missiles can't damage it. But it was such a hard battle armor. But Su Che easily broke it into pieces with the power of water. If I face Su Che in the future, then this ability. TSK, he really is his biggest nemesis. Not only in words, but also in terms of ability. Don't be ridiculous. If the armor has no gaps, then where did Ant-Man get in and destroy it? I curse you, you bloody bastards are all going to hell. I curse you. After dismantling the Iron King, listening to Obadiah Stein's mouth and nose bleed from the force of the water just now, but still cursing himself with anger in his eyes, Su Che directly sealed his mouth with water. To kill or not to kill, it is best to let Tony Stark make his own choice. Lest it be an afterthought, right? Seal its mouth so as not to pollute the back of its ears. Su Che seemed to have a perception of something and glanced somewhere in the opposite floor. Then he ignored it, but smiled at Tony Stark. How about it? Do you want to listen to your uncle's truth again? Depend on. Made an international friendly gesture towards Su Che. Wearing armor, Tony Stark pinched his waist and said, let's save his true words in the prison. Are you sure you don't want to send him to hell? You must know that if he can escape from Phobo once, he might be able to escape the second time. Tony, choosing to be merciful to your enemies is not a good choice. Listening to Su Che's words, Captain America, who was holding a shield on the side, also nodded. Indeed, if the enemy cannot be eliminated directly, there will be a great hidden danger. Listen to both Su Che and Steve say that. Tony Stark glanced through the visor, and his mouth was blocked by the flow of water. But he glared at himself, Obadiah Stan, who seemed to want to say something constantly. After a moment of hesitation, Tony Stark still shook his head and said, forget it. This time I will let Rhodes' forces imprison him personally. Well, that's your enemy anyway. Seeing that Tony Stark still couldn't make up his mind, Su Che naturally didn't say much. In the movie, Tony Stark can use Stark Industries' huge arc reactor to blow up Obadiah Stan. It was because at that time, if he could not be cruel, then he and Peepo would be the ones who died. But now, Obadiah Stan has obviously lost his combat ability. So maybe Tony Stark thinks it doesn't matter if he dies or not. Thanks. Looking at Su Che and Steve, Tony Stark said, although I can solve this stupid iron shell by myself. But anyway, you two also sacrificed your personal sleep time to help, especially for elderly people like Captain Antique. Sleep time is very important. So, Steve, do you ever regret coming to help him? Listening to Tony's relaxed tone, he seems to be out of tune, but he is actually expressing his gratitude in his unique way. Su Che looked at Steve and asked with a smile. Well enough. Holding the shield in his hand, Steve also smiled and shook his head. I know, he is definitely Howard's son. Sure enough, even the way of expressing gratitude is so similar. As soon as Steve's voice fell, a siren sounded through the night sky not far away. Wow, it's really like in the movie. These people are always one step late. With that said, Tony Stark controlled the armor to leave the ground. I don't want to argue with them in the middle of the night. So you too, since you don't need an appearance fee. Do you want me to give you a ride? You'd better carry Steve. Steve, because of Che's foot, also opened a water garden. I have a way to leave. Seeing that both Su Che and Tony Stark seemed to have a way to take off, Steve shook his head and threw the shield to Su Che, and then came to Tony Stark's armor. Su, if I knew it, I agreed just now, and I want a set of flight equipment from the military. I don't know if there is one in S.H.I.E.L.D. otherwise, it would be really inconvenient. After the words fell, Steve grabbed Tony's arm and signaled to take off. Otherwise, the police car will arrive soon. Facing Steve's proposal, Tony Stark definitely would not refuse. In an instant, the crowd of people who were hiding in the video and taking pictures were curious, envious, watching and guessing. The three of them soared into the air and then disappeared into the night sky. Boom! As the three people left, a bullet pierced the night sky in the next second and accurately pierced the head of Obadiah Stein, who was sitting on the ground and kept waving. Well, you're welcome. Putting away the sniper rifle, Natasha Romanoff quickly disassembled the sniper rifle and then pressed the headset to tell Nick Fury that the task was completed. One side quickly disappeared into this floor. Just leave a perfect corpse for the police car that is about to get here. In fact, there was Sue Che, the Silver Moon Knight, and Captain America Steve Rogers. Nick Fury wasn't worried at all that Tony Stark wouldn't be able to beat Obadiah Stan's Iron Man. But after defeating him, how to deal with Obadiah Stan in 2.6? Nick Fury knew that whether it was Sue Che or Steve, he would hand over the choice to Tony Stark. After all, this is Tony Stark's personal enemy, and he's the guy he considers uncle. So after Nick Fury decided that Tony Stark would definitely not kill him, he asked Natasha Romanoff to come over temporarily for an overtime shift. As for Obadiah Stein, Nick Fury still thinks that only dead enemies are the best enemies. Chapter 77. Next morning. Hey, you know what? Obadiah Stan's dead. Looking at Sue Che and Steve with a cup of coffee, Tony Stark laughed. Just after we beat Obadiah Stan yesterday, and we left together. Before the police car arrived, Obadiah Stan was directly killed by a sniper bullet. Do you think this stranger who got rid of Obadiah Stan is coming for us? Or for Obadiah Stan? Could it be related to my kidnapping? I always feel that there should be other forces behind Obadiah Stan. Otherwise, how did he escape from the FBI? Listen to Tony Stark swearing by conspiracy theories. Steve Rogers also nodded with a serious expression. Maybe you are right, Tony. We cannot easily rule out this guess. But Tony, have you found any other clues? Not at all. Faced with Steve's inquiry, Tony Stark spread his hands. It's as if after Obadiah Stan died, all clues related to the forces behind him were cut off. 17. Even according to the results of my investigation, Obadiah Stein seems to really want to become the master of the Stark industry because of his inflated ambitions. That's why he planned to attack and kidnap me. Speaking of this, Tony Stark shook his head with a solemn expression. Master Kong, don't you think this reason is ridiculous? The more people try to cover up the truth, the more reality we can see reality. If it is said that this is just the ambition of Obadiah Stein alone, then I absolutely do not believe it. After all, he has had countless opportunities over the years. Why did he choose to act now? I even destroyed the entire Obadiah Stan's private weapons sales channel from top to bottom some time ago. Several incidents of Obadiah Stan using his private channels to sell weapons to people who could not find any results were discovered. I suspect that the people behind Obadiah Stein are these buyers who cannot be identified. Looking at Tony's serious expression, Steve nodded slightly. Indeed, according to Tony, if Obadiah Stein really is just his own ambition, want to get rid of Tony and annex Stark Industries. Well, according to Tony's trust in him, he has indeed had countless opportunities to strike in these years. But he has been holding back until some time ago before making a move. What is he waiting for? There should have been better opportunities than this before. What's more, Tony also said that he couldn't investigate some of the people who bought weapons from Obadiah Stein. This is doubtful, and his escape from FBI custody. In addition, the three of them had just left last night, and Obadiah Stan, who was no longer of any use value, was directly killed. It all fit what Tony had guessed. Perhaps there are other forces behind Obadiah Stein. Aside, look at the two people who are thinking and analyzing very seriously. Sue Che lowered his head and looked at the coffee cup in front of him expressionlessly, but actually he didn't know whether to laugh or what. What the hell? The two future big three of the Avengers Alliance are actually starting to make up a big conspiracy theory at this moment. Although, both Tony and Steve are very reasonable. But the truth is, the kidnapping and attack on Tony was planned because Obadiah Stein wanted to annex Stark Industries. The reason is that simple. How can there be so many complicated situations? He was able to escape from the FBI because Obadiah Stein bribed the guards. That's what Natasha Romanoff said when she called herself. I haven't done anything in these years, and it's also because Obadiah Stan's ambitions haven't expanded to the current level at that time. The most important thing is the person who killed him last night. If my perception was correct last night, it should be Natasha Romanoff. Watching the two of them brainstorm and even start to fill in the details, they really hit it off one by one. For a moment, Sue Che didn't know what to say, etc. He glanced at the two people. Sue Che crossed his arms and thought about it. As we all know, before Captain America, the Winter Soldier, Hydra was almost everywhere. And Steve is Hydra's most serious enemy. Tony Stark, Howard's son, has been wearing steel armor since he escaped from the desert. It should also be very concerned by the forces of Hydra. Although, at present all Hydra has been hiding, Its ultimate purpose is for that vision plan. However, you must know that the current high-level executives in various fields, even members of Congress, have the shadow of Hydra. So, these two guys will not really find out some Hydra because of this incident. They are investigating and investigating. If so, that would be very interesting. Dude, you've been silent. What do you think the truth of the matter is? Picking up the coffee and taking a sip, Tony Stark looked at Su-Che and asked seriously. Listening to Tony ask himself, Su-Che gently turned the coffee cup. I'm not sure, but according to the analysis of your previous points, what you said also makes sense. Look, I knew that my guess should be right. Hearing Su-Che also say that his guess is not unreasonable, Tony Stark turned his head to Steve and said, So, in addition to researching the upgrade armor, I also want to find out who is behind Obadiah Stane. Speaking of this matter, Tony Stark's teeth itch with hatred. Obadiah Stane, what a man he was. You have to know that you trust him so much that you even treat him like an uncle. But why did the ambition expand to the point where he wished to kill himself immediately? It must be because some kind of force is bewitching behind it. No matter what the reason is, Tony Stark decided to find out this behind-the-scenes force. Hi, Mr. Superman. Hi, Steve. Good morning, both of you. Walking into the coffee shop, Pablo first greeted Su-Che and Steve with a smile. Then he smiled at Tony Stark. Tony, why are you still here? There are still 20 minutes before the press conference begins. So you should go back and prepare in advance. Also, an organization called SHIELD has found you. And I hope you don't admit that you are Iron Man in front of the media. And they've prepared a speech for you. Oh shit, I forgot about that. Hearing what Pepper said, Tony Stark remembered. I still have a press conference to hold. After all last night, although not many people saw themselves. Even if he opened the mask in front of Su-Che and Steve. But those people did not take pictures of their own faces. But Obadiah Stane was photographed by many people. As one of the protagonists, Obadiah Stane is dead though. But this press conference must also be held. I'm going to deal with this press conference first, and we'll continue talking after I get back later. I feel like I've caught something. Blinking at Su-Che and Steve, Tony Stark picked up the coffee and drank it all. Then he took Pepper and left together. Watching the figure of Tony taking people away, Steve was silent for a while, then smiled at Su-Che. Sue, he didn't pay the bill again. Duh. Chapter 78. Director, I can't hold it. Watching Nick Fury come to New Mexico early this morning, Phil Coulson reports earnestly. We've tried everything since we found this hammer that fell from the sky. But the director, whether it is manpower, trucks, or cranes, cannot take the hammer away. So I can only ask people to temporarily build a simple camp here. At the same time, let our SHIELD researchers conduct research and analysis. Speaking of which, Phil Coulson looked at Nick Fury and said with a smile, Director, before the hammer fell, you let us pay attention in advance. So, do you know where this hammer came from? Facing Phil Coulson's doubts, Nick Fury did not answer directly. Instead, he looked around and then asked, Has there been someone nearby who has a strong will and thinks the hammer is his weapon? Not really. Listening to Nick Fury's inquiry, Phil Coulson replied, After the hammer fell, before we rushed over. A group of people tried to pick it up, but all failed without exception. I see. Let the researchers analyze this hammer carefully, but you can't cause any damage to this hammer, you know? Also, if someone comes here and swears that this hammer belongs to him, then bring him directly to see me. Well, the attitude is a little better. Hearing Nick Fury's order, Phil Coulson immediately nodded and said, Understood, Mr. Director. Why is your face still like this? After issuing the order, Nick Fury saw that Phil Coulson still had cracked skin, one patch of white and one black cheek, and said, Didn't you ask our SHIELD therapist to take a look at it for you? If you don't recover quickly, I'm really worried that your girlfriend who plays the cello will dump you. Facing the director's chat, Phil Coulson, who had known Nick Fury for a long time, smiled gently. Director, I've been lying in the desert for 3 whole months, and the condition on my face is not bad now, son. The ultraviolet rays in the desert are really too strong, and the extreme agents even feel like they are about to change their skin. Facing Phil Coulson's words, Nick Fury nodded. You should also pay attention to yourself, whether you should ask those therapists to prescribe medicine for you, or use other methods. Recover as soon as possible. Finding a girlfriend is not easy. Don't break up because of this at that time. Yes, see. Listening to Nick Fury's order, Phil Coulson nodded with a smile. Wait until Nick Fury walks into the makeshift base to rest. Phil Coulson asked people to speed up the construction of the temporary base. Asgard. How's Thor? At the Bifrost terminal, Loki asked Heldam, holding the eternal gun. He was fine, although he was inadvertently hit by a woman's car in Midgard, and taken to hospital where he was electrocuted twice. But he is still not in any danger to his life. It's just that the soul can't accept the loss of divine power for a while and become a common Midgard. Instead, Mjolnir was discovered by the Earth people, and they seemed to want to study how to pick up Mjolnir. Earthlings. Listening to Heldam's words, Loki held the gun of eternity and looked at the magnificent universe in front of him. The people of Midgard call their planet Earth, and they also call themselves Earthlings. Also, we Asgard talk about the soul direction, but on Earth, they call it the spiritual side. How is God king? Faced with Loki's correction, Heimdall didn't pay attention, but asked Loki about the situation of the God king. Very bad. Looking at the magnificent and vast universe in front of him, it seems to be like a nebula map composed of countless bright colors. There was no expression on Loki's face. Father is still in a deep sleep. I asked Mother, and Mother said that Father may enter eternal sleep this time. I don't know the specific situation yet. Hearing the news brought by Loki, a trace of worry flashed in Heldam's eyes. If His Majesty the God King really entered the eternal sleep, then, now the 9 realms are not at peace. Jotunheim is about to move. Although Walter Alheim has withered, the remaining Dark Elves are always at odds with Alfheim. I'm worried that a big war will break out between them. Over Muspelheim, some people tried to revive their god Sutard, Hera Underworld. Mention the underworld among the 9 realms. Heldam didn't continue talking, but looked at Loki and said, Asgard, as an Asgardian among the 9 realms, if it collapses at this time, I'm worried that the forces that are about to move will take the opportunity to attack Asgard. Even those ambitious people dare not attack Asgard easily, but once a battle breaks out between them, this is extremely detrimental to us, Asgard. After all, not every planet in the 9 kingdoms has the same reality-dimensional guardian blue as Midgard. Listening to Heldam's worried words, Loki nodded. Don't worry about Muspelheim. With the eternal fire, the advantage is on our side. Walter Alheim and Alfheim can't make too much waves for the time being. Even Malekith seems to exist only in the records. As for Jotunheim, mentioning the kingdom of Ice Titan, Loki took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually began to focus. I will find a way to eradicate this greatest danger to our Asgard. Don't mess around, Loki. Seeing that Loki seemed to have made up his mind, Heldam immediately persuaded. His Majesty the God King is still in. If I'm not completely sure, then I won't act rashly. He raised his left hand and glanced at his palm. In Loki's mind, he can never forget that just yesterday, he wanted to be more sure of eliminating Ice Titan Lauf. When he went to the treasury to look for his father's collection of artifacts, Nua Zhao himself came into contact with the casket of ancient winters. Changes in the skin. Although this idea is extremely absurd, when I have something to ask my mother for an absurd guess, what my mother said almost made me lose my mind. Turn out to be, he was actually adopted. Turn out to be, he was actually called a monster since he was a child, the son of Lauf, the king of ice. Ah, if Lauf is a monster, what is he? Son of the monster Loki Lofson? Fortunately, the mother's loving eyes finally stabilized himself gradually. It doesn't matter whether you are adopted or born by your mother. Asgard is your home after all. I, Loki, will always be the second prince of Asgard. Everything I do will protect Asgard forever. Chapter 79. Loki. Don't worry, I've calmed down, Loki. Listening to her husband's worries, Queen Frigg said softly, during this time, you can rest assured to cultivate. Although Loki was not my son, he was brought up by me alone. Maybe this incident hit him a little bit, but I believe he will overcome this psychological barrier. Hearing Queen Frigg's words, Odin sighed. Don't worry, Loki is our son after all. Holding her husband's hand, Queen Frigga smiled softly and said, although he has always been jealous of Thor, it's because you have favored Thor too much these years, so that you have neglected Loki. I know. In fact, you have always loved Loki, but sometimes the love given by the father is irreparable to the mother. It's like the lack of mother's love is also irreparable for father's love. But it's okay. Loki is our son, although he always likes to be naughty and play tricks. However, his nature is not bad, even knowing that he is not our own. But I still want to believe that he will make the most correct choice. Well, in the eyes of every mother, my children are all good in nature, but they are more naughty. 687. Listening to what Queen Frigg said, the worry in Odin's eyes couldn't go away no matter what. I wholeheartedly want to train my most valued eldest, second son to become a qualified king of Asgard. But he inherited his militant and arrogant character from his youth. This is not the quality that a qualified king should have at all. If he didn't listen to his queen's persuasion, he designed to exile Thor to the earth. I don't even know that Thor at this moment doesn't have the ability to inherit his throne. Once you enter eternal sleep, enter the Soul Castle. Then Asgard, led by the warlike and reckless Thor, will definitely go to the abyss. And the youngest son, who has been neglected by him, is smarter, but he prefers to use some cleverness. If he didn't experience some heavy price, then he could never have the quality of tenacity. It can be ignored for a long time, or it can be said to be a preference for you. Loki's mentality gradually became unbalanced. Perhaps, this time, he pretended to be stunned and entered the eternal sleep ahead of time, and banished Thor and let Loki take charge of Asgard for him. It can also be regarded as an experience for Loki. But at this time, Loki discovered the fact that he was not his own. Odin couldn't imagine what would happen if Loki made a mistake in his frustration. This is what worries him the most. In addition to his eldest daughter, he hated his own Hela very much at this moment. This was once the first in line to the throne of Asgard. Perhaps he is a qualified king. However, judging from the education of my 3 children, he is definitely not a qualified father. Don't worry so much. Gently holding her husband's hand, Frigga said with a gentle smile on her face. Taking this time, you should cultivate yourself so that the eternal sleep will come as late as possible. Thor will be exiled to the earth this time, although it will be difficult and even suffer. But I believe he will also mature and learn how to look at things from the perspective of a human instead of a god perspective. As for Loki, he is a good boy. All he pursues is to gain your approval and love. Listening to Frigg's words, Odin gradually closed his eyes. Frigg is the mother of Thor and Loki, so she should know the existence of the 2 sons best. With her here, I don't need to worry too much about whether Thor can grow or whether the roadbed will make a mistake. Perhaps I should have handed over the tutoring of the 2 children to Frigg back then. I should also rest for a while, otherwise I will wait until the moment when I enter the Soul Castle. It was the moment when Hela broke the seal and returned. After all, I have to wait until Thor fully grows up. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for the 9 realms. Watching BHBF, Odin closed his eyes and began to gradually restore his body with divine power. The gentle smile on Frigg's face remained unchanged, but there was a hint of sadness in the depths of his eyes. Yes, this time Thor will be deprived of his divine power and exiled to the earth. It was designed by myself to persuade her husband Odin. I hope, the owner of that black gold diary, that young man named Suche. The things in the parallel world he recorded are real, and they can complement this universe. Earth, at the same time in Teowalan Cafe. I don't think so. Watch the news conference being broadcast live on TV. Steve shrugged his shoulders and said, although Tony, like his dad, likes to show off. But he probably won't just announce that he's the Iron Man himself from last night. After all, Peepo said when he came here that SHILD sent someone to contact her, hoping to tell Tony through her, don't admit it. Even the reasons have been found. So, I don't think Tony is going to announce in front of the media that he's Iron Man. Looking at Steve, he is very confident, but his personality is still the habit of obeying orders 70 years ago. Suche put down his coffee cup and smiled. The refrigerator in my room is empty. Only a few bottles of soda are left. So, do you want to make a bet? Why don't you bet on something else? Hearing what Suche said, Steve hesitated a bit. After all, you are only 19 years old in this world, and you haven't legally drunk alcohol yet. Facing Suche's eyes, Steve smiled and raised his hand. Okay, don't mention this. Then use this as a bet. If I lose, I'll go and buy a lot of beer to fill your refrigerator. But if I win, Sue, I hope you can accompany me to a place. Looking at Suche, Steve smiled seriously. Although I really want to see her, but I can't make up my mind. After all, I can't imagine, when I appear in front of her, that I don't know what to say. I'm not even sure if she's okay with it, or if she wants to see an idiot who's 70 years late. Make a deal. Looking at Steve, he was full of hope, expectation, and entanglement. Suche stretched out his fist and touched Steve lightly. Anyway, the bet was won by itself. If only Tony Stark hadn't announced in front of these media that he was Iron Man. Well, he's not Tony Stark anymore. Duh. Chapter 80. Stark Industrial Hall, Press Conference Site. Mr. Stark, many people saw that you were Iron Man last night. Are you willing to admit this fact? Mr. Tony Stark, was it you who fought Obadiah Stan in armor last night? Mr. Stark, do you know that Silver Moon Knight? Why did he come to help you? Is the person holding the shield really Captain Rogers from Legendary? Mr. Stark, please answer our questions. Standing in front of the microphone, listening to the questions from the reporter below, Tony Stark glanced at the handcard that Agent SHILD had already written. Looking at the content on the handcard, It was nothing more than that I had a party with a group of models in a certain island last night, and there were no fewer than 50 witnesses, etc. Inexplicably, Tony Stark suddenly felt that it seemed to be meaningless. It's not that the content written on this handcard is meaningless. Instead, I feel that if I deny it, I will return to the kind of private laboratory that I stay in the villa every day. When I'm bored, I find a few models or female stars and start a life like throwing parties every day. I always feel that this kind of thing seems to be getting more and more boring, especially thinking about when I was with Sue Che and Steve. Whether it's bickering or boldly guessing about other things, it seems to be more interesting than finding a large group of beautiful models and beauties to hold a party. Ad Pipo. All right. He glanced at what was written on the card in his hand. He looked at the reporters with burning eyes under the stands. Tony Stark was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly threw away the card in his hand. Okay. Actually, I am Iron Man. Listening to Tony Stark not even having foreplay, he directly admitted that he is Iron Man. Those below were not originally hopeful. Even going back to write the manuscript, those reporters who were going to expose the truth exploded in an instant. Everyone got up and frantically surrounded Tony Stark. Regardless of what was behind Tony Stark, those security personnel came and surrounded him. Mr. Stark, do you admit that you are Iron Man? How did you develop the Iron Man? It is a new type of weapon, and is it ready for sale? Mr. Stark, was the man in that shield last night really Captain Steve Rogers who had disappeared for 70 years? Stark, why is Silver Moon Knight and Captain America together? What is Silver Moon Knight's true identity? Are you friends? Can you reveal the true identity of the Silver Moon Knight? And why did Captain America appear 70 years later? Watching the reporters swarming to ask questions. The entire press conference site was in chaos. New Mexico, inside the SHILD temporary residence. Damn it. I knew he wasn't going to say what he had prepared. Watching Tony Stark actually admit that he is after Iron Man Nick Fury threw the phone directly on the table. Nick, what did you call me over from the Eagle's Nest? It wasn't just to show me the news. With her legs resting on the table, a woman with a very beautiful appearance and a very hot figure painted red nail polish on her fingers, while smiling at Nick Fury. You should know that there are still a large number of rookies waiting for training in the Eagle's Nest. Even Nick Fury has to admit it. The woman in front of her is of the top class no matter in terms of appearance or figure. Not to mention that there is a strong charm in every gesture. It's like the female hormones walking in the world. Few men can resist such amorous feelings. Definitely, there are exceptions. Like, Nick Fury doesn't have any feelings for her. After all, the nickname of this woman in front of her. But the Medusa Doris who competes with Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Let's put it this way, there are many people kneeling under her pomegranate skirt, whether they are men or women. But without exception, the ending of these people. Originally, I wanted to name her Poisonous Scorpion, but she didn't agree. Hold on. Listening to Medusa Doris' inquiry, Nick Fury signaled her to wait for a while. After a while, Phil Coulson knocked on the door and walked in. Phil Coulson walked in and just wanted to report the results of his investigation to Nick Fury. But in the next second, he saw the woman who turned her head to look at herself, with a charming woman between her brows. He immediately shut his mouth tightly. At the same time, the body subconsciously moved to the side. It seemed that he really didn't want to have anything to do with this extraordinarily enchanting woman in front of him. Well, Phil Coulson knows this guy. Hey, isn't this the nice guy Phil Coulson? Why did he finally meet him? And he treats me like this? Oh, it's really sad. Gently blowing on her fingers that had just finished applying nail polish, Doris raised her eyebrows and glanced at Phil Coulson. Just a coquettish look in his eyes made Phil Coulson subconsciously move his body again. Doris. The sound prevented Doris from continuing to tease Phil Coulson's movements and expressions. Nick Fury waved to Phil Coulson. Soon, Phil Coulson posted a photo and attached a detailed file of what happened to the man in the photo in the past few days. Sure, more than 70%, sir. This man named Thor in the hospital has always claimed to be a prince from Asgard, but those nurses only think that he has mental problems. Ask for flowers. Flip through the information and take a look. Nick Fury took a look at the photo, this strong and handsome blonde man, then handed the photo and the attached investigation file to Medusa Doris. Doris, this time your target is the person in the photo. Pointing to the photo, Nick Fury said seriously, you shouldn't have any problem taking him down. Oh, after it feels like the nails are almost dry. Doris then picked up the photo of Thor in hospital gown from the table. Looking at the photo, Thor's face. The corner of Lizzie's mouth raised slightly. He is really a handsome guy. Nick, I like this breed. Well, it's about breed, not about looks, temperament, and figure. Ahem. He coughed and cleared his throat slightly. Nick Fury said seriously to the interested Doris, Doris, be gentle. This person is very important to the future of our shield. I hope you can make him mature and even become attached to the earth, instead of requiring you to indulge and turn it into pieces. Listening to Nick Fury re-announce his mission, Dailezi took a look at the file and then put the photo on the table. Huh? You said he is a handsome guy from an alien? That seems more interesting. Understood. If it's okay, I'll go first. After speaking, Doris stood up and gave Phil Coulson a wink. Then he turned and left with a silver bell-like laugh. Wait until Doris leaves. Phil Coulson glanced after her. Then he softly said to Nick Fury, Sir, if this person named Thor you mentioned is very important to our shield. So sending Medusa, wasn't that cruel to a man called Thor? Cruel? Hearing some hesitation from Phil Coulson, Nick Fury's expression was as serious as ever. How can a person grow up quickly without going through some things? But after saying this, Nick Fury also had a rare expression, showing a trace of hesitation. You should pay more attention to this matter, and tell Doris not to go too far. Clear. Nodding seriously, Phil Coulson understood what the director meant. Geez, poor Thor. Thinking of Doris' methods, Phil Coulson sympathized with this guy named Thor, who claimed to be the Prince of Asgard. I hope, don't put on some mental illness. Duh. Chapter 81. You came here so soon. Aren't you afraid to lure those reporters? Looking at Tony Stark swaggeringly sitting in front of him, Suche knocked on the coffee cup and said, You know, you just admitted to those reporters that you are Iron Man. Hearing what Suche said, Tony Stark shrugged his shoulders and said, Come on, buddy. Isn't it a matter of time before your identity is exposed? And it's not something to be ashamed of, and we're not Bruce Wayne in the comics. Speaking of this, Tony Stark pointed outside. Don't worry, those reporters have already gone back to write their manuscripts. Even if someone wants to secretly photograph it and sell it to a newspaper, you still have to trust the financial resources of the great Tony Stark, okay? Let's put it this way, as long as I don't want to, then no one can send the photo of the three of us together. 107. Besides, I know that the two of you want to live the lives of the common people for the time being, so I have already contacted people with some media. Perhaps it won't be long before many media or radio stations will know about Tony Stark's shares. Seeing Tony's slightly outstretched expression, Steve on the side smiled, but didn't say anything. Instead, Suche joked to Tony, Wow, you really deserve to be Tony Stark, who is so rich. But buddy, you are so rich, so can you pay for the coffee that skipped twice? What order escape? What coffee? Hearing Suche's words, Tony Stark blinked. Then he looked at Suche innocently and said, Don't be kidding, buddy. I am the greatest genius, philanthropist, and playboy of this century. You are still a dignified billionaire. How can you do such a shameful thing as skipping orders? Anyway, you're making a false accusation. I think it's necessary for my lawyer to talk to you. Don't think I won't find a lawyer because you're handsome. Looking at Tony Stark, who blinked his innocent eyes and started to play a rascal, Suche gave him a middle finger without any hesitation. Steve listened to the two of them bickering. It was the first time I felt so happy after recovering from the freeze. Tony, the cost of one dispatch by your lawyer is enough to cover your coffee money for a year. Then definitely, after all, Young-A is the top lawyer team in the United States. Spreading his hands, Tony Stark knocked on the coffee cup. But you can't say that. Some money should be spent, and some money should be saved. Anyway, I will never admit that I drank 2 cups of coffee and didn't pay the bill. As he spoke, Tony Stark looked at Suche and raised his eyebrows triumphantly. Unless you can prove something. Monitoring is covered in the store 24 hours a day. Pointing to the monitor on the corner, Suche said to Tony, Definitely. Maybe you can cut open your stomach with a knife to prove that you really drank 2 cups of coffee and paid twice. You think I'm stupid? It hurts to have my stomach cut open. Who would cut open his stomach to prove that he really paid for 2 cups of coffee? With a blank look at Suche, Tony Stark couldn't believe that someone would slit his belly open with a knife because of this incident. Does it hurt to think about it? Yeah, but you just feel a stomachache when you cut your stomach. But if you don't pay the bill, Selena, the manager of my Teowalan cafe, will feel distressed. After all, as the store manager, she has an extra commission besides her salary. Hearing what Suche said, Tony Stark raised his hand to greet Selena. Selena, please give me a latte. Facing the reasonable request of the guests, Selena walked over with a cup of latte in a short while. Hey beautiful girl, here's a tip for your extra hard work. Thank you. He handed the $500 to Selena casually. Tony Stark turned his head to Suche and said, So, I will never admit that I skipped orders. By the way, are there any activities in the afternoon? Why don't we continue to discuss about Obadiah Stan? I always feel like this thing is not over yet. Facing the fact that Tony gave Selena a tip of $500, Suche naturally has no opinion. But listening to Tony say he wants to continue talking about Obadiah Stein, Suche put down his coffee cup and said, "Steve and I are going to go fishing this afternoon. Do you want to participate? Is this an invitation? Well, since you've already sent out the invitation, then the great Tony Stark has decided to reluctantly accept your invitation because you used the identity of the Silver Moon Knight to help me last night." Speaking of fishing, Tony Stark sat up straight and looked at the two people. But how boring is Common's fishing? Well, in a moment I'll have Happy get my yacht ready for a game of sea fishing. 11. Maybe we can catch some uncommon seafood. Definitely. If I feel that simply going fishing is boring, then I can also find some famous models and actresses to come over. Why, well, hearing Tony's words, Steve really wanted to tell him that the fun of fishing is not what you catch. It's not about those models and actresses that Tony said. Rather, it depends on who was fishing originally and who the friends were fishing with. But looking at the excited Tony, it was obvious that he wanted to join his and Sue's group. After thinking about it, Steve decided to go fishing a few times before telling him about it. After all, he is Howard's son, and now he wants to reform his evil ways, which is a good thing, right? Turning his head to look at Suche, Steve thought that Tony wanted to join the group of the two. Suche also has to make a decision whether to choose to accept. Seeing that Tony's tone is very sincere, but he has to pretend to be indifferent. Suche thought for a while, and then he didn't refuse. Sea fishing? It's fine, if you go out to sea for some sea fishing maybe. Boom. Before Suche could finish speaking, there was a violent explosion sound from the opposite side, not far away. The mighty 5.0 explosion didn't just ring out in the lobby on the first floor of the Stark Industrial Building. The airwave set off by the explosion even affected the people on the street. Listen to the screams of terror and people running around in the street. And looking at where the explosion happened, almost all three of them got up subconsciously. Damn it, I knew it wasn't over. While speaking, he looked at the two people who had already left quickly and ran towards the scene of the incident. Tony Stark didn't care about the coffee he hadn't taken a sip just now and ran directly towards the Stark Industrial Building opposite him. At the same time, the mood sank to the bottom. In broad daylight, dare to drop a bomb on the first floor of the Stark Industrial Building. Damn it, what kind of crazy person would do it? Chapter 82. First floor of the Stark Industrial Building. Looking at the broken glass all over the floor and two security guards bleeding from their foreheads, Suche helped to evacuate people around, so as not to cause confusion and cause any accidents. Steve, on the other hand, does a quick check to see if there are any other dangers on the scene. Happy, how many people are injured? Has an ambulance been called? Tony Stark, who ran back after him, looked at the panic-stricken hall and the traces left by the explosion. Then he asked Happy, who was walking towards him in a hurry. Tony Stark's first question was not what happened, nor is it responsible for what the security department is doing or why there are bombings here. Instead, ask Happy if anyone is injured and call an ambulance or something. This relieved Steve Rogers, who had just inspected the scene. After all, when a person faces a disaster or an emergency, the subconscious is more concerned about the problem, the more it can prove the nature of a person. It was like after hearing the explosion, many people subconsciously avoided it. Only myself and Suche ran to the scene almost immediately. Who doesn't want their friends to be the same as themselves, or people with similar interests? Just look at the question that Tony directly asked this person named Happy the most. Steve felt that if something happened to him in the future, perhaps Tony could also be trusted. If it was his time, Tony might be like himself. Be the one to let your teammates step on their shoulders to escape, or to climb over the barbed wire under the rain of bullets. Suche didn't know what Steve was thinking after evacuating those who fled in panic from the Stark Industrial Building. He walked over to Steve and asked, "How is it?" It was clearly a small bomb, but there were no other explosives around. Hearing Suche's question, Steve said something softly. After Tony on the side asked Happy again, he came over to the two of them and said, "I just asked, but I don't know how that bomb came about. I'm afraid I have to adjust the monitoring to find out. It's a good thing no one died because of this damn bomb. On the contrary, two unlucky ones had their heads scratched by the glass shattered by the bomb, and they have already called an ambulance." Having said that, Tony Stark looked at the broken glass and the traces left by the bomb explosion. Then he asked Steve, "Steve, you are a professional in this area. What do you think?" Looking around, Steve said seriously to Tony Stark, "Obviously, this is a small-scale explosion, and the purpose is not to assassinate someone or to blow up the building. After all, if these two goals are used, then the explosion range will not be so low. Should be a warning. Listening to Steve's words, Suche crossed his arms and said to Tony, "Rather than wanting to blow up the Stark Industrial Building, it's more like a warning to you or to others. Tony, when you investigated Obadiah Stein's private channel recently, did you find out something incredible? Otherwise, they wouldn't take such a big risk to send you a controllable bomb." Hear Suche and Steve say that. Tony Stark hesitated for a moment, then nodded lightly. "Through my investigation of Obadiah Stein's private channel, I found an anonymous account. Obadiah Stein remits as little as 10 million to this account every year, and as many as tens of millions. And this has been happening for about 5 years in a row. That's why in the coffee shop, I said with certainty that there are other forces behind Obadiah Stan. It's just that I didn't expect it to be less than a day since I investigated that account through some channels. I just received this gift. It is obvious that this is the owner of that account, or that the power does not want me to continue the investigation." Speaking of this, the cynical smile on Tony Stark's face disappeared. It was replaced by an expression called perseverance. Look at Tony Stark's expression. Suche knew that this gift made Tony serious. Glancing outside, because the danger disappeared at this moment, many people gathered far away to watch the excitement. Some even took out their phones to take pictures. Suche raised his hand and patted Tony's shoulder. "You deal with the scene first. I'm afraid the media and police cars will come over later. After the on-site processing is over, the three of us will discuss this matter carefully." Listening to Suche's words, and I Stark nodded. He knew that when the police car arrived, he would definitely make a record or something. But Suche and Steve don't want to reveal their identities yet. So he nodded. Steve on the side also smiled and patted Tony Stark on the shoulder. "Very good, at least judging from Suche's words just now. He's willing to accept Tony as part of their group." Suche and Steve had just left from the side entrance of the Stark Industrial Building. A siren sounded. It didn't even take 7 minutes before and after, even faster than the battle against Obadiah Stan last night. At the same time, in a hospital in New Mexico, Thor, who was tied to the bed with restraints, stared blankly at the ceiling of the hospital. Who would have thought? Myself, the Prince of Asgard from God's realm, is the first in line heir to the throne. The god of thunder that terrifies the enemy from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, he was tied to the bed by several strips of cloth and could not move. Even not long ago, when I wanted to break out, I was stunned by those guys with a small thing. The King of Gods is above. Damn it. I have lived for more than 1,500 years. When did I receive such treatment? The majestic god of thunder would be stunned by such a small thing. God, it's unimaginable. Am I, Thor Odinson, shameless? If this matter, let Loki know. I'm afraid he will laugh at himself for the rest of his life. If the enemy's killed by him, if they know that they have fallen on a small gadget like electric current, 960, I'm afraid they will laugh and climb out of the underworld. No, I can't stay here any longer. You have to find a way to escape. Gotta find a way to find my own hammer. The father exiled himself to the earth and even deprived himself of his divine power to become a common. The feeling of losing power is really uncomfortable. Just restore your divine power as soon as possible. Just when Thor was still thinking and was still trying to break free from the restraints. The door of the ward was pushed open, and then a woman in white nurse's clothes walked in. Damn it. I am the great god of thunder. I warn you, don't use that gadget to shock me again, otherwise I will definitely lose my face. The threatening words were not finished yet, when Thor raised his head to look at the nurse. The sound gradually weakened until it finally disappeared. Odin testified. For more than 1,500 years, Thor thought that he had never seen a beautiful, beautiful woman with a good figure. I don't know why, when I watched the woman in front of me walk towards me, Thor suddenly felt like the words he knew to describe beautiful women. At this moment, they all disappeared. Watching her walk towards him step by step, Thor felt his heart beat faster with each step. The kind of high-heeled shoes stepped on the floor, making a crisp sound of gada gada. It's like a heavy hammer hitting my heart again and again. This feeling, Thor found as if he had never experienced it before. Chapter 83. The Stark Industrial Building was planted with a bomb, which has never happened in my world. In my world, Tony has experienced being kidnapped, severe anxiety, and even the villa being bombed. However, the bombing of the lobby on the first floor of the Stark Industrial Building has never happened. Sure enough, time is such a thing. A small mistake will often bring unexpected consequences. However, it is obvious that this bomb is just a small warning. They want Tony to know, and if the investigation continues, the result will not be as simple as the bomb police deployment. Definitely, they would never dare to attack Tony directly. Howard Stark is Tony's father, and this is Tony's biggest talisman. They could plan to kill Howard Stark and his wife back then, but now they dare not do anything to Tony. Who told Tony that once his life was in danger, then Nick Fury would definitely continue to investigate with all his strength. They also know that the result of this is that Tony died and their identities were exposed. Then, Nick Fury attacked them, followed by their decades-long plan to become the world's dominator, which fell short. This kind of result is something they are unwilling to accept, and they absolutely cannot accept it. So, compared to that plan, the life and death of a Tony Stark is not important. As long as that plan is successful, then under their knowledge, no one in this world can stop them. Whether it is the rebels or those who threaten their future, they will all be wiped out immediately. Only this time, they were naive. The more threatening they were, the more Tony would not stop investigating. So in the future, I'm afraid there will be some wonderful stories between Tony and them. I really hope to see a wonderful scene that is different from my world. However, my only concern is whether Nick Fury sent someone to approach Tony, and then found out that Tony has been poisoned by palladium at this moment. This is the key to whether Tony can survive. New Mexico, looking at the updated content in the Black Gold Diary. Nick Fury nodded slightly. In fact, not since Obadiah Stine was captured by the FBI. After Pepper Potts became the new CEO of Stark Industries. When she chose Tony's life assistant. He has already sent a female detective to apply for the job, and is preparing to become Tony Stark's assistant. Even just in case, he sent a total of 7 applicants. The result is very good. An agent of SHIELD has been successfully applied. Became Tony Stark's life assistant. Only, even so, and I have already passed the previous diaries. Learn about Tony Stark's palladium poisoning ahead of time. But what about after? Can you write more details in the diary? For example, how can I help Tony Stark solve the problem of palladium poisoning? The scientific researchers of SHIELD and the attending physicians of various departments have inquired about it themselves. But they can't do anything about things like palladium poisoning. It can only be suppressed in the short term, but cannot fundamentally solve this problem. So, how did the self in the parallel world help Tony Stark solve this problem? Damn, can't you write more clearly in the diary? Shaking his head a little annoyed, Nick Fury was just about to continue watching. Then he suddenly raised his head and forcibly looked away from the Black Gold Diary. Something is wrong. My current state of mind is very wrong. Since when did you actually start to rely on the answers given by others? He looked at the Black Gold Diary in his hand. Nick Fury thought about getting the Black Gold Diary again, after reading the first diary. Some of the decisions you make. Only then did Nick Fury realize that he seemed to be relying too much on what was written in this diary. Yes, what is written in this diary about the future? It really allows you to prepare yourself for many things in advance, including knowing that Tony Stark was kidnapped, and that he himself would escape and come back to become Iron Man. And Captain America Steve Rogers was still alive, and then he was found and successfully revived from the ice. There's even the hammer that fell from the sky, and Thor who made Medusa approach. Unknowingly, my own thoughts, all my plans. It seems that they are all being influenced by this diary. They are all using this diary to know what will happen in the future in advance, and then make judgments and decisions. This is wrong, at least for myself, absolutely not. As the bureau chief of SHIELD, as the king of agents. If you don't have your own judgment, but absolutely trust the content written in the diary. So, what is the difference between me and other SHIELD members? Take a deep breath, close your eyes, and hold your breath. Immediately, thoughts began to turn rapidly. If I were my normal self, I would die shortly after hearing that Tony Stark was poisoned with palladium. So what would you do? Thinking about it now, my first thought just now was to pin my hopes on the diary. I hope that Suche will write down the answer of how he saved Tony in the diary. Just a simple comparison, Nick Fury began to wake up. Before I knew it, I seemed to have really changed. No. Although with this Black Gold Diary, I can indeed save a lot of effort. There are also preventive plans for the future. But Mayor Falk, I am Nick Fury, the director of the Dignified Shield. How can I let the Black Gold Diary or other people's thinking lead me by the nose? Thinking of this, Nick Fury let out the breath he had just held back. The eyes also regained their clarity. That's right. I can use the Black Gold Diary to know in advance what will happen in the future. Then on this basis, under this convenient condition, protect against future dangers. But that's just a more convenient condition, not a factor in your own decision-making. Therefore, you must keep your independent thinking free from interference. At the same time, we have to do more preparations. Don't let Black Gold Diary make any decisions for you. Otherwise, how can I be worthy of my current status? After suddenly clearing his mind, the calmness in Nick Fury's eyes returned. After picking up the diary again, Nick Fury continued watching. Only this time, Nick Fury returned to the mentality he had when he first got the diary. Well, the contents recorded in the diary can be believed. I can use this convenience to prevent many things. However, this black gold diary cannot be overly relied on. Don't let it drag you from Nick Fury to another Nick Fury. In the apartment. Duh. Plus. Looking at the system, Nick Fury's trust value had already started to fluctuate, ready to start moving towards the 80 mark. But in the next second, the originally rising trust value suddenly dropped back. After becoming 73% of the original again, it remained motionless. Seeing this scene, Suche was speechless for a while. What's the situation? What the hell is Nick Fury doing? Although according to the system, the previous trust value generated by the previous diary is locked. On this basis, the diary holder will fluctuate the trust value according to the content of the latest diary. Unless it is subversive content, the trust value of the diary holder will increase steadily or remain unchanged. The mission value will not be locked again until the latest diary is read. That is to say, during the period of reading the diary, the trust value generated by the diary holder for the previous diary has been locked. Take Nick Fury, for example. After the last diary, his trust value was 73%. Well, as long as the new diary written by Suche, by Wong, is not too subversive, then the 73% trust value remains unchanged. When Nick Fury was reading the latest diary entry, the trust value will fluctuate on the basis of 73%. But just now, Nick Fury's trust value is obviously about to reach 80%, and the trust value is still rising in a straight line. Suche predicts that it is very likely that after this diary is over, Nick Fury's trust value will reach 90%. But no one knows what happened to Nick Fury when he was reading his diary. In the blink of an eye, the trust value actually dropped back to 73%, then start to stay still. It's like a cooked duck that's about to be brought to the table. As a result, the duck flew straight away as soon as it was placed on the plate. Pit Father. If Nick Fury appeared in front of Suche right now, then Suche will definitely open Nick Fury's head and take a look at his unique brain circuit. How is it so difficult to gain his trust value? It looks like you can brush to 90, and you can get a new calendar, but it fell back after a swipe. TSK. It really is. As expected of Nick Fury. Merfolk. Chapter 84. Asgard. Mother, is the royal father still awake? Looking at the father lying in the gold defense mechanism, his eyes are closed, and he is falling into a deep sleep at this moment. It was the first time that Loki discovered that it turned out that his father, the famous god King Odin, who shocked the 9 realms. There is such a weak side. Especially when he fell into a deep sleep, it was the first time that Loki saw clearly at close range. Father is already so old. Although in Legendary, the god Wong Yu's power is stronger when he is old. But, looking at the weak father at the moment, Loki held the eternal spear tightly in his right hand, as if he had strengthened his determination. Relax, Loki. He glanced at Odin, who was in a deep sleep. Frigga smiled gently at Loki. Although Thor was exiled by your father, but with you in Asgard during this time, your father and I feel very at ease. Let him take a good rest for a while. Since he took the throne, he has never had a real rest. Listening to his mother's gentle words, he watched his father Odin weakly in a deep sleep. Loki stared at him for a long time, then whispered to Frigga, Mother, no matter what happens, I will always stand by Asgard's side. What you up to? Hearing Loki say this, as Frigga, who raised him since he was a child and taught him magic himself. Naturally, he knew his son's character very well. So after hearing what 363 Loki said, he unconsciously felt a little worried. Don't worry, Mother, I'm just sighing with emotion. Smiling at his mother, Loki said again, Then, I'll deal with things first, Mother. Go, Loki, although I don't know what you are going to do, but Mother believes in you. Seeing Loki's reluctance to speak, Frigg knew that she would never come out either. So he smiled and nodded. Loki would never do such a thing as sorry for Asgard. Frigga is absolutely sure of this. But even she still couldn't figure out what Lu Ji had to do to kill his father for Asgard. It was Ice Titan Lauf who killed, not Odin. Watching Loki leave, he turned his head to look at his sleeping husband again. Frigga is a little worried about her eldest son at the moment. I don't know how Thor is doing on Earth. Gently raising a hand, the floating light flickered. Soon, the black gold diary appeared in Frigg's palm. Perhaps, people who are also in Midgard, through the owner of the diary, Suche, know about Thor's life at the moment. But there shouldn't be any danger to his life, otherwise Haldam would have come to notify him long ago. Opening the diary, looking at BIA, the 10th diary that has been updated, Queen Frigga sat there and read it. 2 days ago, Natasha Romanoff invited me to take Wanda and Pietro to the playground. This is the first time Wanda and Pietro have visited the playground since their parents passed away. It can be seen that Wanda and Pietro are having a good time. When playing together, Wanda always hugs my arm intentionally or unintentionally and is very intimate. I don't know if this is the influence of the parallel world, but she is very close to me. Natasha Romanoff and I didn't ride the merry-go-round during Wanda and Pietro's ride. Natasha Romanoff told me that a hammer fell from the sky over there in New Mexico, and even Nick Fury went through it. I was not surprised at all when I heard the news. Even Steve was able to thaw out of the freeze and recover early. So why is it surprising that Thor was exiled early? I'm no longer surprised by what happened in this world ahead of time. Perhaps it is the impact of the career of the Avengers for more than 10 years. Now many things have no way to surprise and shock me. I don't know if Thor has met Jane Foster now. It should be. After all, Jane is his future girlfriend, and also one of the people who is eligible to pick up Mjolnir in the future one, definitely. The reason why she can afford Mjolnir is because even the broken Mjolnir was entrusted by Thor, hoping to protect her. Well, what if Steve stood with Jane Foster and Thor and summoned Mjolnir at the same time? Then who will the hammer fly to? I really want to see it if I have a chance. After all, whoever is qualified to pick up Mjolnir will gain the power of the Thunder God. Looking at the records in the Black Gold Diary, Zhao is also slightly surprised. She knows that Thor was able to pick up Mjolnir initially because of Godhood's influence. Later, Mjolnir became Thor's natal artifact. So, is there anyone else who can afford Mjolnir? Or the weaklings of the Constitution? Look at Jane Foster and Steve's name. Frigga silently wrote it down in her heart. Well, my son was exiled to the earth, and he actually found a girlfriend. This is really good news. But what happened to the broken Mjolnir? Mjolnir actually shatters? As for the Earthlings who picked up Mjolnir, fortunately, Jane Foster said that it was written clearly in the Black Gold Diary. She can afford Mjolnir because of Thor's entrustment to Mjolnir, hoping that it will protect Jane Foster. So what about this, Steve? Perhaps it was because her husband once said to Mjolnir when Thor was exiled. But whoever is recognized by it and is qualified to lift it will gain the power of the God of Thunder. If it is like this, then this man named Steve must be a hero of high character and respect. Earth, Jane Foster, the woman who hit Thor with the car, is his future girlfriend? And then Steve can pick up this Thunder Hammer too? Look at the content written in the Black Gold Diary. Nick Fury is going to put the Jane Foster matter on hold for a while. At the same time, I have to admit, seeing when Steve can pick up this hammer and gain the power of the Thunder God, he was really moved. Although, I have sent Medusa Doris to make Thor mature as soon as possible. And no, too, the 1500-year-old prince from Asgard. It is one of the superheroes of the future Earth. However, a prince from an alien planet whose personality is not yet mature, compared with a legendary hero who knows the bottom line and originally has the highest quality. Then it's up to you to choose who will be the Earth superhero. If you were an ordinary person, you probably wouldn't even have to think about it. Definitely Steve Rogers. However, Nick Fury is thinking, or a deeper worry is, if Steve picks up Mjolnir, he gains the power of the mighty Thunder God. So will this get Asgard's attention, and will Earth and Asgard be at war? This is what he considered first, but probably not. After all, Suche wrote it in the Black Gold Diary. Steve will be able to pick up the Mjolnir thing in the future. So, since Steve picked it up in the future, Asgard probably wouldn't care too much. At least, while Thor was stripped of his powers and still exiled on Earth. At worst, let Steve try it, and then put it back after picking it up. And according to the Black Gold Diary, Thor was deprived of his divine power and exiled to the Earth. So before his divine power is restored, can Steve borrow Mjolnir temporarily when performing tasks? Thinking of this, Nick Fury took out his mobile phone and dialed Natasha Romanoff's number. Chapter 85. Early morning. In the next week, I will send you to and from school every day, as well as your food and accommodation for this week. Although I know that there is nothing wrong with the two of you at home, but after all, there are things like breakfast, dinner, and safety. So during this period of time you live where I am, don't worry, I have enough rooms. Looking at Wanda in the co-pilot, and her support in the military, Su Che started the car, and while driving towards the direction of the two people's school, he said with a smile, Natasha Romanoff should tell you about this matter. Well, Natasha Romanoff told us this morning at breakfast. Seeing Su Che, who was driving seriously, Wanda turned her head to look at the side face that can be called the ceiling of beauty and smiled. So, Sue, I will trouble you this week. How could be? Listening to Wanda's slightly sweet voice, Su Che smiled and said, Natasha Romanoff and I are friends, so naturally there won't be any trouble. And she went on a mission. I helped take care of you. You should also. Listening to Su Che's answer, Wanda blinked her beautiful eyes, but did not speak. For Natasha Romanoff's sake? Duplicity man. Sooner or later, You will be my girl. Sitting in the back row, Pietro, who has never spoken a word, looks out the window at the scene of the car reversing rapidly. The fists can't help but be clenched tightly. God, Wanda actually learned to speak with her throat closed. This is terrible, okay? Actually learned to pinch his throat and make a sweet sound? Is this still the Wanda I know? Send Wanda and Pietro to the campus gate all the way. Wanda turned her head and motioned for Pietro to get out of the car and wait for her. Wait until Pietro gets out of the car. Wanda looked at Suche and said very seriously, "So, for the next week, Pietro and I will bother you. By the way, in order to thank you for taking care of me this week, I have a gift I want to give you." Looking at Wanda's very serious expression, she has already started looking through her bag as if she was looking for something. Just as Suche was about to say no, Wanda said in surprise, "Hey, I put it here last night. Why didn't it disappear? Sue, can you come over and help me find it?" Hearing Wanda's request, Suche leaned closer and looked at the bag in Wanda's hand. Just as I was about to ask what I was looking for, I was suddenly attacked. In an instant, the cheeks felt a burst of softness. "This is a thank you gift." Blushing and giggling, he opened the car door, then waved to Suche. "Pietro and I will wait for you after school in the afternoon." After speaking, Wang Yin closed the car door and walked into the campus with some doubtful support. On campus, Wanda, just now. What happened just now? Turning her head to look at Pietro, Wanda smiled very freely and said, "Pietro, don't you think it's suitable for me and Sue to be together? And according to the age of this world, we are only 5 years apart, which is not very big. Besides, isn't it normal for girls to take the initiative? If you like it, then you should be bold. Otherwise, with Sue's good looks and temperament, maybe one day he will be cheaper than other women." Having said that, Wanda raised her finger and pointed Pietro's shoulder. "You think I don't know? You like Alice in the next class? Pietro, we are not children anymore. So if you meet someone you like, then you should pursue it boldly. Otherwise, shyness will make us miss the people we like." Hearing that before she could ask, Wanda chattered a lot. Pietro scratched his head. "In fact, what I wanted to ask just now is, will I really live in Suche's house for a week from tonight?" Pietro felt that even if it was just himself and Wanda, then I also have the ability to protect Wanda. I looked at Wanda, who seemed to be very happy at the moment, humming the tune. Pietro was a little puzzled. "After all, I have no objection to you pursuing the person you like, but what about Natasha Romanoff?" "What?" Hearing Pietro's words, Wanda was a little puzzled and looked at her younger brother with some vigilance. "What does this matter have to do with Natasha Romanoff? You mean Sue and Natasha Romanoff are together? When did this happen? Why didn't I know?" Looking at Wanda's serious and dangerous eyes, Pietro quickly waved his hand and then asked cautiously, "It's not you and Natasha Romanoff. What are you thinking?" He raised his hand and knocked Pietro on the head angrily. "I treat Natasha Romanoff as my sister. Natasha Romanoff also regards herself as a younger sister. How come to Pietro, the relationship between himself and Tasha is not right? Ask for flowers. Oh my God, and when did I give Pietro the illusion that I like women? As a younger brother, how could he guess his sister like this? No, the lesson to be changed will teach him a lesson." Watch Wanda's expression change. Pietro understood in an instant that what he had guessed or even identified before was definitely a misunderstanding. Facing Wanda, who looked a little unfriendly, Pietro immediately pointed to the direction of the classroom not far away. "Wanda, time is running out. Let's go quickly." "Oh." Listen to Pietro's lousy excuses. Wanda snorted, then walked towards the classroom. "Forget it, give him a face. I won't teach him at school today. But I and Sue have known each other for so long. Even my birthday has passed. Even in the playground, I hugged his arm openly and squarely. How could he have no reaction at all? Come on, I'm Wanda Django Maximoff, the wife of your world. Is it true that, as Natasha Romanoff said, he still has concerns? If I don't take the initiative, then it is very likely that there will never be a story between the two people. Never mind. Take the initiative to take the initiative. It is not shameful for a girl to take the initiative to pursue happiness. And I really like him too. Not to mention being handsome. It's just the kind of maturity and vicissitudes that are unconsciously exuded, and even a somewhat melancholy temperament plus that sufficient sense of security. That's enough to drive me crazy. Not to mention that every time I go to the coffee shop, when I sit with him, I take care of myself in such a gentlemanly detail. And when he mentioned his previous life, he used it with a very caring feeling. It's really hard to say no to. Come on, Wanda. You can definitely take him down. As for the fact that he already has a Wanda in his heart, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's me in the parallel world. I don't care. In the car. Well, Steve was taken by Natasha Romanoff, so Sue is going to find Tony Stark. This guy called himself last night and said he had found some new clues. So I hope I can help in the past. Suche also wanted to see what Tony found. But Wanda is really good at it. Chapter 86. New Mexico, in a small town. Yes. Sitting on Thor's lap, Medusa Doris held Thor's cheek. Her tone was like coaxing a child. Money is very important on our earth. You see, without money we have no place to live and nothing to eat. We can't even drink that glass of beer you like if we don't have money. So, I have to go to work to make money, so that our life on Earth will be better in the future. Speaking of this, Doris raised her hand and tapped Thor's nose lightly. Do you know? You dropped that glass in the restaurant yesterday, and I have to pay for it. So don't allow it next time. Hearing that Doris is as gentle as water, but she is a kind of teaching like the big sister next door, Thor scratched his head in embarrassment. I didn't know that you have to pay for throwing cups on Earth. In our Asgard, the praise of 103 for fine wine is usually in the form of throwing cups. Okay, I know. Gently rubbed Thor's forehead with his forehead, looking at Thor like a child doing something wrong. Doris smiled softly. It's okay. Take your time. I believe you will always know that the Earth is different from the Asgard you mentioned. Looking at Doris, whose eyes are like waves and gentle like water, Thor nodded seriously. Don't worry, I will learn about the Earth as soon as possible. Hey, don't be so serious. Gently nodding on Thor's forehead with pale fingers, Doris winked at Thor playfully. According to what you said, you are more than 1,500 years old. So, this matter will definitely not trouble you. After finishing speaking, Doris glanced at the time. Yeah, I'm going to be late for work soon, so I'm going to work now. Wait for me obediently at home. Even if you feel bored and go out for a walk, you are not allowed to fight with others, and you should pay more attention to safety, okay? Looking at Doris, who is gentle like a big sister for a while, and mischievous for a while like the little sister next door. Thor grins and nods silly. So cute. Gently rubbing Thor's head, Doris got up and went to the entrance to change her shoes while saying, By the way, there is a lunch I prepared for you in the refrigerator. Remember to eat on time, and oh, the fridge is the one thing I told you about last night to open. After speaking, Doris gave Thor a wink, then opened the door and left. Doris, what's wrong? Turning his head slightly, his bright eyes tilted his head to look at Thor with a smile on his face. Is there anything else I forgot to say? Raising his hand and scratching his head, Thor sat on the sofa with some hesitation and said, Do you really want to believe that I am a prince from Asgard? After finishing speaking, Thor also quickly explained, I didn't mean anything else, but when I was in the hospital, everyone didn't believe what I said, and then they still. I definitely believe it. You are my boyfriend. As a girlfriend, how can you not believe what your boyfriend says? After finishing speaking, Doris raised her pale jade finger and tapped Thor lightly. Also, remember next time, you have to say you love me instead of asking me this question. Let's go. Waving at Thor, Doris closed the door and left with a silvery laugh. Watching Doris close the door and leave, Thor sat on the couch scratching his head, giggling from time to time. In the car. How about it? Hold on. Sitting in the co-pilot, Doris began to touch up her makeup while looking in the mirror and said to Phil Coulson, Did you do what I asked you to do? It's almost finished, and now 80% of the entire town is our people. The remaining 20% are also moving away. Before dark, this town can be 100% owned by our own people. Having said that, Phil Coulson looked at Doris seriously and said, Doris, I prefer you to call me that nickname. Okay, Medusa. What you are doing now seems to be different from what the director explained, at least from the content document given by the director and your current method. Listening to Phil Coulson's words, Doris closed the makeup mirror in her hand. The winking eyes lightly picked Phil Coulson, and then the red lips parted slightly, but the tone contained a hint of disdain. Nick understands the feelings of a fart. If he understood feelings, he wouldn't have divorced his wife, Priscilla. Hearing what Medusa Doris said, Phil Coulson was very silent, saying that he could pretend he didn't hear the topic. That is to say, Doris can talk about this matter at will, if it is someone else. Well, other people don't even know that the director was married, or even divorced. Nick's ultimate request is to make Thor mature and full of love for the Earth, so what method to use is naturally up to me. He wrote it, While gesturing to Phil Coulson to drive, Doris said softly, Even if he lived to be more than 1,500 years old, he is still a man. Last night, I easily made out some of the things he went through in Asgard. 0-inch, in general, he is more than 1,500 years old, impulsive and reckless, much like a child who has not grown up yet. There's nothing Nick Fury can do to mature a guy like that. To deal with a man who has experienced vicissitudes, it is best to choose innocence and arouse his desire to protect. To deal with a man with a heart like a child, you must surround him with tenderness and consideration like water. Thor can be regarded as a combination of two mentalities, definitely more of the latter than the former. Even after fighting for more than 1,500 years, there is still more childishness in his bones. Looking at Phil Coulson, the corners of Doris's lips turned upward. So, using a single method to make him feel the love and the beauty of the earth is absolutely unworkable. By the way, do you know how to make a man fall in love with a woman with all his heart? Have no idea. Facing Doris' question, Phil Coulson shook his head. How can you know these things if you are a man? It's very simple. That is to be the muse that he can have, but can't have. Possessed but unable to get. Let him feel love, stimulate his desire for protection and pampering in his heart, and at the same time give him tenderness and consideration like a sister and a mother. The most important thing is to make him think that this girl, like a delicate white lotus, cannot withstand the wind and rain, and Tianfen needs him. Without his protection, the girl would be hurt. When he loves to the bottom of his heart and feels that the earth is very good, let him regretfully lose from this beauty. TSK 2.4 This will definitely be a regret he will remember forever. Speaking of this, Doris snorted softly. So, now you still think that the so-called small essay written by Nick is reasonable? Don't forget, no matter how childish Thor may be, he's over 1,500 years old. Over 1,500 years old. What kind of beautiful woman has he never seen? Looking alone cannot make him unforgettable. Listening to Doris's red lips parting slightly, she said that it was very irrefutable from the bottom of her heart. Phil Coulson pursed his lips and continued driving. As expected, she was indeed Doris, known as Medusa. She is really good at it. Thinking of the appearance of Thor's final empty joy under the careful design of Medusa Alice, Phil Coulson couldn't help but pray for Thor in his heart. TSK. Poor Thor. Chapter 87. Is this the Mjolnir from the Black Gold Diary? Looking at the temporary base, at this moment, only myself, Nick Fury, and Steve Rogers in the pit are left. But outside Mjolnir, where security measures are extremely tight, Natasha Romanoff asked, smiling at Nick Fury, folded her arms. You should have seen what Sue said in the diary. Nick Fury also crossed his arms when asked by Natasha Romanoff. He said Steve could pick up this Mjolnir, and that Jane Foster. So, I want Steve to come over and give it a try. As for Jane Foster, I've got Phil Coulson to keep an eye on her, and I've placed her not far from where Thor and Doris live. Anyway, Dr. Selvig, who studies celestial bodies, is very interested in the changes in celestial bodies caused by Thor's fall from the sky, so he can use this relationship to end. Who? Hearing Nick Fury's words, Natasha Romanoff turned his head and stared at Nick Fury with some surprise. You arranged Jane Foster to Thor, and whose residence? Doris. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's surprised look, Nick Fury crossed his arms and said, Is there anyone more suitable than her? Watching Nick Fury say the name without changing his expression, Natasha Romanoff turned her head, inexplicably feeling some toothache. Doris, Medusa Doris. Looking at Steve, standing in the pit, looking at Mjolnir 20, Natasha Romanoff said seriously, I feel uncomfortable when I hear this name. What she has done is far more evil than me. Even if I'm a colleague in the same department now, I don't want to see her again. But really, if it's her, the prince from Asgard is really poor. I hope you can watch her and tell her not to go too far. After speaking, Natasha Romanoff took a step forward and jumped directly into the pit about half a meter in front of her. Coming in front of Steve, Natasha Romanoff said softly, How about it? Pick it up and try it. There should be no problem. Watching Mjolnir resting on a platform made of mounds of earth, Steve spread his hands at Nada. I always thought that the first task SHILD issued to me would be to hunt down some heinous criminals, or more difficult or even difficult tasks, for which I have made some preparations. Unexpectedly, the first task is to ask me to pick up a hammer. Speaking of this, Steve laughed. If I had known it was such a simple matter, then I would have brought Sue here too, and it would save him from being bored in the coffee shop by himself. He won't be bored. Hearing what Steve said, Natasha Romanoff walked around Mjolnir in front of her. Then he reached out and took Mjolnir's grip. What's wrong? After watching Natasha Romanoff hold the handle of Thunderhammer, a small subtle change appeared in his expression. Although the expression quickly returned to normal, no one else saw it except himself. But Steve was sure he couldn't be wrong. It's okay, I just think this hammer is really heavy. Letting go of Mjolnir's grip, Natasha Romanoff smiled and said to Steve, Besides, Tony Stark seems to have found something extraordinary. So I'm inviting Sue to investigate with him. and now Sue won't feel bored. Maybe he's working hard with Tony on the investigation. After speaking, Natasha Romanoff took 2 steps back and stretched out her hand to indicate that Steve could try to pick up Mjolnir. Actually, I really want to investigate this matter with Sue and Tony. I think it will definitely be more interesting than trying to pick up this hammer. After speaking, Steve took a deep breath and then took Mjolnir's handle with his hand. Steve, who had already done a lot of work and tried his best, but the moment I touched the Mjolnir grip, I found that it was not as difficult as I imagined. With a little force, Mjolnir loosened instantly. In the next second, the originally clear sky also became cloudy in an instant. Seeing this scene, Natasha Romanoff immediately took 2 steps back. Not far away, Nick Fury's expression also became serious, as Steve slowly picks up Mjolnir. In an instant, thunderbolts surging above the sky began to shine among the dark clouds. Even Steve's body began to flicker with dazzling lightning light. Boom! As Steve took the handle of the thunder hammer, he lifted it high. A powerful thunderbolt was directly connected to the hammer. Boom! Crack! In an instant, the wind was surging and the thunder was rushing. Thousands of thunderbolts exploded in front of Natasha Romanoff and Nick Fury like the doomsday. Seeing this scene, Natasha Romanoff's eyes flashed an inexplicable meaning. Instead, Nick Fury instantly jumped into the pit in front of him, came to Natasha Romanoff, and said to Steve, "Steve, how do you feel now?" A wonderful feeling. At this moment, Steve, who was constantly flashing with lightning all over his body, faced the questioning of Chuck Fury. After carefully feeling the changes in the body, he laughed. "I feel full of strength all over my body, just like when the super soldier serum injection was successful." Open the other hand, watching the dazzling electric current pop out of the palm. Steve turned his head and said, "And I can control this power as I like, and even summon the power of thunder for my use." Saying that, Steve held Mjolnir and held Mjolnir's rope and spun rapidly, and then the whole person flew into the air. Wow, another person can fly. Covering his eyebrows and watching Steve take to the sky, Natasha Romanoff sighed at Nick Fury. He won't pick up the hammer and fly away and never come back. Will this put the Earth and Asgard in war? But seriously, if only this hammer wasn't that Thor's, then Steve would have a wave of epic buffs. The strength of the Avengers Alliance in the future will also increase a lot. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's joke, Nick Fury gave a rare smile, but didn't speak. Even Natasha Romanoff couldn't guess what Nick Fury was thinking at the moment. However, Nick Fury's self, 860 light was on Steve as he descended through the air. But I didn't notice that Natasha Romanoff, who had the same happy and envious expression on the side, but quietly put the other hand behind his back. Just what it feels like to hold the Mjolnir grip. Perhaps only Natasha Romanoff knows. Boom! Landing from the air to the ground, Steve swung the hammer lightly, and then put the hammer back to its original place without any hesitation. When I first picked up this hammer, I really felt extraordinary power. However, this power does not cause people to gradually lose their power, just like the super soldier serum back then. While speaking, Steve walked in front of the 2 people. You should know that the super soldier serum developed by Dr. Erskine back then will not only give a person great strength. It will magnify the good intentions and evil thoughts in a person's heart. Like me and Red Skull John Schmidt. This hammer gives me the same feeling, at most. It just has a little more fearlessness. Hearing what Steve said, Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff looked at each other. "Fine. Sorry for your trouble, Steve. This is nothing." Spreading his hands towards Nick Fury, Steve glanced at the Mjolnir. "But I feel that this hammer doesn't belong to me. Or it's not waiting for me, even if I can pick it up. And while it would give me a lot of power, I prefer my shield by comparison." Chapter 88. Hey, Thor, is that really you? Looking at the cloudy sky not far away, lightning and thunder, it seems that there is a scene of heavy rain. Jane Foster came out of the room, just about to pick up the instrument to see if it was because of the star a few days ago. As a result, Thor was standing there with a serious expression on his face. After seeing Thor, Jane Foster's expression was full of surprise. "I didn't expect to see you here. A few days ago, when I went to the hospital to see you, I heard that you had been discharged from the hospital." Hearing a surprise sound coming from his ear, Thor subconsciously looked to the side. At this moment, Jane Foster was happily waving to him and walked towards him. "Hello." Recalling the manners Doris taught him, Thor looked at Jane Foster and nodded in greeting. "It's a coincidence indeed. Is this your house?" Seeing that it was very close to the place where my family lived now, Jane Foster asked curiously. "Originally, I came to New Mexico to detect celestial bodies, and I was supposed to live in the RV with Daisy. But I don't know from whom Dr. Selvig took over the house, standing in the small town. This is simply too convenient." It's just that Dr. Selvig doesn't know what to do these days and hasn't shown up for several days. This is my girlfriend's house. Listening to Jane Foster's surprise and curious inquiry, Thor replied with a smile. Just think of that gentle, beautiful, kind, naughty Doris who is willing to trust her. There was an involuntary smile on Thor's face. It would be a very bad thing to say that I was deprived of my divine power by my father and exiled to the earth to lose my power and become a common. Then her appearance is the only ray of light under this gloomy sky. So to speak, in Thor's view, all my descriptions of her about all the beautiful adjectives are not enough to express 1/10,000th of her beauty. I am really very, very lucky to be able to meet her in the vast 9 realms. You know, during these 1,500 years, I have seen many women, even experienced some women, but there has never been any woman who can be so tolerant and gentle towards herself like Doris. Really makes people crazy. Your girlfriend? Listening to Thor's words, Jane Foster subconsciously frowned. Inexplicably, there was a slight sense of loss in my heart. She also didn't understand why she was so disappointed when she heard the Thor in front of her say that he had a girlfriend. After all, I have only seen him a few times, and every time, it seems that some misunderstanding happened. By the way, Jane, do you know where that is? Pointing to the direction where the thunder was shining and the dark clouds were densely covered not far away, Thor asked with a serious expression. He looked in the direction of Thor's finger. Jane Foster said, "It should be a desolate and uninhabited place, and I seem to have heard Dr. Selvig say that when the celestial bodies change, there seems to be a hammer that fell from the sky and was blocked by a mysterious department." Oh, Dr. Selvig told me about the hammer that fell from the sky before he left. He also heard from that mysterious department. A hammer that fell from the sky? Thor's eyes lit up when Jane Foster mentioned the hammer. That's my Mjolnir. That's my Mjolnir. Excitedly clenched his fist and waved his hand. Thor looked at Jane Foster and said seriously, "Thank you for telling me about this. In fact, I have been looking for my hammer." You seem a little different from a few days ago. Seeing that Thor didn't have the impulsiveness and recklessness of the previous few meetings, he was even a little polite and wouldn't thank him. Jane Foster felt a little weird. It was as if he was a completely different person from the previous few times. Isn't this the etiquette of your earth? It was given to me by Doris. She said a man with manners would be liked, though it reminds me of Loki. Smiling at Jane Foster, Thor looked in the direction of Mjolnir and then said to Jane Foster, "Sorry, Jane, I'm going to get my hammer. Hey, there is a blockade over there, so you can't get in." Looking at Thor, who was very happy and ran towards the place where the clouds and thunder gradually dissipated, Jane Foster gave a cry at once. He just looked at him as if he didn't listen. Jane Foster stomped her feet, then started the car and chased after Thor. "I'll drive you there. It's so far away from here." As Jane Foster started the car, she drove Thor towards the temporary camp set up by S.H.I.E.L.D. Soon, an agent who appeared out of nowhere took out his mobile phone and dialed. "Sir, according to our plan, Lady Jane Foster has inadvertently told Thor where the hammer fell. Now, they've driven in the direction of the hammer." "Yes, sir." After hanging up the phone, the agent shrugged his shoulders and proceeded to move the rest of the Aborigines out of the small town and then let his group live in. "I heard from Instructor Doris that you only need to act as a common resident in this small town for 2 or 3 months. Then some more points will be scored on the Eagle's Nest graduation report. Well, is there any danger and can get a relatively high evaluation? What a bargain. After all, the higher the evaluation, the better the position of entering SHIELD after graduating from Eagle's Nest. At least, even if you start from a passerby SHIELD agent, you can at least reach level 5. The rookie detective who came out of the Eagle's Nest felt that this matter was very simple. But at the same time, Sue and Tony Stark felt that it was very difficult. Bang bang. Da-da-da-da. Seeing countless bullets attacking himself and Tony Stark wearing armor like a dense rain of fire. Sue Che turned his head speechlessly and looked at Tony Stark, who was wearing Mark's armor, and said, "This is the very common company you mentioned on Soli Island? Which common company will have all staff armed with firepower and greeted with a shuttle of bullets as soon as they walk in the door?" Listening to Sue Che's complaints, Tony Stark in the armor said indifferently, "Mr. Superman, bullets can't hurt you anyway. And they even refrained from using rockets. Plus, this company doesn't have, Qianzhao, any super ability players like the old antique popsicles. Isn't this a common company?" Facing Tony Stark's harsh words, Sue Che, dressed as the Silver Moon Knight, raised his hand to Tony and raised a middle finger, symbolizing a friendly gesture. "Hurry up. I have to go back to pick up Wanda and Pietro from school in the afternoon. They had a very bad impression of you at first, if they knew it was because you delayed me from picking them up from school." It is estimated that their attitude towards you will be even worse. While talking, Suche began to deal with the guys in front of him who were holding various weapons. Instead, Tony asked curiously while fighting back in his battle armor, "I have wanted to ask you for a long time. Why did the twins treat me so badly? I found out when I was in the coffee shop a few times ago. I really hope I didn't provoke them." Chapter 89. Suche casually grabbed a guy who shot at him while chattering in a language he didn't understand and threw it out. Then he asked Tony Stark, "What does this guy say?" "Have no idea." After the palm energy cannon knocked the guy in front of him into the air, Tony Stark replied, "I would have asked JRVS to update the language information database before I knew it. You also know that there are many types of small languages in this world, and there are dozens of unrecorded ones, not to mention the indigenous languages of some small islands." While talking, Tony Stark and Suche speeded up cleaning up these guys. "By the way, buddy, you haven't said why Yamato Pietro is so cold to me. Let's talk about this when we go back." After seeing a guy sneaking towards the host, it seemed that he wanted to damage the host. Suche rushed in front of it in an instant, threw it into the air, and trapped him in a water prison. This company appears to have a lot of people, actually without any super abilities. It worked out without any hassle, especially facing a metamorphosis with a perfect defense version of the Superman body, which can ignore any physical rule damage. 900 and another Iron Man who is wearing armor and bullets can't break the defense at all. The attacks of these guys are simply futile. Get rid of these guys. Tony Stark came to Suche's side. "Dude, your ability is really convenient." Looking inside the mid-air dungeon at a height of half a person, the four were tied up in the shape of a large character by water. Even his mouth was stretched open by the current, making him unable to kill himself, but he was able to breathe freely. Tony Stark asked Suche, "Is there anything special about him? Other guys attacked us immediately. Only this guy wanted to destroy the mainframe immediately. So I think this guy should know something." Hearing what Suche said, Tony's eyes lit up. "Immediately take out the U-disc and insert it into the host, and let JRVS quickly restore the contents of the host." Tony Stark asked the guy who was trapped and unable to move in the water prison, "Dude, can you understand what we are saying?" "Well, judging from the expression analysis, you should be able to understand, so don't try to lie to me." He took 2 steps forward and came to the front of the water dungeon, watching Suche control the water dungeon to descend to a position parallel to himself. After Tony thanked Suche, then he asked the guy trapped in the water prison, "Don't be brave. It's useless, you should tell what you know. Trust me, as long as you are willing to tell everything you know, then I guarantee you will survive." Listen to Tony Stark's assurances very seriously. The guy trapped in the water prison looked at him with pity. It seemed to be expressing that Tony Stark didn't know at all. What kind of existence is the enemy he is investigating again? Damn, I hate that look. Looking at the eyes of this guy in front of him, Tony Stark was about to continue to say something, but there were bursts of sirens not far away. Wow, who said they were always the last to arrive? I didn't expect the guys on this small island to be quite conscientious. But looking at your eyes, it seems that you are glad they came over. That is to say, it is very likely that they have been bribed by you. Or are they simply with you? No wonder it came so quickly. Looking at the guy in the dungeon, Tony Stark turned his head to Suche and said, "So, Mr. Superman, is there a way to keep us from being disturbed?" "No problem. Come to the window and look at the endless sea outside." Suche turned his head and smiled at Tony Stark. "This is an island. As long as there is water, then I am invincible." After the words fell, Suche opened his arms. Originally, the sea breeze was gentle, and the sea surface was calm and waveless, but in an instant, it began to roar and turbulent. Almost in the blink of an eye, a terrifying tsunami tens of meters high suddenly rose from the calm sea. Before the people outside could respond, a tsunami tens of meters high hit the company directly. Hiss! Kafk, looking tens of meters high, the momentum is extremely terrifying. A monstrous tsunami that seems to be able to easily destroy all obstacles in front of it. Even Tony Stark felt the pressure of this catastrophic scene. It's just that when I saw the tsunami with a height of tens of meters actually volleyed over the ground of the island, then it enveloped the company layer by layer from the outside. Not even a drop of sea water seeped into the company. It's as if the whole company is like a lonely submarine in the deep sea. Tony Stark spread his hands to Suche and said, "Dude, for this meticulous control, maybe I should reevaluate your strength. Ask what you want to know. Maybe you can have lunch when you go back after asking." "No problem. When the time comes, I will treat you. You can eat whatever you want." Opening the visor, he blinked at Suche. Tony Stark asked directly to the people in the water dungeon, you have also seen that the support you imagined is actually meaningless at all. So, my friend, I advise you to tell what you know. Otherwise, I'm afraid. M. Before Tony Stark could finish speaking, the guy whose mouth was open seemed to want to say something. Well, from the very beginning, I was asked whether to talk or not. You gave me a chance to speak. Oh, sorry, I forgot about this. Dude, please get the water out of his mouth. I just remembered that the mouth of the guy in front of me was opened and sealed by water. Tony Stark spread his arms and laughed. I just asked myself for a long time. This guy has been silent because he can't speak. Are you sure? I suggest that it's better to let him write it down, not say it. Hearing Tony Stark's request, Su-Che gave a reminder. But looking at Tony's self-confidence, it doesn't matter. Su-Che snapped his fingers lightly, unsealing the seal on the guy's mouth. The mouth was untied, although the whole person was still trapped in the water prison and could not move. But look at Tony Stark and the one by the window. The Silver Moon Knight seems to be admiring the colorful sea fish in the tsunami outside the company. The guy moved his mouth and then gave a cold laugh. Tony Stark, the famous playboy. I'd rather you call me a genius or a philanthropist. Don't think that you are invincible just because you put on the steel armor. Poor and sad Tony Stark. You and Silver Moon Knight will never know what kind of existence you have provoked. Looking at Tony Stark coldly, the guy's gaze gradually became firmer. Shut up without any hesitation and gritted his teeth, as if he was afraid that his mouth would be sealed with water again. As the guy gritted his teeth hard, his eyes soon swelled abruptly. A trace of special substance slowly flowed out from the corner of the mouth. I'm waiting in hell for you two. He viciously cursed the two of them. After speaking, the guy stopped breathing instantly. Well, die as soon as you say it, without delay for a second. Chapter 90. God. Looking at the dead guy in front of him with a special substance on the corner of his mouth and swollen eyes. Tony Stark frowned subconsciously and took a step back. I was really taken aback by this scene in front of me. It's not that he has never seen Dead Man, but he has never seen a guy like this guy, who said he would die without any hesitation guy. What kind of strength is it that can cultivate such a willingness like him? And there is no half nostalgia. The guy who ends his life when he says he ends his life? I have to say, this scene really shocked Tony Stark. Cyanide came to Tony's side, watching him frown in a daze. Su-Che patted him on the shoulder to bring him back to his senses. What? Are you scared? Somewhat. Facing Su-Che's question, Tony Stark nodded without concealment. I'm not frightened by his death. It was frightened by his firm attitude of choosing to die without hesitation. Damn it. What kind of insane force can train people like this? I can't imagine how many people like him are out there. Having said that, Tony Stark turned his head to look at Su-Che. Dude, we might be in big trouble this time. Scared, seeing Tony's serious attitude, Su-Shao asked. It's too late to end the investigation now. How can it be? Listening to Su-Che's words, Tony Stark shook his head seriously. I was really shocked by this guy's firm choice just now. But the more this happens, the more I will find them out. This group of forces is really terrifying. I can't imagine that once this force. It's fine if I don't know about this kind of power, but now that I know about it, and I'm involved, then I absolutely cannot sit idly by. It doesn't matter. It's because they instigated Obadiah Stane to plan to kidnap me, or their crazy way of doing things. Having said that, Tony Stark looked at Su-Che with a serious expression and said, I'm sorry, buddy. I brought you in too. So I owe you one. I don't care. Seeing Tony's apologetic gaze, Su-Che smiled indifferently and said, but it doesn't seem to fit your personality. Tisk, dignified Tony Stark has also learned to apologize and learned to meddle in his own business? Depend on. Listening to Su-Che's words, Tony Stark gave Su-Che a middle finger without any hesitation. Could it be that in your heart I'm that kind of arrogant playboy who only knows how to have fun? Yes, and the evaluation is very pertinent. You're an A***hole. He cast Su-Che an angry look. But Tony Stark knows that the impression he seems to give to other people seems to be true. When did you change and become responsible? Knowing that it will cause big trouble, but still ready to continue investigating Shadi? It seems that after being kidnapped, I saw those because of Stark industrial weapons flowing out through Obadiah Stane's private channels. As a result, countless people are ruined, and when they are displaced and become refugees. Is this my own responsibility, or do I want to be redeemed in my heart in the face of those dead and displaced refugees? It doesn't seem to be that important. Many things have already happened and cannot be changed. Then the only thing I can do is not to condemn myself spiritually. Instead, there should be one counted one by one, completely destroying all the weapons circulated by the Stark industry. At least, it can't cause any disaster to happen. What are you thinking? Patting Tony Stark on the shoulder, Suche pointed outside. We should go. Good. Nodding his head, he turned around and removed the U-disk on the main computer. After you go back, let JRVS analyze the statistics carefully to see if you can investigate any clues. By the way, Sue, you just said let the guy write it down, not let him talk about it. Did you already know this guy had poison in his mouth? I know a little, but I'm not sure, just in case. Damn, then you should have told me earlier. Wait, so you know what kind of power the other party is? Definitely knows, and knows better than anyone else. That, I won't tell you, but I don't like to see you busy searching for clues, but you'd better only investigate to the surface, and then destroy all the weapons that the Stark industry leaked out without permission. Ask for flowers. If the investigation is too deep, once those guys go crazy, maybe something bad will happen. Don't worry, someone will deal with them. I always feel like you're fooling me. Yeah, have you learned to be smart? I knew, Sue, that you were a complete jerk. Thank you for the compliment. But you'd better get someone to prepare lunch in advance. Got it. Got it. I've asked Peepo to help prepare it. Shit. B******************** D. At the same time, Asgard. You mean, someone picked up Thor's Mjolnir? Listening to Heimdall's report, Loki's expression turned ugly instantly. Why? Why on earth would anyone be able to pick up that Mjolnir? How can this be? How is it possible that anyone besides Thor can pick up Mjolnir? Obviously, I can't pick it up myself. But, mere Earthlings are actually qualified? What is this? A person on Earth who is like an ant is actually more qualified than himself? This made Loki feel unacceptable for a while. Yes, someone did lift Thor's hammer. Looking at Loki, Heimdall said seriously. However, he just picked it up to summon the power of thunder, and then flew around in the sky before putting it back down. Looks like he likes his shield better than Mjolnir. But Loki, you'd better not do anything dangerous. The one who picked up Mjolnir is valued by someone. Listening to Heimdall's words, Loki frowned and thought for a moment. Where's Thor? Thor is riding in a vehicle on Earth, heading towards where Mjolnir is. You can see that he was very excited to find Mjolnir, but he didn't know about Thor, who had been stripped of his powers. Will it still be recognized by Mjolnir at this moment? Hear a hint of worry in Heimdall's tone. Loki nods that he understands. Wait until after Heimdall is gone. Loki held the gun of eternity, with a glint of haze in his eyes. 6. Chapter 91. Asgard. Your father once cast a spell on that hammer when he exiled Thor. Anyone who is qualified to pick up Mjolnir and is recognized by Mjolnir will gain the power of the god of thunder. Looking at Loki in front of him, Frigga smiled kindly. So, if someone on Earth can pick up Mjolnir, then I'm not surprised at all. But mother, that hammer is an artifact of our Asgard, a symbol of... Loki, open your mind and take the long view. A qualified king will never get angry because of some trivial things. He should learn to be tolerant and learn to know what is the most important. Maybe the hammer has a different meaning in Asgard, but Loki, the most important thing in Asgard is not the hammer, nor the land. The most precious thing in Asgard will always be its people. Seeing Loki's eagerness, Tianho Fushir, 937, smiled and taught Loki. She knew that Loki was actually proud in his bones. Whether it is facing people on Earth or people from other countries in the 9 realms. Loki always thought he was a god, a Protoss from Asgard. In his cognition, God can show mercy, play tricks, and despise those ants, but absolutely cannot accept the sympathy and kindness from the ants. Because this is a great insult to God. This mentality is wrong. At least I, who was raised by a witch, knows what a real god is. Loki's mind is already set, if not changed. Then there will surely be some pain and suffering in the future. As a mother, Frigga was naturally reluctant that her youngest son would suffer hardships in the future. So she felt that it was necessary for her to tell Loki what is the mentality and quality that a qualified king should possess. Just watching Loki's expression, Frigga sighed inwardly. This child was brought up by himself. So how could he not know that although he was nodding, he didn't listen to his words at all? Watching Loki leave very politely, Queen Frigg looked sadly at her sleeping husband. Maybe back then, when my husband wanted to bestow Loki with the Vulcan godhood, I should stand up and insist against it, instead of being persuaded by him after talking to him twice. Well, Earth. In fact, Suche never thought of completely concealing the identity of the Silver Moon Knight. What he thought, and what Natasha Romanoff said. It has always been that there are not many superheroes in this world, and before the establishment of the Avengers Alliance, I will not reveal my identity for the time being. At least, this non-disclosure refers to when facing those common people. I don't want common people to know their identity and be disturbed. Otherwise, if you want to hide your identity all the time, Then when Nick Fury sent Steve Rogers over, he should just refuse directly. Not to mention later, when Tony Stark joined in, Suche still had no objection. Therefore, although the vast majority of common people are guessing who Silver Moon Rider is, but Suche is not at all surprised that a small group of people guessed Suche's real identity. I was with Steve Rogers every day, and a Tony Stark was added later. It's impossible to let those intelligent people guess it. Instead of caring about this, Suche is more concerned. It's Tony Stark. Can this guy develop a powerful and intelligent robot that sweeps and wipes the floor? Welcome back. Oh, welcome to be our guest, Mr. Sue. As soon as he entered Tony Stark's villa, JRVS greeted him loudly. This is JRVS, my smart housekeeper and my best assistant. Hearing the voice of JRVS, Tony Stark introduced to Suche. This is Jenny, my new life assistant. Having said that, Tony Stark looked at Suche and shrugged his shoulders. You also know that after Obadiah Stine was arrested, Stark Industries lacked a CEO. I'm not good at it, and I don't want to manage these things, and the board members wanted to send a CEO, but I refused. I'm too lazy to argue with those guys, so I let Peepo go up. So, Jenny has become my new life assistant. Hello, Mr. Sue. Listening to Tony Stark's introduction, the woman named Jenny smiled and extended her hand to Suche. Hello. He shook hands with Jenny. At the same time, Suche made a judgment immediately. There is a less obvious roughness in the tiger's mouth on the right hand, and there is a thin callus on the palm and under the fingers. Explain that this is a master with a gun. That must have been sent by Nick Fury. Nodding without leaving a trace, watching Jenny handing Tony Stark a bottle of dark green or even some black liquid, zero, and Tony Stark drank it after taking it. Since when did I like to subconsciously analyze people I met for the first time? It seems to start from when I met Steve, listening to him reminisce about the past. Many things were said by Steve Rogers inadvertently when he missed the past when he was fishing, and then he was remembered by himself. Then, learn by yourself. In fact, Steve's analysis ability is very strong, whether it is facing a person or an unfamiliar environment. His analysis ability is one of the best in the entire Avengers Alliance. So whenever fishing in the afternoon, making Naoyan talk about the past like an old man, Suche can subtly and secretly learn a lot of things that he has never been exposed to before. Let's go to my research room, and show you some good things. After drinking the black-green liquid in one gulp, Tony Stark winked at Sue with a little complacency. It seems that I can't wait to show off my good stuff. What did you drink just now? While walking towards the research room of Tony's villa, Sudi asked. Nothing, just some chlorophyll. Well, chlorophyll can slightly alleviate the effects of palladium poisoning. So Tony Stark drank that thing almost every day during this time. At least, until a complete solution to the problem of palladium poisoning has been developed. Although it is unpalatable, Tony is not ready to give up. Entering Tony's laboratory by pressing the combination lock, Suche looked at the various exquisite equipment in the laboratory. Suche suddenly said to Tony, by the way, can you develop a robot that can automatically sweep and mop the floor, preferably a robot that can wash clothes and do housework? Water. Listen to Suche's words. After coming to the laboratory, Tony Stark, who just wanted to show off his own invention, was obviously taken aback. What the hell? A robot that can sweep and mop the floor to do housework? In front of this room full of various high-tech products. You actually asked me if I could build a robot that does housework? Come on, I'm Tony Stark, the greatest genius and billionaire of this century. You actually asked me to help you research housekeeping robots? Do you want to be so overkill? However, it seems that it is not impossible. Chapter 92. New Mexico. Listening to Phil Coulson debriefing that Thor was unable to pick up Mjolnir and become extremely lost, even decadent. With his gentle encouragement, Doris even cooked a big meal for him. This made Thor's emotions recover a lot later. Nick Fury finally felt a little more at ease. It seems that this time Doris didn't go too far, although she still doesn't know how Doris will end up. But he is full of confidence in this Doris who is known as Medusa. Anyway, as long as it's not the same bad taste as before, or it's not a big problem to turn Thor into a piece of hard to clean up. Well, Phil Coulson has full authority over the matter here, and I can go back to SHILD with peace of mind. Alright. In fact, Nick Fury has to admit that what Doris did to Thor is indeed much more exciting than in his short composition. As the best psychotherapist and agent of SHILD ever, and one of the 3 most trusted members of S.H.I.E.L.D., her ability is even stronger than Iron Knight Melinda. If it wasn't for the accident caused by the 20 people from Skrull a few years ago, which made her methods be calm, Nick Fury also wouldn't let her go to the Eagle's Nest to cultivate her mind and become a mentor to the rookies at the same time. This is really overkill. Damn, Those scrolls have been in SHIELD for 10 or 20 years. Let them pretend to be other people. They are better than anyone else. But it's not enough to make them cooperate to carry out the task. I flipped through the black gold diary casually. Nick Fury discovers that the diary has been updated. Getting up and closing the door, Nick Fury was going to wait until after reading this diary before getting up and going back to the SHIELD Trident headquarters. At least, you don't have to block everything here. Nick Fury doesn't believe that he will be monitored here. Wanda and Pietro are picked up by Natasha Romanoff. During the week Natasha Romanoff and Steve were away, Wanda and Pietro stayed with me. Let me relive the events of the year. In my world, when Wanda and our Avengers Alliance met, it was not during the Ultron period. In the beginning, she and Pietro were planning to help Ultron, but later realized that Ultron's plan was to destroy the Earth and eliminate all life on the Earth to complete the purification. Then, she became one of us. It was also in the battle with Ultron that Wanda lost her younger brother because she went to Pete. This is also the reason why those members of the Avengers Alliance behind hope that Wanda and I will have a baby soon, and then we can name it Pietro. Later, whenever she and I talked about the past together, she would say that Pietro was actually the big brother. Just to make her happy, Pietro just called her sister. Manhattan, inside Natasha Romanoff's apartment. Looking at the latest updated content of the diary, Wanda raised her head. A look of confusion flashed in her eyes. Died. Pietro is dead? Pietro will die in a battle with that Ultron in the future? No wonder in the first diary, the content is written about the future child of himself and Suche, named Pietro. When I first saw this diary, I was only shy and didn't imagine the deep meaning in it. But now, thinking of the future, his only student, Pietro, will die. Wanda's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. It felt like my heart was being pulled and torn apart by something. The pain that kept growing from the bottom of my heart even made Wanda feel as if he was about to suffocate. Under the huge amounts of pain, Wanda didn't even realize that her eyes gradually began to glow slightly red. Even the dishes on the dining table moved slightly. In fact, Wanda and Pietro's ability is born, not given by Mind Gem. Mind Gem just opened up this layer of shackles, which can be regarded as a medium, allowing Wanda and Pietro to discover their ability. This can be seen from Wanda's sitcom. The reason why the 8-year-old Stark industrial missile didn't explode was because it was activated within hours of hiding under the bed. Ability rewrote reality. Natasha Romanoff just coming out of the bathroom. A sad, heartbroken Wanda on the sofa. I was taken aback immediately. What's the matter? What happened? It's okay. It doesn't matter. No matter what happens, my sister is still here. Stepping forward to hug Wanda without any hesitation, Natasha Romanoff comforted her constantly and softly like a sister. From Wanda's distraught expression just now, Natasha Romanoff was able to analyze it immediately. Wanda didn't suffer from some kind of sudden illness. Otherwise, Natasha Romanoff would have run to the hospital with Wanda in her arms, or called an emergency immediately. Pietro. Listening to Wanda sobbing in extreme grief, saying intermittently that Pietro will die or something like that. This made Natasha Romanoff unable to react for a while. Pietro is dead? He listened carefully, and at the moment Pietro was in his own room, reciting the homework assigned by the teacher loudly. How come? Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the black and gold diary that fell on the sofa. Natasha Romanoff reflected in an instant. It should be that the diary has been updated, and Wanda saw what Sue wrote in the diary about what happened in the future. Picking up the black gold diary without any hesitation, Natasha Romanoff hugged Wanda and kept comforting her, while quickly flipping to the latest updated diary. He quickly glanced at the few lines ahead. Only then did I understand why Wanda looked distraught at the moment. In fact, since adopting Wanda and Pietro as their two guardians. If we talk about the beginning, Natasha Romanoff also regards this as a task. But as time goes by, especially these months of getting along, for Natasha Romanoff, who never had a family, returned to an empty apartment alone every time she finished her mission. This pair of obedient, well-behaved, and sensible twins. She has long regarded them as her younger siblings. So when you see what is written in the diary, Pietro will die after the battle with Ultron in the future. Natasha Romanoff also felt a little unacceptable. But the more important thing now is to comfort Wanda. The child is only 15 years old this year. He lost his parents early on, and now only Pietro is left as a brother who depends on each other. Whoever it is, I am afraid they will not be able to accept it. Chapter 93. After comforting for a while, Natasha Romanoff raised her hand and gently wiped away the tears from Wanda's face. Although it was described in Sue's diary, Pietro will die in the battle with Ultron in the future. However, since we know this kind of thing in advance now, we can naturally avoid Pietro from going out in the future, can't we? Look, since Sue came to our universe from the parallel universe, the future has changed a lot compared to what is happening now. He hugged Wanda and patted her on the back lightly, as if coaxing his own sister. Natasha Romanoff also has a trace of tenderness that belongs only to her family. For example, you and Pietro were brought back from Sokovia by us ahead of time, right? Without Sue, your siblings should still be in Sokovia by now. For example, according to the records in the diary, it will take 2 years for us to find the frozen Steve. But now, Steve is not only rescued from the ice in advance, but also drinking coffee and fishing with Sue every day, not to mention how pleasant it is. In fact, Sue's coming to this world and the appearance of the Black Gold Diary not only let us know many things in the future in advance. It will allow us to avoid future tragedies. Speaking of this, Natasha Romanoff rubbed Wanda's forehead with her forehead affectionately, and then smiled softly. It's like me. I've always been alone, even with SHIELD, even with Hawkeye. But every time I come back from a mission, I'm alone. But because of Sue, I now have a pair of twin siblings. Since my life can change, then Pietro's future trajectory will definitely change. Listen to Natasha Romanoff's gentle, yet firm tone. Wanda sniffled, then nodded vigorously. Sister Natasha Romanoff has a point. Now that something has changed, it has already appeared on himself and Pietro. Then Pietro's fate will definitely change in the future. At least, no matter what price I pay, I will never let Pietro die in the battle with Ultron. If it doesn't work, I will drag him to hide in a corner or run away. After the idea gradually became clear, Wanda breathed a sigh of relief. I just saw the news that Pietro would die, and my mind was in a mess. Feeling the tender embrace of Natasha Romanoff, Wanda hesitated for a moment, then said softly, "Actually, what?" Looking at Wanda's hesitation, she seemed to want to say something. With a warm smile, Natasha Romanoff gently stroked Wanda's slightly messy hair. "Actually, when we were in Sokovia, the castle where Pietro and I lived was an organization called HYDRA. It seems like a big decision has been made." Wanda looked at Natasha Romanoff, who was like a sister, and finally made up her mind to tell Natasha Romanoff the truth of the matter. Pietro and I joined that organization at the beginning, and it was only later that we found out that their organization's name is HYDRA. Those people not only have a large number of weapons and armed personnel in the castle, but also the fighter jets we took when we came back, and Kunk and the like. There are also some weapons that can emit blue beams that Pietro and I have never seen before. In addition, the Hydra organization secretly captured many children for experiments. They want to see if they can turn common people into super ability people through experiments. It's just that they seem to have been failing all the time, and a lot of people died. Listen to Wanda. The hand that was stroking her hair paused for a moment. Then he looked at Wanda and asked very seriously, "You didn't tell anyone about this, did you?" "No." Seeing Natasha Romanoff's serious expression, Wanda immediately shook her head. "When we came here, Baron Strucker didn't allow me and Pietro to tell anyone about this. Otherwise, he said that no matter where we hide, he will send people to hunt us down." Listening to Wanda's words, Natasha Romanoff thought about it. Then he whispered to Wanda, "Remember, completely forget about this matter. Sister will find someone to deal with this matter. You and Pietro must not tell the third person." Looking at Natasha Romanoff's solemn expression, Wanda is no longer a child, so she naturally knows the seriousness of the matter. But soon, he said to Natasha Romanoff, "However, it seems that Sue also knows. After all, he is in a parallel world. You should have known about it a long time ago." Embracing Wanda again, Natasha Romanoff smiled. "Otherwise, he would not write in the diary, 'The current SHIELD is not trustworthy.'" Saying that, Natasha Romanoff picked up the diary and smiled with Wanda. "I want to read this diary. I will talk about these things after reading it." "Good." Nodding slightly, Wanda turned her attention to the diary again. "Pietro died in the battle with Ultron, which we don't want to see. It's just that the battle line was too long and too far at that time, and when the incident happened suddenly, we had no time to rescue. For this reason, Calente was annoyed for a long time, and even named his youngest son Nathaniel Pietro Barton. But this time, the same error will not appear again. Like, that damn finger snapping. Look at the diary, and right here." Even Wanda, who was a little worried, breathed a sigh of relief. For Suche, Wanda is still very confident. Since he said in his diary, Pietro would not die like a parallel universe with him, then he will definitely do it. Well, however, when I went to Tony's house today, I found that Tony has been drinking chlorophyll juice. It seems that Tony already knows about palladium element poisoning and has found a way to reduce it. Festival. However, this method can only suppress it a little in the short term, and it doesn't have much effect. Natasha Romanoff said that Nick Fury went to New Mexico, and he definitely did it because of Thor's hammer that fell from the sky. After he comes back, he has to find a way to get Nick Fury to hand over to Nortel the things left by his father Howard Stark. This is the most important step for Tony to reconcile with his father in his heart, and it is also about the most effective way for him to use the key of the future to create new elements and suppress palladium poisoning. Otherwise, Tony's palladium poisoning will get worse every time the Mark armor is used. However, if you want to persuade Tony not to use the armor anymore, it is probably more difficult than getting Steve to hand over the shield. Well, not necessarily. After all, the future Steve handed over the shield to Falcon Sam. Make him the next Captain America. Pity it. Chapter 94. Magic Mind Control. Looking at the system prompt, after Frigga's trust value reached 50%, the ability he got, Suche received the reward directly without any hesitation. But having said that, Queen Frigga of Asgard is a mage who was raised by a female. So the ability I obtained is spiritual magic? It should not be like this. Otherwise, the steel body of the ultimate perfect water system ability Superman cannot be explained clearly. Open the system's personal attributes panel, and soon, the personal information will appear in front of Suche. Host, Suche. Age, 19 years old. The age of the parallel timeline of the Black Gold Diary. Identity, the first generation of Avengers in the parallel world, Pseudo, the owner of the Black Gold Diary. Ability, ultimate perfect water control, Superman steel body perfect defense upgrade version. 10 times the peak physical fitness of ordinary people. Mind demon mage. Mission, none, permanent. Number of enemies that can be created, unlimited. Interference with the timeline makes the planet Devourer descend progress. 1%. Looking at the system panel, Suche folded his arms and focused on the last item. As we all know, the Balrog Olivia Temple claimed to be the messenger of the gods. Before he was killed by himself, he once said that the great master will definitely come, and so on. Definitely. The main purpose of this statement is to gain the trust of people like Natasha Romanoff and Nick Fury. However, if the progress bar reaches 100%, will the planet Devourer really descend on the Earth? Although every major Marvel event, Galactus always feels that it lacks that meaning without sacrificing once. But now if he faces Galactus, it seems that he really has no chance of winning. After all, as one of the 5 gods of Marvel, where is the ability of the planet Devourer? Weight 430 etc. Looking at the sentence on the system profile page, interfering with the timeline caused the planet Devourer to descend. Who is the first character that comes to mind when you think of a character related to the Marvel timeline? Conqueror Kang's time administration. Behind the Supreme Mage Ancient One is Eternity, one of the 5 gods. So Kang the Conqueror established the time administration. Is the person behind him the planet Devourer? It seems that there is nothing to do with half a dime. After all, whether it is a sculpture of the Time Management Bureau or the symbol behind the ruling court, it is a guy with 3 heads. That's right, it's the Life Court. However, there seems to be no connection between them. But who's to say you can't codify, create their associations? Anyway, when I created Balrog Olivia Temple, it was because it was my first creation. I was also worried that I would be out of play, so I asked Olivier to use the role of Temple very sloppily. How about using Olivia Temple to tie it all together and be the one button in the series? Well, the hats are all for the Devourer of the planet, as one of the 5 gods in the Marvel Universe. He shouldn't care about taking the blame for himself. And I said in the first chapter of the Black Gold Diary that the reason for the destruction of my parallel world was because of the countless Conqueror Kong, countless monsters, and the Celestial Group. If you don't connect these things together, you will feel sorry for the despair you wrote in your first diary. Still under the simulation of the system, I personally experienced the experience of extreme despair. Well, anyway, during the Kanji meeting, all kinds of Kangs appeared, and it is normal to pick one out at random. They take the blame, increase the number of diary entries by themselves, and get, the benefits of various strengths. Hey beauty. At the same time, I'm really lucky. An unbelievable, decadent, frustrated Thor. Under the comfort of Medusa Diaries, her emotions gradually recovered. Looking at this beautiful, gentle, caring, and coquettish girlfriend in front of her, she loved her from the bottom of her heart. Thor caressed Doris' cheek with one hand and said emotionally, "If it is my greatest misfortune to be exiled to the earth, then none of this matters now. Because meeting you is the luckiest thing I've ever done in the past 1,500 years." Seeing Thor's eyes full of affection, Doris gently rubbed her cheek against Thor's palm like a charming cat. You know how to make me happy every day. I mean what I say, and I can assure you. Hearing Doris' disbelief, Thor hurriedly and earnestly assured that what he just said was true. Look at your stupidity. Gently pinching the tip of Thor's nose with pale fingers, Doris said with a bright smile, I don't know that what you said is true. Okay, now that your mood has recovered, you should eat well, you know? You haven't eaten properly for 3 days since you couldn't hold that hammer. Saying that, Doris got up from the sofa, then bent down and lightly touched Thor's forehead with her forehead. Wait for me obediently at home. I'll go shopping for vegetables and cook you a big meal tonight. Even if you are a god, you can't do without eating well. Looking at his girlfriend's tone, he coaxed himself like a child. Not to mention, Thor really eats this set. Raising his hand and scratching his head, Thor grinned silly and said, I made you worry. Nonsense, you are my boyfriend. I'm not worried. Who are you worried about? Others don't deserve to make me worry. Picking up the bag and winking charmingly at Thor, Doris turned and went out with a smile. Watching the back of Doris leaving, Thor leaned on the sofa and looked at the ceiling, as if thinking of something. Then he laughed a few times to himself. That expression, just like the silly son of the landlord's family. Outside, is the construction site ready? Detouring behind the house and opening the car door to get in the car, Doris sat in the co-pilot and asked Phil Coulson. According to your request, the construction site next to this small town has been prepared. But you really want Thor to experience the life of a construction worker? Can he do it? What do you say? He squinted at Phil Coulson. Look at the way Phil Coulson shrugs his shoulders and says everything's going your way. Only then did Di Lizzie nodded in satisfaction. You don't need money to eat, and you don't need money to live. If you want a man to mature the fastest, you must first cultivate his sense of responsibility and responsibility. Thor is different from some rich second generations. Although he does not lack these responsibilities, many things need to be taught to him little by little. However, we can't use the principles that all people on Earth know. We have to use events to guide them, and let him take this responsibility willingly. Every day, he instilled in him great truths, saying how good the Earth is, and that he will protect the Earth in the future. Isn't this a joke? Even the rookies in the Eagle's Nest I teach know not to use youthful methods. Listening to what Doris said, Phil Coulson sat in the driver's seat and shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, the director told me before leaving that the matter about Thor is entirely up to you. As long as it's not too much, then I just need to be responsible and cooperate. Listen to Phil Coulson say Nick Fury is gone. Doris' eyes lit up first, but then she seemed to think of something. After shaking his head slightly, he looked out the car window. Actually, looking at Doris' expression, Phil Coulson understood what she was thinking at the moment. Actually, Thor is different. While giving him a change, Doris, it may not be for yourself. Shut up, Phil Coulson. Before Phil Coulson could finish speaking, Doris turned her head and looked at Phil Coulson very coldly. It seemed like a very poisonous snake was staring at its prey. It's a feeling that even Phil Coulson can't bear. Maybe you need a psychiatrist, Doris. It's like a cavalry. Why facing Doris's coldness and biting bones? It seemed that she could feel Huang Yi's gaze from the bottom of her heart. Instead, Phil Coulson felt a little empathy. He knew what happened to Doris, the female agent who was once far superior to Iron Cavalry Melinda and Natasha Romanoff. If it is said that Iron Cavalry Melinda may suffered the first level of psychological trauma because of the incident with the little girl, then Doris' previous experience was level 10. Psychiatrist? Huh. Taking out a lady's cigarette from her bag and lighting it lightly, Deli's red lips gently exhaled a cloud of light blue smoke. I was originally the top psychiatrist in SHIELD, Phil Coulson. Do you think other psychiatrists use it before me? That can't always be like this, Doris. That's pretty good too. Looking out of the car window, under the blue sky at this moment, white clouds are floating with the wind. Doris's tone was obviously much softer. It's like Melinda transferred to be a logistics clerk. It's also very good for me to teach those rookies in the Eagle's Nest. You're a good man, Phil Coulson, and if you ever get the chance, leave SHIELD and leave SHIELD. SHIELD is not for you, and it's not as clean as you think. What's the meaning? Hearing what Doris said, Phil Coulson was a little puzzled. It's okay, you will know sooner or later. Turning his head to look at Phil Coulson and laughing. By the way, remember that Thor's hourly salary on the construction site cannot exceed 5 yuan an hour. Otherwise it will make him earn more, and it won't be fun later on. Anyway, he doesn't know how much the hourly salary is stipulated here. Speaking of this, Doris seemed to have thought of something. That girl named Jane Foster hasn't moved away. No. According to Dr. Selvig's request, Jane Foster and her girlfriends are still here, right next to you. Well, Keep an eye on her. She is the key to take over orders in the future. As she said that, Doris casually stubbed out the lady's cigarette, then opened the car door and said to Phil Coulson, "Actually, this mission is quite interesting, so let's take it easy." After watching Doris finish speaking, she turned and left without any hesitation. Phil Coulson opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. In the end, I could only sigh silently. It's pathetic for Thor to be played into the applause. But what about my former boss, Medusa Doris? You know, she was once the most trusted by Nick Fury, and she was considered the best candidate for the next director of SHIELD after him. Chapter 95. SHIELD. After watching Nick Fury press the shield button, Natasha Romanoff sat across from Nick Fury's desk and said, "Have you read Sue's diary, Nick?" "Seen it already." Nodding slightly, Nick Fury said to Natasha Romanoff, "Although this diary is not very long, there are many potential contents in it." "Yes." After getting up to get himself a glass of water, Natasha Romanoff sat down again and said, "We all know about Tony Stark's palladium poisoning. But now I know that as long as he wears the Mark armor, Tony Stark's palladium poisoning will be aggravated. In addition, I didn't expect that the original cure of palladium poisoning would rely on the relics of the deceased Mr. Howard Stark." Having said that, Natasha Romanoff took a sip from the water glass. Then he explained his intention to Nick Fury. "But Nick, I didn't come here to talk about this matter. Whether it's Tony Stark's palladium poisoning or what's written in the diary, in the future Steve will hand over the shield to that Falcon Sam. These future things are not that important for now." After this diary was updated, it said that Pietro would die in the future battle with Ultron. Suddenly, Wanda, who saw the news, couldn't bear it. "Is she all right?" Listening to Natasha Romanoff, Nick Fury asked. As one of the holders of the Black Gold Diary, Nick Fury knows how different Wanda holds in Suche's heart. "It's much better after my comfort. However, it is precisely because of this that Wanda has officially accepted me for the first time and is willing to treat me as a real sister. It's a good thing. It's a good thing, but it also brought a bad summer." Putting the water glass on the table, Natasha Romanoff looked at Nick Fury and said, "Since Wanda was willing to accept me from the bottom of her heart, she directly told me a piece of bad news. Do you know what organization Wanda and Pietro joined when they were in Sokovia?" Without waiting for Nick Fury to answer, Natasha Romanoff said seriously, "Hydra." "You sure?" Nick Fury, who originally had a relaxed expression, heard Natasha Romanoff's words. The whole person became serious in an instant. "You mean Wanda and Pietro have been staying in Hydra all the time?" "That's right." Looking at Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff nodded. "This is what Wanda personally admitted, and the Hydra group in Sokovia not only has powerful armed forces, but also has been secretly conducting experiments. It's similar to the kind of experiment that turns common people into super ability users. Unfortunately, they have always failed, so many experimental subjects died." Obviously, that's not what Natasha Romanoff meant to say. But when the words came to the mouth, it turned into this again. It was Nick Fury who caught the meaning of Tasha's subtext. It was Sitwell who sent someone to find the Wanda siblings. It was he who quickly found the address of the Wanda twins, and then Hill went to pick up the twins himself. If what Wanda said is true, that Sokovia really has a Hydra base, then how did Sitwell find the Wonghua siblings so quickly? Unless he is also a member of HYDRA. Having said that, Nick Fury tapped on the table lightly. Sokovia is poor and war-torn. If there is a Hydra base, it is not surprising to choose where. But where did the money for the development of military force come from for so many years of research funding? Just relying on one Sokovia is not enough to call them a flow of funds. If Sitwell is also a member of HYDRA, then everything is very clear. Sitwell is Alexander Pierce's most trusted associate. Pierce is the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Most importantly, Pierce has been one of the liaisons with the World Security Council. At this point in the analysis, Nick Fury pinched his brows lightly. If Alexander Pierce is a member of HYDRA, is there a member of Hydra in the World Security Council? If HYDRA can infiltrate even SHIELD, what about Congress, business, and other industries? Listening to Nick Fury's analysis, there was no surprise on his expression. Natasha Romanoff picked up the water glass again and asked curiously, "Nick, you already knew?" "No, it's just a guess." Facing Natasha Romanoff's questioning, Nick Fury leaned back on the seat. "From the moment I read Sue's description in the Black Gold Diary, SHIELD is not trustworthy. I have more or less guesses in my mind. For this, I have made some confirmation and preparations. In the end, as expected, some evidence was dug up that I least expected to see. I have guessed that behind this chain of evidence, there is still a big group of dark clouds. It's just Looking at Nick Fury's expression, Natasha Romanoff said seriously, "Nick, no matter what, this matter must not be implicated in Wanda and Pietro. I don't want anything to happen to them. You should be clear that once something happens to Wanda and Pietro, once Sue gets angry, the consequences may be disastrous." I definitely know this. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Nick Fury actually had the heart to laugh. By the way, Sue and Tony Stark are investigating the anonymous account of Obadiah Stein's private channel. Natasha Romanoff, you follow up on this matter. See if you can dig up some material on this matter. Then find a way to attribute the excavated things to Hydra. It is best to lead the clues directly to the Hydra base in Sokovia. Clear. Listening to Nick Fury's order, Natasha Romanoff nodded. That's good. So the twins Wanda and Pietro can be taken out of this matter. Secondly, concoct some evidence to lead the conspiracy to the Hydra base in Sokovia and maybe bring out some big fish. Seeing that Natasha Romanoff understood what he meant, Nick Fury signaled Natasha Romanoff to get ready. After Natasha Romanoff left, Nick Fury turned off the shield button and let Maria Hill in. In fact, there's one thing Nick Fury didn't tell Natasha Romanoff. That is, he plans to use the Sokovia Hydra base to form Avengers in advance. Before the event that the Avengers Alliance first rallied against the Chitauri invasion, as recorded in the diary, took place. Or the Sufu League was formed in advance because of the Sokovia Hydra base incident. It can also hone the tacit understanding between the team. In order not to happen as recorded in the diary, Tony Stark needs to play with the War Shun and carry the mushroom eggs into the universe to blow up Chitauri's battleship. Asking for flowers. For the first time, the Avengers Alliance members accepted him from the bottom of their hearts. From this point alone, Nick Fury is not difficult to analyze. At that time, when the Avengers Alliance assembled to fight against the aliens, their minds were definitely not so unified. At least the friction between the teams is definitely not small. Hill, pack what Mr. Howard Stark left in SHIELD and hand it over to Tony Stark. Watching Hill walk in, Nick Fury said to her, "Okay, is everything? Materials, notes, video recordings, etc. As for some very harmful ones, they are temporarily closed. Clear." Listening to Nick Fury's order, Maria Hill nodded. But this time, he didn't leave simply and neatly. Why, what else is there? Seeing Hill standing there looking at him, Nick Fury asked, "I wonder why every time Natasha Romanoff comes to report to you, you have to turn on the blocking measures and let me out." Looking at Nick Fury, Maria Hill asked her doubts. 0-0 all along. Nick Fury is not shy about anything. Until Natasha Romanoff contacted the young man named Suche once. After that, everything seemed to start to hide from myself. Definitely, the reason why I asked this is not against the rules, because I should not know what I know. Even if he asked, Nick Fury wouldn't say it. So why ask about export? The reason is very simple. Don't forget that Hill also has an identity. The World Security Council came to supervise the work of Nick Fury. So her purpose of asking Nick Fury is simple. That is to see what these two people are planning, even if they can't tell themselves. At least give yourself a reasonable excuse in case there is any big move, so that you can deal with the people on the World Security Council. Also let yourself have a preparation. It's like Nick Fury has been greedy for funding from the World Security Council to build a moon base since the Anton's Cruise. In the whole process, I have been helping to hide it from the World Security Council. It can't be that some big moves have already taken place and the World Security Council asks itself, but they don't know anything. This is not good for follow-up work. There is indeed something big about to happen, and it's about Hydra. In the face of Hill's questioning, the tacit understanding over the years has let Nick Fury know what she is thinking. So he didn't hide anything and told her what happened. Definitely, there is a lot of concealment, such as having a direct relationship with Suche. For example, the matter of the Black Gold Diary. The holder of the Black Gold Diary cannot tell the non-holders about the Black Gold Diary. So listening to Nick Fury has some obvious holes, always missing some key words. Maria Hill nodded to show that she knew. Although it always feels that many things seem to be discovered or even unfolded around Suche. Even if Suche is brought into this matter, then many explanations are reasonable. But that young man named Suche should not be Hydra. Chapter 96. Trash, idiot moth. It took so much resources and time to push you. You can't even be the speaker, and you've got flaws everywhere. Listening to the elders who accused and cursed themselves in front of them. Counselor Stern's fat body was sitting on the sofa, with cold sweat constantly flowing from his forehead. Yes, this Senator Stern is the later one who wanted Tony Stark to hand over his armor. At the same time, he is also a part of Hydra. Generally speaking, his current status is not high, but he is also a member of the Senate anyway. It can also be regarded as the backbone of Hydra. Generally, people inside Hydra really don't have the right to reprimand him. Not to mention pointing your nose and cursing. But since Red Skull John Schmidt disappeared because of Tesseract, as far as Hydra has become an elder system, he can be regarded as an elite at best. Kind of on the same level as Sitwell, the guy who got kicked down the stairs by Natasha Romanoff, got caught by Falcon and got all recruited when he faced Steve. Therefore, when faced with reprimand or even cursing by the elders, Stern could only curl his neck and listen. Sir, I didn't expect that Tony Stark and that Silver Moon Knight would investigate this far. I trash. That's why I say you're a trash. Watching Senator Stern explaining constantly while wiping his sweat. 550-inch the elder in front of him, who looked older than him, pointed at him in disbelief. When Howard Stark and his wife were killed by Winter Soldier, I asked you to arouse Obadiah Stan's ambition. But it took so many years for you to succeed, let alone succeed, but you still haven't succeeded. It's fine if it just doesn't work. At least you have to clear the connection with that Obadiah idiot's private channel. He's been dead for more than 2 months, and you can't let Tony Stark investigate this far? Even the idiot who can't be cleared from the beginning to the end, once Tony Stark follows this clue to track us down. Then I will send you to see Mr. John Schmidt with my own hands. Yes. I'm sorry, sir. This is my negligence. Facing the elders constantly accusing and cursing, Counselor Stern quickly raised his head and said, Sir, I didn't expect Tony Stark to be able to find out this step. I was just thinking of using Obadiah Stane to get rid of Tony Stark. After all, once we do it ourselves, Nick Fury will pay attention. So you used your secret connections and let the FBI guys let him go? Looking at Senator Stern with a gloomy expression, the elder snorted coldly. Did you know that since Howard Stark died, Nick Fury has paid more attention to Tony Stark? Otherwise, I would have asked someone to get rid of Tony Stark long ago, so I don't need you to bewitch the idiot Obadiah Stane. I don't care what method you use now. Immediately cut off all clues. Absolutely, Tony Stark can investigate us. If it affects our Hydra Insight plan that has been planned for decades, then even if you die 100 times, it will not be enough. Understood. I will immediately cut off all connections. Constantly nodding like pounding garlic, Stern hesitated for a moment, then tentatively said cautiously, Sir, I think we can cause some trouble for Tony Stark on the surface. For example, he turned off the Stark industrial weapon, but he researched the steel armor. Therefore, we can hold a hearing and think that the armor is one of the weapons. No matter what the final result of the hearing is, it will cause a period of delay for Tony Stark. I can also take advantage of this time to let the people below cut off all the clues. Listen to Senator Stern's cautious proposal. The elder thought for a while, and then agreed. This proposal is not bad. At least you can use your brain a little bit, which is better than that idiot Obadiah Stane. But you have to do it seriously. If you can get Tony Stark to hand over the armor, or hand over the core information, that's the best. Even if you can't, don't force it. At least don't get Nick Fury's attention. Yes, sir. Hearing that the elder agreed to his proposal, Senator Stern felt a little relieved, quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then continued. Sir, about that Silver Moon cavalry. Before Stern could ask, the elder squinted at him. That expression seemed to be looking at a stupid pig. You still don't know the real identity of the Silver Moon Knight? That Silver Moon Knight didn't hide it at all, and almost made it public in front of the media. He leaned heavily on the floor with his cane, and the elder had some wishes. Why did I push such a fool to send it to Congress in the first place? Nick Fury has been following a young psychiatrist named Suche, now the owner of a coffee shop. Natasha Romanoff is also very close to this Suche. So the Silver Moon Knight first appeared, and he and Natasha Romanoff took on that damn thing with horns on its head. Then Nick Fury sent Steve Rogers over there. These two spend every day together. And then when Tony Stark and Obadiah fight, Silver Moon Knight shows up with Captain America. And then Tony Stark got on really well with him. And then Iron Man appeared on that damned island with the Silver Knight. Looking at Stern, the elder felt that he could hardly suppress his patience. He is so obvious that you can't even detect that he didn't hide his identity at all. I doubt that it was a wrong decision to let you join Hydra after your father died. The psychiatrist's profile was fabricated by Nick Fury, as mentioned earlier. Oh, hearing the elder's words, Senator Stern was obviously taken aback. I secretly sent someone to investigate for a long time. What was the real identity of the Silver Knight who appeared with Captain America when he was dealing with Obadiah Stane? The results were not investigated. Now the elder actually already knows his true identity? Well, it seems that the original investigation results indeed found Suche. It's just that I didn't care about it. After all, the information above is too clear. Suche was originally just a psychiatrist who was squeezed out and opened a coffee shop by himself. Although it is very close to Steve and Tony Stark, there is no doubt about it originally. No matter how you look at it, you are a common person, so it was ruled out by itself. Unexpectedly, the real identity of Silver Moon Knight is actually a young man. Don't touch him. Looking at the expression on Stern's face, the elder warned very solemnly. Since this Silver Moon Knight, named Suche, doesn't care if his identity is revealed or even hides it, then it means that he either doesn't know the existence of our HYDRA, or just don't care at all. You should have seen his ability. Bullets and even miniature bombs can't cause any damage to him. It also happens to have the ability to use water to control extremely terrifying disasters. This proves that people have enough confidence in their cards. Looking at Stern, the Elder of Hydra looked extremely stern. Remember, our main task is to complete the Insight Plan. Under this great plan, no one matters. So, don't send people to do something like assassination, but create an enemy instead. It's too stupid. Hearing the Elder's stern tone, Senator Stern nodded solemnly. He said that he would never use the power of darkness to engage in assassinations, kidnappings, and the like, until after the Elders left. Senator Stern breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. What the hell? Someone who is almost in his 70s still treats himself like a child, pointing his nose and scolding idiots. I don't even look at how many years I can live. I really thought I lived as long as Steve Rogers. Leaning heavily on the sofa, after the tense nerves were relieved, a strong sense of fatigue surged up. However, it is indeed necessary to quickly cut off all related private channels of Obadiah Stine. After all, this guy is dead, and the money he gave to himself over the years is enough to spend the rest of his life. The hearing about Tony Stark will be held, and it will add some troubles to Tony Stark and make him incompetent in duplication. For that Silver Moon Knight, he has to create some troubles for him. Definitely, stupid things like assassination and kidnapping can't be done by yourself. However, adding a little difficulty on the surface and then distracting him saved him and Tony Stark from holding on to this clue and not letting go. Well, let the IRS folks look into it. Even if the taxes and the like are relatively clean, it can still distract him a bit. Thinking of this, Stern raised his hand and rubbed his cheeks. This day, don't I just collect some money from Obadiah Stine? It really is. Stern was stunned by the Elder's scolding and planned to use his power on the surface to add some trouble to Suche and Tony Stark. As everyone knows, Inche also wants to trouble this Senator Stern at this moment, especially when Natasha Romanoff told Steve and himself about the incident at the Hydra base in Sokovia. In order to protect Wanda and Pietro, it can't be connected with Wanda Pietro. So I hope myself and Steve can help. Think about how to destroy the Sokovia HYDRA base without implicating the twins in 3.2. In an instant, a perfect plan appeared in Suche's mind. Back then, the guy from the Hydra base in Sokovia attacked him secretly. I still remember this enemy. It's because of Ni himself, the superhero of a parallel world. In addition, I don't have too many suitable excuses. Otherwise, he would have personally gone to Sokovia to destroy the Man of Steel long after he obtained it. Look, isn't this delivered to your door now? As for linking, this is easy. Tony Stark is investigating Obadiah Stine's private channel, that money transfer account, right? That remittance account can be this guy Stern. Whether it is him or not, it can be him. Others don't know his true identity, but he knows it himself. Hydra. Then, it was discovered accidentally from him, a member of HYDRA, that he had connections with Sokovia. It could be through Tony's investigation or through Natasha Romanoff's investigation. In this way, Yamato and Pietro were picked out. Even if it is time to destroy the Sokovia HYDRA base, SHILD's Hydra investigation will also find that the problem originally appeared on Senator Stern. In this way, he not only completed his revenge, but also, according to Natasha Romanoff's expectation, not to involve Wanda and Pietro in this matter. Geez, perfect. Chapter 97. In fact, the basis of all this is still based on that paradox. As the holder of the Black Gold Diary, Natasha Romanoff knows that Suche is a superhero from a parallel world. But Natasha Romanoff wants to pretend that she only knows that Suche is the Silver Moon Knight, not that he is from a parallel world. So this time, not only Suche was found. At the same time, Steve was also called over. And the point is that Hydra and Sokovia, on the surface, the main target is Steve, to let him figure out a way. As Captain America, Steve is the most familiar of them all with HYDRA. After all, who made Steve Hydra's biggest rival? Whether the era is the same or not, Steve is a thorn in Hydra's heart. So it looks a lot like Natasha Romanoff looking to Captain America for help. Well, at least on the surface. But in fact, Natasha Romanoff's real target is Su-Che, because Natasha Romanoff knows Su-Che's true identity through the Black Gold Diary. So she thinks that Su-Che definitely has a way, while bypassing Wanda and Pietro, will find the 22 incidents of Hydra and Sokovia reasonable. And Natasha Romanoff knows, as long as it's about Wanda and Pietro, then Su-Che will definitely not sit idly by. See, kill two birds with one stone. It can not only protect Wanda and Pietro, but also let Su-Che shoot. I won't let him know that I know his true identity. For now, at least, Steve looks contemplative as he listens to what he's telling, as if he's thinking of a countermeasure. But Su-Che obviously became serious, at least on the surface. But Su-Che can also be found through Natasha Romanoff's devious, solution-seeking behavior. Natasha Romanoff is indeed convinced of her identity as Parallel World Avenger. This is a good thing. At least it means that the establishment of one's own people is very stable. It may be nothing on weekdays, but Su-Che can be himself if he wants to be himself. But once something happens, it's like this kind of sudden thing now. Su-Che knew that he had to come up with some dry goods. In this way, you can be more realistic about your personality. This matter really cannot involve the twins Wanda and Pietro. Aside, Steve, who was sitting next to Su-Che, looked at Su-Che and Natasha Romanoff seriously and said, Wanda and Pietro are only 15 years old. Although they have joined HYDRA, they were still young when they came here, and they didn't know what Hydra means at all. Secondly, I really understand them. They lost their parents when they were 8 years old. I don't know how much effort and hardship they have to pay in order to survive. So, it's not their fault that they join HYDRA, whether it's because they don't know the situation or because they want a bite to live on. Now, they finally have a new life and hard-won hope. We must not ruin their future because of this incident. Having said that, Steve took a deep breath. Then he turned his head to look at Su-Che. Su, what Natasha Romanoff means is that he is worried that we will directly destroy the Hydra base, in case there are still hidden Hydra forces in this world, after they discover that the Sokovia base has been destroyed. Maybe it will be related to Wanda Pietro. This kind of hypothesis cannot be said to be non-existent. Even if there is only one chance in 10,000, we can't gamble. So Su, your intelligence is very high. So do you have any way to bypass the twins Wanda and Pietro and discover the Sokovia HYDRA base justifiably? Listening to Steve's question, Natasha Romanoff immediately set her eyes on Su-Che. If it were not for the holder of the Black Gold Diary, it would not be possible to disclose this situation like any non-Black Gold Diary holder, including Su-Che himself. Natasha Romanoff, who was very worried about Wanda and Pietro, confessed to Su-Che a long time ago that she knew about Su-Che's true identity. Well, Steve definitely believes that Su-Che can definitely do it. He was full of confidence in Su-Che. After all, in his cognition, only he knows this world. Su and himself are the same kind of person. It's just that one person has been frozen for nearly 70 years, and the other person's former world has been destroyed. As stated earlier, Su-Che told Steve about this. So in the face of Steve's eyes that he's sure he can do it, and Natasha Romanoff's very serious expression, Su-Che knows it's time to come up with some dry goods. Stern. He took out his mobile phone, opened the search page of the website, and then found out the identity information and photo of Senator Stern and handed it to the two people. Member Stern. Looking at the table, there are several photos of Senator Stern displayed inside. Natasha Romanoff asked Su-Che curiously, is this related to him? Definitely, as far as I know. This Senator Stern is ostensibly a member of the Senate of Congress. But the actual identity is also one of the members of HYDRA. Looking at the two people, Su-Che showed a rare expression of seriousness. If you want to bypass Wanda and Pietro to discover and destroy the Hydra base, that Congressman Stern is the best blame taker. Tony has been investigating some anonymous accounts on Obadiah Stein's private channels for some time. If we can take advantage of this opportunity, we can bring Congressman Stern in and make his account the private account that Tony investigates. Then there is a reason for the discovery of the Hydra base in Sokovia. After all, his identity as Hydra is the best clue. Listening to Su-Che's words, Natasha Romanoff's eyes lit up immediately. I'll do this. Isn't it just turning Stern's account into one of Obadiah Stein's private channel accounts? It's easy for me. Natasha Romanoff knew that Su-Che definitely had a way, and it was a reasonable and legal way that no Hydra member could find fault in the investigation. After all, as one of the members of the Avengers Alliance in the parallel world, Su-Che is sure that 590 has fought them for countless times. Definitely, there are things that should be asked or should be asked. This makes it appear that I don't know Su-Che's true identity. Sue, how did you know that Senator Stern is a member of HYDRA? Looking at Soo-chae, Natasha Romanoff pretended to be curious and asked. Listening to Natasha Romanoff's deliberate inquiry, Soo-chae pretended to ponder for a moment. I have some private channels. Okay, don't ask about this matter, Natasha Romanoff. Since this matter is very simple to you, then I will trouble you to bring this Congressman Stern into it. Steve on the side saw Natasha Romanoff's curious look and interrupted on purpose. Well, as friends, as the only person who knows Soo-chae's true identity, Steve felt that if Sue didn't want to tell the truth, then I have to smooth things over for him. Hearing what Steve said, Natasha Romanoff nodded. Okay, leave this to me, but I need your cooperation. Looking at Steve, Natasha Romanoff smiled. Well, sure enough, Steve knew Sue's true identity. Otherwise, I wouldn't be rounding things up for soda at this time. TSK. A table, 3 people, everyone thinks they know the truth. And they are still hiding the truth they know. Not to mention, it's pretty interesting. Duh. Chapter 98. New Mexico Town. Loki, why are you down too? Looking at Loki, who suddenly appeared, Thor, who was watching the program on TV, was suddenly full of surprises. Haha, are you here to pick me up? Loki, father must be willing to forgive my recklessness, yes? Looking at Loki in a suit and a scarf around his neck, Thor asked excitedly. Looks like it's doing well on Earth. Facing Thor, who hugged himself hard to express his excitement, and then grinned. Loki looked around at his surroundings. Well, the room is not as big as the room in Asgard, though. The decoration is not as magnificent as my own or Thor's palace. However, it is better than giving people a very warm feeling. Especially looking at Thor's spirit is very good at this moment. When he came by himself, he was still drinking beer and watching the show. I didn't become as decadent and lost as Heimdall said just because I couldn't pick up Mjolnir anymore. This proves that during this time, Thor is very satisfied with his current life. Thor, it seems that you are still enjoying your current life. Haha, that's because I have a really good girlfriend. Listening to Loki's words, Thor kept talking to Loki excitedly. How good his girlfriend Doris is, how gentle, kind, and considerate. Speaking of excitement, Thor even started dancing. As if otherwise, it would be impossible to describe to Loki how perfect his girlfriend is. Facing Thor dancing with hands and feet, Loki just watched him quietly with a smile on his face. Gradually, Thor, who was originally excited, also slowly stopped sharing with him. Although, he really wants to continue telling how perfect his girlfriend Doris is now. He wanted to tell Loki that the adjectives he just used couldn't even express 1/10,000th of Doris' perfection. I also want to let Loki know how lucky he is to meet her on Earth. But looking at Loki's calm expression, after Thor gradually stopped, he asked with some uncertainty, is Loki something bad happened to Asgard? Tell me, Loki, is something wrong with Asgard? Facing Thor's suddenly serious appearance. Just like in the past 1,500 years, he has to act like he was before being impulsive and reckless again and again. Loki, who originally wanted to trick Thor into telling him that his father was dead, but suddenly fell silent. After a while, Loki used magic to turn off the TV, then waved lightly, and a chair flew over. Pull up a chair and sit across from Thor. Loki put on an elegant smile again. How is it possible? With me here, what can Asgard do? Asgard is the same Asgard we are familiar with. No enemy dares to invade, and there is no civil strife within. Everything is going on as smoothly as ever. Only, just what? Thor was a little relieved when he heard Loki say that. But hearing Loki's tone as if he was about to turn around, Thor began to raise his heart again. It's nothing, it's just, well, I'm sorry, it's my business. I can't get pardoned for your sins. Hey, I think it's a big deal. So it's just this? It's okay, don't take it to heart. Anyway, sooner or later, my father will forgive me. Hearing this sorry, in Loki's tone, Thor didn't care at all. I am doing very well now, although I have lost my strength, but I have gained a perfect girl. It looked like Thor didn't look too disappointed. Loki folded his hands on his lap and said with a smile, it's a good mentality, it's not like you used to be. But speaking of it, Thor, I was really jealous of you back then. It's like no matter what you do, you'll always be more popular than me. Hey, isn't this normal? You know, I'm the first in line to the throne of Asgard, and you're the second in line. As a big brother, I am naturally more excellent than your younger brother. This is what it should be. Listening to Loki's words, Thor is very confident that Loki is right. This is not humble at all, and it can even be said to be a shameless admission, but it directly made Loki laugh. This guy is still so clueless. After the two brothers smiled face to face for a while, Loki stopped smiling, and then said, in the past, I especially hoped that you could disappear, so that I can prove to my father that I can do everything better than you. But Thor, my big brother, when you were not in Asgard, I suddenly realized that I seemed to miss you a little bit. Seemingly affectionate. But Loki changed the subject in the next second. To be honest, I'm not used to having a chattering, impulsive, reckless, and arrogant idiot around me. Listening to Loki talking, he began to mock himself. Thor laughed out of habit. It's still a familiar recipe, and it's still a familiar taste. This is Loki. This is the brother who grew up with him since he was a child. If he would really praise himself and say he misses himself, then he wouldn't be Loki. Learn the friendly gestures learned during this time with the residents of the small town. Thor raised a middle finger at Loki. Don't be complacent, Loki. I will go back sooner or later. When I go back to Asgard, I will definitely annoy you by living in your room every day. By the way, Mother misses you very much, and Sif and Fandral miss you too. It's just that you also know that you are being exiled now, so I can only come and see you. Well, it seems that you are doing well so far, so I can rest assured. With that said, Loki got up and looked at Thor with a smile. I can't stay on Earth for too long, so I have to go back. Is there anything I need to bring to Mother and Sif? When he first came, Loki originally wanted to deceive and deceive. However, looking at Thor who has lost his divine power, he still enjoys life on Earth for now. Loki suddenly felt, actually let him stay on Earth like this. Might be a good choice too. The purpose is the same. There is no need to punish the heart. After all, Hemwall might still be watching. Moreover, if Thor can really stay on the Earth and live like a comet, then I don't mind coming over to see him every once in a while. As for the matter that the father fell into a deep sleep to cultivate his body and nourish his divine calendar, and the plan that oneself prepare next, Loki isn't going to tell Thor. Unlike the original Thor 1, Loki came down from Asgard and told Thor's sentence words differently. Loki is not worried at the moment. Thor strongly wants to lift Mjolnir back to Asgard. At least, during this time of the conversation, Loki didn't feel the kind of longing that Thor had. Or rather, the desire to return to Asgard was not so strong. This puts Loki at ease a lot. In fact, this is also very normal. Good job. After all, when Thor was exiled, Loki was also very confused. He's all set in his heart. How to ruin Thor's coronation. How to make Thor impulsively provoke the Ice Titan, and then let Rage's father exile Thor. But before he could take any action, Thor was exiled by his father directly. Initiative. You know, the same as exile, but the results are not the same. It's very different, at least from Loki's point of view. And now, father fell into a deep sleep, and mother accompanied father home. Taking charge of Asgard himself, Thor is doing pretty well on Earth. Then, there is no need to trouble yourself. Well, there is no Loki who has experienced Thor's most glorious and coronation ceremony, surrounded by all the people of Asgard. Although the jealous heart is still there, and still jealous of his father's preference for Thor. However, at this moment, it has not yet reached the extreme. At least, I am now the acting king of Asgard, and Thor, his own big brother. They are just common people who have been deprived of their divine power. Chapter 99 Loki. He actually bullied me in front of me. Bah, picked up Mjolnir. Farewell to Thor. Loki did not return directly to Asgard. Instead, they came to the base where Shield was temporarily stationed. After all, Mjolnir is here. Because of the use of magic, others can't see the roadbed at all. So Loki made it all the way to Mjolnir unhindered. Just arrived here, and saw a middle-aged man in a black suit, talking to another guy who looked younger. Loki doesn't know Phil Coulson, and certainly doesn't know why Phil Coulson seems to have a lot to say. The real reason is that Phil Coulson is a big fan of Steve Rogers. But Loki knew Steve Rogers. Heimdall told himself about him. He's mentioned because he's the guy on Earth who picked up Mjolnir. Because the task this time is very important. Watching Phil Coulson talking endlessly in front of him, Steve was not bored. When Natasha Romanoff chatted with herself, she said how much Phil Coulson admired herself. Therefore, Steve thinks it should be understandable, even if the person involved is himself. I didn't expect that after nearly 70 years of slumber, in a new era, I would have to face the old friend. Oh, it's just that this time the old friend has been enhanced a lot. So I also specially came here to enhance it. It can't be too retro, right? Looking at the idol in front of 407, he seems to be very optimistic, but there is always a hint of sadness between his brows. Phil Coulson thought that his idol hadn't adjusted to this world yet. So he quickly said, actually, some old retro methods are still very effective sometimes. After all, no matter how new the times are, in the end, the retro methods are better. Maybe, but you'll have to try it out. Listening to Phil Coulson comforting himself, Steve smiled at him. Then came to Mjolnir. Seeing this scene, Phil Coulson took 2 steps back, his eyes fixed on his idol. I don't know if I have a chance to get my idol to sign my name for those cards I treasure in my pocket. On the contrary, Loki looked at Steve, who walked in front of Mjolnir, with a strange light in his eyes. The mood at the moment is very complicated. On the one hand, Aid's artifact was picked up by a mere earthling, and he picked it up in front of his face. This makes Loki feel unacceptable. You know, even I can't pick up this Mjolnir. How can a mere ant-like earthling be qualified to pick up this Mjolnir? That kind of feeling is like the goddess I have been pursuing. She has never pretended to me. No matter how hard she tried, she was cold to herself. But when he turned his head, he threw himself into the arms of the beggar with a smile and happiness in front of him. This makes Loki very unacceptable. On the other hand, this Mjolnir is the symbol of Thor. When he got Mjolnir, everyone congratulated him, thinking that he was the best choice for the next king of Asgard. I am full of jealousy. But now, Thor was deprived of his divine power and exiled to the earth. The hammer that he used to show off in front of himself, which symbolized his identity, was picked up by the people on Earth. Does that make Loki a little relieved? For a moment, Loki's mood was extremely complicated, especially after seeing Mjolnir being picked up by Steve Rogers. Loki was silent for a moment. There were no other redundant actions, but turned around and disappeared. Loki had just left, and Steve's slightly frowning brows gradually relaxed. Maybe I was thinking too much, but the moment he picked up Mjolnir, Steve always felt that there was nothing but Phil Coulson behind him. Someone else is watching him. Captain Rogers, are you ready to leave now? Seeing Steve holding Mjolnir, Phil Coulson took a step forward and asked with a smile. Actually, we have prepared dinner here, I think. Next time, hearing the unsure invitation in Phil Coulson's tone, Steve Rogers held the hammer and smiled. Keki, anyway, since I have thawed out of the ice, there is still a lot of time in the future. The first time I came here on a Kuhn-style battle, the purpose was to get the hammer, and then go back to formulate combat missions. For dinner, there is a chance next time. All right, after all, the task is very important. Listening to the idol's rejection, Phil Coulson was not surprised. After all, as one of the SHIELD agents, Phil Coulson understood the task. It's just a little bit of regret in my heart. But it doesn't matter. Next time you must ask your idol to help you sign the treasured card. Well, next time for sure. Personally send Steve Rogers, his own idol, aboard a Quinjet. Watching Steve leave his base here in New Mexico in a Quinjet, Phil Coulson stood there until the plane disappeared from sight, then turned around and picked up the phone and dialed out while walking. Originally, I wanted to call my girlfriend who played the cello and tell her that I had come into close contact with my idol. But as soon as this idea came up, the hand involuntarily dialed the number of Medusa Doris. The secrecy mechanism of SHIELD has long been engraved in Phil Coulson's bones. What can and cannot be said, Phil Coulson knows very well. Even now, it has been circulated everywhere on the internet. Captain America and Moon Knight team up to save Iron Man Tony Stark's video. At the same time, I need them to save me? I'm a great genius. No difficulty can stop me. Listening to Su-Che asking himself, where did his new life assistant go? Inside the villa, Tony Stark began to complain while handing Su-Che a glass of wine. So, that new assistant of yours got fired? Definitely. How could I allow SHIELD's agent to steal my research data? He lightly clinked glasses with Su-Che, and then the two drank the wine in their glasses in one gulp. After a while, Tony Stark spread his hands and said, well, actually, I didn't expect that my new life assistant was someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. I guess it was the last time I didn't say according to the hand card they designated, but directly announced in front of the media that I was Iron Man, which made them lose face. That's why you asked that agent to apply for the job. What did you say before you left to save my life? I need them to save me. But the version I heard seems to be different. Watching Tony pretend to be upset on purpose, Su-Che picked up the red wine and poured himself a glass. I heard from them that you have been poisoned deeply, and if you can't solve it, it's probably over. Chapter 100. Hearing what Su-Che said, Tony Stark cut his throat. But obviously, he didn't have any refutation. For the matter of palladium element poisoning, he couldn't find any good solution now anyway. So it can only be relieved by drinking chlorophyll juice. Haven't you ever thought of taking out the fragments in the blood vessels near the heart through surgery? Sitting on the woolen carpet, Su-Che held a wine glass, looked at the distorted Tony Stark through the dark red wine, and asked, come on, man. I don't believe this is possible with the current level of medical care. Also sitting on the wool carpet, Tony Stark bent his legs and leaned on the sofa and raised his hand. If it's just a normal injury, it's fine. But the problem is, the tiny fragments of that bomb are all in the blood vessels. Now I can only rely on the energy of this arc reactor to absorb those tiny shrapnel. Surgery? Heh, I estimate that 80% of them will fail. You have to have some confidence in yourself. Listening to Tony's words, Su-che leaned back. After all, there are so many top doctors in the world. Maybe they can come up with the most reasonable plan. Well, in Iron Man 3, Tony's surgery was very successful. Then, in Avengers Alliance 4, Tony Stark smashed the arc reactor directly into Steve's hand. I have a lot of confidence in myself, but I don't have a lot of confidence in the doctors. So I'm looking for a way by myself. Here, those 2 boxes over there are my new assistant, the agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. She took people and handed over all my father's relics stored in S.H.I.E.L.D. to me. Speaking of this, Tony Stark sneered. These guys don't think that I can't find a solution for the time being. My old man who has been dead for so many years, will there be any way? By the way, I'll show you something. As he spoke, Tony Stark took out an obedience from the side and handed it to Su-che. Taking the faith handed over by Tony, he opened it and glanced at it. The discovery was a document of a hearing. This group of idiots think my mark armor is a weapon, so they hold a hearing just for me, hoping that we will hand over the mark armor or disclose the core information of the armor like them. Huh, buddy, what do you think these idiots think? They actually want me to reveal the core secrets of the armor to them. If they have a mark armor on their side by then, am I still the only Iron Man? Looking at the hearing documents in his hand, Su-che threw them on the ground. You have been notified to attend the hearing, and my coffee shop has also been audited by the IRS. Don't you think it's a coincidence? IRS, are they bothering you? Yes. Leaning on the sofa, spread his hands. Su-che said to Tony, the manager of my Teowalan cafe is that girl named Selena. Why, her total income this month is nearly $7,000. In addition to the basic salary of the store manager, which is $500 a week and $2,000 a month, there are also tips for customers and some money for points and so on. The total is $7,000. In addition to the part-time jobs that are not counted as part-time jobs, college students who only work a few hours a day and get hourly wages are part-time jobs. Other regular employees of the coffee shop can get 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month, so the IRS thinks there is something wrong with the books of my coffee shop. Hearing Su-che's calculation of the account, Tony Stark was not surprised at all. If I were the IRS, I would also investigate you. After all, judging from the current hourly salary standards of the workers' union for restaurants, coffee shops, hotels, and other service industries, 10 is considered very standard for land use. Not counting the girl named Selena and the part-time employees of the college students, the regular employees of the coffee shop plus tips can get 2,000 to 3,000 a month. If you don't check, who are you looking for? It was not found in 2008. It was calculated according to the 10-year timeline trade union standard. Speaking of this, Wong Stark suddenly reacted. The body that was originally sitting on the carpet and leaning against the sofa also sat up again. Seeing Su-che, who was still smiling and seemed to have no surprises, he said suspiciously, you mean, it is very likely that some people have already guessed that you are the Silver Moon Knight? 11. If that's the case, then it all makes a lot more sense. I was investigating the secret accounts of Obadiah Stein's private channel, so I encountered a hearing. You helped me as a Silver Moon Knight, but the coffee shop was audited by the IRS. So, I'm the one who got you involved. Speaking of this, Tony Stark nodded thoughtfully. However, it will not only allow the IRS to be dispatched, but also allow those guys in Congress to initiate a hearing against me. This shows that the people we are investigating have a good background. They may even be members of Congress. 21. As he spoke, Tony Stark's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up from the ground. Dude, just keep on drinking slowly. I'll use this clue to reverse things. Asking for flowers. After finishing speaking, Tony Stark walked aside and turned on the computer. At the same time, let JRVS retrieve all the information of the speaker and member of the Congress. Watching Tony Stark start investigating in the right direction, Su-che was holding a glass of wine and seemed to be playing with his phone boredly, actually texting Natasha Romanoff. She can start it, and poured dirty water on Senator Stern. Tony Stark's investigation to Stern, was arrested and found out that his real identity is Hydra. Accidentally found the Hydra base in Sokovia. Tisk, it's a perfect closed loop, isn't it? Look, that takes Wanda and Pietro out. Even if Hydra reverses the investigation, it can only find clues from the root cause of Stern. In this way, they can only curse Stern in the dark. 0, and through Stern, maybe we can't dig out more clues of Hydra. That's why, we must start from Tony Stark's side. There must be a valid reason for everything. Including the destruction of the Hydra base in Sokovia, every link must have perfect evidence and accidental discoveries. It's just when Su-che didn't expect it. I just sent a text message to Natasha Romanoff, reminding her that she can start working not long ago. It is estimated that Natasha Romanoff has not produced all the clues yet. Tony has a new discovery here. Damn it, I knew it couldn't be that simple. He clapped his hands lightly and enlarged the projection of the whole system to the front of Sue D. Soon, a photo composed of light blue holographic projections appeared in front of Sue Che. Man, I found some key evidence based on the accounts of those members of Congress. Although he went through layers of stacking and even had some anonymous cleansing records of banks in small foreign countries, he still found the owner of the damned anonymous account according to the list. It's this congressman named Stern. Damn it, how could there be a hearing? You must know that he is the chairperson of the hearing that has not yet been held. I guess you were investigated by the IRS, and it's his fault. Look at the photos displayed on the holographic projection in front of you. For a moment, Sue Che was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Natasha Romanoff has not started the water splashing project yet. Tony actually found him here. TSK, it takes no effort at all, little one. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.